Good. Oh, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Jumped the gun a little bit there, but that is okay. We are live now with the SudSpeed Majors Endurance Championship. I myself bringing you the action here tonight. Gareth McAllister alongside Mike Taylor, our esteemed producer, who knows exactly what is going to go down because he is the man in charge. And it is beautiful to see us working up here in the booth once again for you this weekend. We've got 6 hours of amazing racing lined up for you for this endurance championship at Sebring, one of the best tracks on the iRacing service, even if I do say so myself. We've got a full IMSA grid, I believe. We got hypercars, LMP2s, and GT3s showing up for this 6 hour event. And it's going to be a doozy. Four lap lone qualifying was underway just a little bit ago, but we're currently, I believe, in the warm up as we're getting ready for cars to go on the grid at some point in the near future. But this race, as I said, 1 hour, oh, sorry, one race with 6 hours timed, a double file rolling start with single file starts after every safety car. Now, safety cars will be triggered by a request to tow up in this top split. As you can see, the SudSpeed safety car making its way around, as unfortunately that camera is a little bit strange, but that is okay. We had that issue before, and that cameraman is still with us, and we'll see we'll see what's going on with him later in the future, I'm sure. But yeah, you can see there, unlimited tires, one fast repair, manual cautions if needed. We do have that manually deployed safety car. A lot of admin behind this race. It's been very well looked after and produced in very high class fashion. Always fantastic to be part of the mech in any way, shape, or form. Now, as I said, we are in Sebring, which is located in Florida, opened all the way back in 1950, in December of that year, that is. So this track is coming on to 76 years old at the end of this year. And I tell you what, it's really showing its age at some points. At some points on the track, there's all kinds of bumps and bounces around. But this track really produces some great racing, I think, every time we come here, and hosts all manners of championships: the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, the GT World Challenge America Trans Am Series, and Ferrari Challenge North America, just to name a few. As well, I mean, we're running the international layout, which is basically the full course here. 3.74 miles long, or 6.01 kilometers in length. Just got to put that 01 in there just for good measure. Pit lane speed 45 miles an hour, or 72 kilometers per hour, as we get a nice flashy flash from Ed Adams here driving the safety car. And he's taken us through a little bit of a siding lap here through, well, from the outside, of course, as we've got those cameras to show you exactly what's going on. So we've just approached what will be the restart zone under that first WeatherTech banner up there. Mike, you're going to have to fix something on my end. Yeah, cheers. Um, all right, as we have gone back to live, apologies for that. We had a tiny bit of a production issue up here in the booth, but we are back once again. The safety car looking, well, I was going to say looking very blue, but obviously it's not looking blue, it's looking pink. And I mean, that's a beautiful shade of pink, I gotta say. Real men wear pink, as we know. And that's looking pretty good. So, cars will have one fast repair just to finish off my readout for tonight. We've got 30 incidents available per car, and that's all you're going to get for 6 hours of hard wheel-to-wheel racing. So that may come down to a bit of an issue, and hopefully no one has to really be disqualified from this session because they've reached that limit. You've got 15 until you've got a drive-through. So you do have a little bit of leeway when it comes to drive-through, but not so much when it comes to the disqualification. 30 incidents can rack up very quickly, especially when you consider that it doesn't necessarily need to be any contact with any other machine. It could simply be going off the track ever so slightly, getting that one incident point, and then they just add up lap after lap, and sure enough, there you go. So that can be certainly something coming into play. Now we've got a request to tow rule here in the Majors Endurance Championship. That means drivers must announce to be allowed to tow to pit lane, and it will trigger an automatic caution as well. I say automatic caution, you will have the manual safety car deployed, and race control will be there through every step of the way, making sure everything is done smoothly. And that means the drivers who request a tow, they will be allowed to enter pit lane, but not until the safety car is deployed, and they are allowed to do so via race controls rules. As I was just saying, just before we had that little bit of a technical issue, there's the start of the restart zone under the Mission barrier right there, into the final corner, and under the Michelin bridge. Just there is where it ends, which is also subsequently the entrance back into pit lane. So a nice little tour of the track there from the view of the safety car, bringing us around, making sure we know exactly where we're going. And I believe I mentioned this already, but just in case I didn't, we have one fast repair as well for all of these machines. So they're going to make sure, even if they do have an incident that may not have been entirely their fault, they just get caught up at the wrong place at the wrong time, they have at least a little buffer zone, one repair just to get the car straight back out, and that will sort itself out. So that'll be nice to have for the drivers just in case. But we're getting ready to go racing, I believe, in not too short a time. We've got about 5 minutes. No, we're about to go. I think about 1 minute. We're about to have that safety car leading the field, and I believe it's going to be the iRacing safety car, not the safety car we just saw then, but that will be the manual one that will be deployed as we are racing. And yeah, I mean, there's not much else to say. I'm very excited to see what's going on. And as I said, I mean, we're going to have a couple different sponsor readouts as we go through this race. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of action in the next 6 hours as these drivers are going to put up a show for everyone watching on the YouTube side of things. And that being said, if you've got anyone to shout out, if you're really excited, please let us know. And we will get them up, get a little bit of... Oh, there we go. We got some messages coming in already. Go Vulcan Motorsports, says Ben SF1. Anna's just checking in. Hello, Anna Up. How are you doing? Arc Motorsports TV also saying hello, ladies and gentlemen. And Sir Rose has also joined us in the chat. So thank you very much for your messages. Whether you're cheering on your favorite driver, your favorite series, maybe your favorite broadcaster, just to throw that one out there, or maybe even your favorite producer. It's always great to see the community come together, whether you're just an iRacing fan or a fan of the Major Series in general, or even just the Majors Endurance Championship. Could be anything. As Arc Motorsports once again writes in the chat, let's go. I'm very excited to see the energy, feeling it up here in the booth. And we're going to get ready to go. I'm pretty sure we should be getting cars on the grid not too long, Mike. All right, well, 5 seconds was the call. I mean, that'll be interesting if we count 5 seconds on our hand. I'm not sure if that's going to be exactly the right time, Mike, but that's all good. As I'm sure it'll be here due in just a split second. So Rosa cheering on Aero Connects. Arc Motorsports is cheering on our drivers for today's race, Andrew Lazowski and Tyler Connolly. Already some shout outs out here in the booth. That's great to see. We've got another 5 minutes. Well, what am I going to talk about for 5 minutes? Well, I'll tell you what we're going to talk about. We're going to look at the Penguin machine, and aptly named that because I can see on the front there, he's got Penguin written. That's actually a really nice livery, that one. I got to admit, that's one thing that I've always loved about the Major Series, is that you get these liveries that you wouldn't typically see in any other iRacing lobby. I mean, I don't know if a lot of these drivers specifically make them for this league. I believe a lot of them do. But even in just an official iRacing lobby or any other kind of league or endurance racing that you see around, typically you don't get liveries like what Jeff Kaufold is currently rocking in that Valhalla machine. And that Mercedes is looking very spangly. Nice little gold epaulets on the brown and grey sort of colouring. That's quite nice. Adrian's Terza cheering on Dominic. There's some Dylan C. Allen. Everyone wanting to get on the broadcast booth, apparently. in the broadcast screen, apparently. People jumping in. There's a Mustang that just started taking off. It's Muhammad Alstrom we were looking at just a second ago. Now it's Corbin Lenaway. And a few of those drivers making their decision to come out. Obviously, they just had a little bit of a talk with race control. That's why no car was on the track while we were talking, as they were getting a bit of a safety briefing underway. And now they have been released for a tiny bit of practice, just maybe a lap or two, just to get underway and see what they can do. And look at that Acura, Hayden Phoenix Miller. You couldn't probably have a shinier car than that one right there. In the 132 machine, the British driver really displaying his color and artistic flair with that one. As you can see, the Ferrari 499P making its way around as well, as the hypercars are going to have a bit of an interesting one navigating these drivers, as well as the LMP2. I honestly think that these cars have the hardest job of all, because they've got to not only allow for the slower GT3 class behind them, or in front of them, I should say, but also the drivers coming up behind in the hypercar class. And there is Dr. Alex Smith there, sorry. And he's rocking, I wanted to say something referencing banana there, but I'm not sure. Can you get purple bananas? I don't think that's a thing, but I swear I've seen some sort of purple vegetable or fruit. I mean, obviously, I guess eggplant would be one of them, but that's all right. Very yellow wheels now that I'm looking at that as well. Huh. It's about as he does make it work. He does make it work. I'm not sure if people can hear Mike Tyler, but Mike's saying he makes it work. I completely agree with that. As the yellow paint job really matching that one as well. Charlie Bobby as well out on track. And see, that's a beautiful, almost an official looking paint, that one. Not to diminish anyone else's, but that looks fantastic. I really like that. Aero Connects driver. Looks like Yannick Schwartz is also out, the Frenchman, for the Wild Card D Racing. I'm sure it's Wild Card Racing, but there's a little bit of a gap there. So maybe it is Wild Card D. Yep, it's been loaded up as Wild Card D, so that is what I'm going to pronounce it as. Thank you, Mike, for the clarification. As interesting to see a few Mustangs out here. Mustangs seem to be a pretty preferred class, which is kind of nice to see, because I do like the Mustang. It's a bit of a brick sometimes, must be said. It's quite large, but it seems to have a very nice sound and drives pretty well, although a little bit like a boat sometimes. As Corey Price right now was just making his way through with DWS Sim Coach setups, and he was in a BMW in the hypercar class. Toruso giving a shout out to Lag Worldwide just as we get ready to roll through the grid. So here we go. Nicolo Fioroni. Wow, I was really trying to put the Italian spin on that one. For starting on pole with a 146, 129. That is flying around here for Tatum Res Tech. Dominic Pesta is in the second position. In third place, we have Brandon Wilson rounding out the podium with Simon Higley in fourth position, excuse me. Pablo Caroleo, wow, I'm going to struggle with these ones just for the moment. We're going to get that sorted out pretty quick. As Corey Price is in the sixth position with Fernando Sacramento in the seventh place. Peter Hermoch in the eighth position. Marius Gendre in the ninth spot. Alessandro City in 10th. Tobias Pasco in 11th position. Representing the Czechs, I am half Czech myself, so that is really cool to see. Don't typically see a Czech flag out there on the grid. With Quinton Verdonk in the 12th position. We're going to scroll it on back to 13th place. Diego Solipa with Kalari Shepherd in 14th. And 15th, rounding out the hypercar grid, is Eric Molinati. The start of the LMP2s, Zachary's S. Lewis, I almost said Zachary's Lewis, with Daniel Dennison in the second position, August Cursis in third, Dan Piazza in fourth position, Jeremy Swartzer in fifth with Dr. Alex Smith in the sixth position, Preston Lee in seventh, Mackenzie Sharp in the eighth spot. As we roll back once again. There we go. Samuel Miller in the 9th position. Sean Grissom in the 10th place. Bjorn Callas Klaasens, excuse me, in the 11th spot. Scott Warner in 12th. Gary Thomas in the 13th, rounding out the LMP2 grid. And here come the GT3s. Charlie Bobby starting the lead pack of that one, with Jan Hilton in the 2nd position. Corbin Lenaway in 3rd. Yona Neshev in 4th, with Enzo Tabani in the 5th position. Yannick Schwartz in the 6th position for Wildcard D Racing, as we saw his machine slightly earlier. Zane Smith in the 7th position. Nicholas Siquini. Oh boy, that's... Apologies for that one. I've really butchered some of these names. Andrea Miato in the 9th position. Alin Aldena. There's no N there. Aldea. I'm really struggling. I sincerely apologize in the booth. 11th position, Christoph Ogi. 12th place, Dimitro Koval. 13th, Eric Mukska. 14th, Simone Silvestri. 15th, Michael M. Ross. 16th position, Tyler Connolly. 17th position, Hayden Miller. 18th position, Washington Piera Cavallo. That is an amazing name, that one. Dylan C. Allen in the 19th position. 20th, Oliver Rosquist. 21st, Lewis Kroczek. Jeff Kaufhold in the 22nd position. Carlos Coxino in the 23rd place. Taylor Conaway in 24th. Gabriel Rupp in 25th. Bryce Roberts in 26th. And then our safety car drivers for the evening, Ed Adams and Chris Sawalich. Wow, I have butchered a lot of those names. I can sincerely apologize for that one, as we were trying to rush through the grid. All right, we've got Kyle D. Bass. Let's go. SRN Esports. Dino Vella, Impact Sim Racing. So Rosa's trying to cheer us on with a bit of a smiling. Yeah, I know. I've butchered a lot of these names. I really apologize. Arc Motorsports also chiming in there. Thank you for that one. Dino Vella also making a message on that one. So we'll try our best. We were trying to roll through them as quick as possible as well, because we are just about to go to the start, because we were rushing because they're in the restart zone, getting ready to go. And the lights are out and away we go. Fioroni with the nice start. Oh, Corraleo already past Pesta straight away for the 3rd position. Lining up on the inside also helps massively, as Pesta's going to have to take that. Here we go for the start of the LMP2 grid. That's all right. And no problem with the potential wrong button for Roy Taylor. There is Lewis and Dennison get us started away in the LMP2 field. And they're going to go through turn 1. A little bit of 3-wide action, potentially an issue with Carolio there in one of the hypercars, as we're going to go back, because we're also going to have a look at the GT3 start. There it is. So Bobby gets that one on the way with Lenaway in the 2nd position. And Azhar getting it done. Tebani already passing Neshev there, and there's a little bit of an incident right there. Miato had a bit of an incident, but he's still going, had a little bit of a spin. I believe he may have had help into turn 1, but able to keep the car underneath him, and thankfully no tow required. No damage, I don't believe, either on that Mercedes. You can see a nice good battle. That wasn't actually Miato. Miato we were just looking at for a second there. So many cars on the track, so many battles, so many different classes. It is hard to keep track of it up here in the booth. We must apologize for starting it. This is the first time we're doing the mech broadcast, so I'm getting my sea legs underneath me, as Wilson in the 2nd position is challenging Fioroni. And Konixo is falling back just a little bit. He's having a battle right now with Oliveira. And they're battling right now for 47th overall, side by side. And we're going back to a potential issue with Charles Siemens. What happened here? As he got a little bit too hard on the brakes, a little bit loose, bit of a contact. And that's not the great way to start the race. But remember, you still have 6 hours to go. So we've still got plenty of action up here in the booth. As Coxino is still taking up most of our broadcast because we like looking at this Mustang. I'll tell you what, that's a good looking livery too. There's all kinds of liveries up here in the booth. Pablo Caroleo is in the 4th position right now. And I mean, I'm talking about liveries too much, but these cars all look spangling. There you go, looking like beautiful machines out here on track. As he's currently in your 4th position, really trying to get back to Pesta, who passed him very early on into T1. And currently it looks like a potential Ferrari grid all the way through 5th spot. That's pretty crazy, as Ferrari's really taken up. And that's why we were looking at Coxino, because we knew what was going to happen. Well, of course we didn't, but we were predicting something, because it looks like there he goes, losing the rear end over the bumps in Sunset, and able to get that one stopped, and hopefully didn't hit the rear end just then. Didn't look like it. Just managing to get it stopped before hitting the wall. As Schilling there, we're focusing on right now in the 6th position. I believe he's the first non-Ferrari hypercar on the grid. Running a BMW too. I mean, that is nice to see. BMW doesn't get as much love as it used to, of course. It was the first hypercar that was released. And, you know, now that it is out here on the grid, it looks quite nice. And a lot of people don't like the way it drives anymore, but I think it still drives very well. It seems like the Ferrari is definitely the favoured car, not only of the drivers today, but seemingly ever since it got introduced. Of course, slightly different specs for the Ferrari. It's had to be changed a little bit. It runs in the World Endurance Championship, and it is not adjusted for the IMSA series, which is the GTPs, not named the hypercars, which they are called in the World Endurance Championship. Slightly different rules, and that was actually a 1X there, cutting that curb just a little bit. And that would have definitely given him a 1X, which is very unfortunate X to get, because you'll be finding a lot of drivers getting a small X there, as it is definitely the fastest way around. Lenaway at the moment under fire from Azhar just behind, and they are really chasing down Tabani in the GT3 field. And I wonder if the Mustang seems to be the most popular car in the GT3 field. See, that's an interesting one. And they're all at the front of the field too, so that's also very interesting, because you usually see the Porsches, the much-loved GT3 machine out here. But look at that, all Fords and all Ferraris in the 2 classes that have an option. Of course, the LMP2 is a spec series, so just running the LMP2 itself, the Dallara P217. And the beautiful red DWR cars. Daniel's letting us know in chat. Yeah, there's a lot of beautiful cars on track. There's a lot of support for DWR. Keenstar also cheering on DWR. It's nice to see the support from the community. Quite a few people joining us in chat. Always fantastic to hear from everyone. And we couldn't do this without people taking out time of their busy lives to watch the actual broadcast and send some love up here into the booth and onto the track. So thank you very much for doing that. As Dennison is holding on to 2nd place. Cursus is closing that gap though, less than half a second. Actually gains a little bit of ground between the 2 of them just then on that entry into the 1st corner. And Augustus Cursus is really trying to hold on to the back of Dennison. And heavy on the brakes, but much better braking than Dennison. But that's going to allow Dennison to get the run out of the corner. You can see that gap extend just a little bit as they head out of the very heavy braking zone. into the hairpin. That hairpin, I believe, is the hardest braking zone on circuit at Sebring. And a very, very bumpy track. I know I mentioned it once before early on at the start of this broadcast, but we'll mention it again because this track is a very interesting mix of purpose-built racetrack and old runway with a little bit of asphalt mixed in with a little bit of concrete. It's a very strange sort of track. Probably not many like it in the world, if any, and always produces some good racing due to that fact and a lot of potential mishaps. But Cursus, you can really see in this final sector, it seems like closes the gap just a little bit, but Dennison gets the run out of the corner. So that's the way those two machines are handling differently. It looks like Azhar is closing the gap to Lenaway in the GT3 field for that second position as well, as he's only 4/10 behind. But we're going to keep looking, as it looks like Santiago is also catching up to Fialho in the 14th place in GTP. And there was, wow, that was an off as soon as we panned the camera away. It looked like a little bit as Bjorn Klassens is trying to make his way back through the field after must have had a little bit of an issue earlier on in this race and making his way through the GT3 machines as he's passing those cars through outright pace with relative ease, which is nice to see. All drivers being very respectful so far. It's going to be interesting when we have the full grid of GTPs coming through. More love for GWR in the chat, Low FPS Racing, letting us know. Oof, the pressure, says Daniel 061 Riley. Definitely a lot of pressure. GTPs are already driving through GT3, so that's happened pretty quickly. Only on lap 6, not even 10 minutes in. As you can see, Pesta now really weaving through traffic, trying to get as good a line as possible. And we potentially have an incident. Let's have a look, because look at all the GT3s right next to each other. On the outside of the first corner, gets a little bit of a knock. Around she goes. Where she stops, well, there she knows. And Oliver Risquist is able to keep that one underneath him, losing several positions, but thankfully not having to have any damage on the machine or nothing lasting. It doesn't look like he's got any real major issue, as just a tiny bit of a knock, bit of rubbing is racing, as the Americans would say. As we switch to Hagley now, Schilling is just behind with Sacramento, and Hermock are all pretty close together, as they're just about to pass that machine, the Mustang, that we were just looking at just a second ago. And that's going to close up this GTP field, as you can see. BMW closing in, Schilling trying to make those M-Power BMWs work. I was going to say those M-Power BMWs because we have Pasco in one as well. But it's a really Ferrari-dominated field. You can see that by the manufacturer up there on the left-hand side of screen. And this is your closest battle in the top class right now. Schilling's going to have the run, but it's going to be a little bit caught up in traffic here. We're going to see how it goes into Sunset. He's going to make the dive, going to make it work. And Hegley's given the room. And Schilling's just going to say, yes, thank you very much for opening the gap in traffic. And I'm going to take it. And there's an incident right there, and there's more. There's more damage. The GTP comes in as well. What is happening? As it looks like, I don't know if iRacing Service let Sacramento get away with that one. Bit of netcode contact, nothing too crazy though. He's going to be on the outside of the GT3s. Ooh, it's getting close, it's getting dicey. Oh, they're the two teammates, they've got to be close together, making sure they don't hit each other. But let's have a look at what potentially had transpired. I believe it was a Mercedes earlier on. Yes, it was. That was unfortunately the cause of that, and somehow it looks like he's got a little bit of damage on the right front when he clipped that wall, is Sacramento, but it doesn't look like it's too bad, although I say that, he's got a meatball. So the meatball flag, that means he's going to have to pit per iRacing per iRacing penalties, he's going to have to pit within the next 3 laps or get disqualified from the session. And that is a very unfortunate start for Sacramento, as I'm not sure who that was that went for that spin earlier, but it was one of the Mercedes in the GT3 field. Had a little bit of an incident, and that caused the checkup, which unfortunately Sacramento found himself being a part of. And we'll take another look. That wasn't quite the car. We look at the liveries. That's the one. And that was Dylan C. Allen just getting a little bit loose over the bumps. Able to get it back, but unfortunately the Corvette with nowhere to go because he had the Ferraris coming, and with the GTPs coming, he had nowhere to go. Wasn't sure how much room to give on the left and the right-hand side, and just 3 cars into one corner, typically not the most ideal situation to be had. But thankfully, as chaotic as this has been, that's the only incident. And it could have been a lot worse. Small letting us know that while we were panned away, Schilling has gapped. And Schilling has made his way... Oh, yeah, Hegley has made his way further away from Schilling at this point. And traffic does do that with a lot of people. Speaking of, Wilson is closing the gap to Fioroni. That was a beautiful transition. Thank you, Mike. As is the battle for first on track. Now, traffic really would have played a role with those two coming closer together than what we saw earlier. So it'll be interesting to see if Fioroni can stretch that gap once again as Sacramento does come down pit lane. And he's going to take that fast repair, so he will come through pit exit very quickly. Just get it straight back out there. Unfortunately, that's going to use his single fast repair available very early on in this race. So he's going to have a quite clean rest of the 6 hours here, or the 5 hours and 46 minutes, that is. We want to be really technical, as Wilson is in that second position now. He is getting gapped ever so slightly by Fioroni. So Fioroni's found some pace in that Ferrari up front. And Wilson's machine, I believe we have open setups with this one. We definitely do. In fact, I know that for a fact. So that would mean that these drivers are all running their own personalized setups of what the car feels great in. And remember, these drivers will change as they all have teams in this one. And so they're going to have a field of you'll find most teams will have 2 to 3 drivers for a 6-hour race. So these names will definitely change that are on the grid right now, but they won't change for a little while yet, because typically you will find most drivers will run for about 2 hours per stint and then change with another driver after 2 hours is up. So we will see as the drivers change there. But Schilling looks like he's got a yellow flag next to his name. I believe that means that he may have had an incident or off track at some point. So in the 6th position for GTP, he's still making his way through. Doesn't look like he's lost any positions. So we'll have a look at that BMW riding for Slovakia. And yep, just a little bit of an off track into turn 2, just unable to get it slowed down in time, but able to get it away without too much of an issue. So David Schilling, no problem there as he continues the run to try and catch up to Hegley, but that has meant that Hermok has caught up to the tail of him. Meanwhile, looks like there's some pretty good battles going on. A little bit of connection issues potentially for Schilling there. I think we lost him for a second, and he is back once again. So Pesta still P1, 2, and 3 pretty close together. LMP2 has a battle as well. Dennison trying to fight off Cursus still, as this has been ongoing since basically the start of the race. And these two drivers have been looking pretty feisty up here, and that's just allowing Lewis to really gap these guys. Lewis already up to a 4-second gap. As we can see on the timing tower, Sacramento is making his way, so he's going to get involved in this LMP2 battle. as the Ferrari GTP is making his way back up through the grid. And we may have had an incident for Fialho in the 14th position in GTP. What's happened here into turn one? As he runs a little bit. No, he doesn't run wide. Keeps it perfectly intact. Into turn two. Let's see how we go. Completely loses the rear end, and he's going to smack the wall. Is it toe worthy? I don't think so. Maybe, as he has a little bit of a sprint around. And there goes the front end. So we're going to see. Ooh, I think he might have to request a toe. Well, he's kept going. He's trying, and he's got another meatball. That's a potentially dangerous car on track. And yeah, he's going to have to request to tow that one, which, as we mentioned earlier, but I'll bring it up once again, a request to tow means that we are going to, I believe, have a manual caution thrown. And so we should be seeing this in just a second here, as Fioroni makes his way through. And we're going to see if he catches. No, the safety car stays in pit lane, I believe. Unless that's just one of the two and there already is one out on track. But yeah, I'm not seeing one on track, says Mike, and I'm not seeing one either, according to what I've got available to me. So I'm not sure if a safety car will be thrown or if it won't be, because we do have the rule as well, an added rule change for this race, that there will not be a safety car within 30 minutes of a previous safety car already that would have been out on the grid. And I'm not sure if that very first pace car is part of that requirement. I'm not sure if we can get a potential discussion on that one. But as far as I can tell, these drivers are still driving fairly flat out. So it doesn't look like any kind of safety car procedure is underway, as Smith is catching up to Warner in the LMP2 field. It looks like as this battle for first is continuing, but it's not quite closing too much. They seem pretty steady so far. Wilson just not quite able to make up that just over half a second gap to Fioroni in the top position. And the Ferrari's really ruling the roost here at Sebring. Low FPS Racing asking why there's so many Ferraris. Well, that is a good question. I don't know. Um, I would love to know for you. I believe it's just, I mean, you might say it's a boat, but it seems like at least it seems to be the meta car right now, because it seems like most of the drivers are using it. There's only a few other machines, and there's no Cadillacs on the grid, and there's no Acuras on the grid either for the GTP field. So that's a bit sad up here in the booth. I mean, I think Mike agrees with me when I say the more variety, the better. And it's a little bit sad not to see the other two manufacturers represented on broadcast, but you get what you're given, and we'll see if we've got some other battles. Mike, we've got Azhar with Lenaway pretty close together for the second position. You're pretty close. There they are. Beautiful. Nicely done. As they're battling for the second position. Those two Mustangs, and it's a similar story with the GT3s. There's a lot of Mustangs. I've seen quite a few Mercedes out on track as well. Doesn't seem like there's a whole heap else. Now, remember, there's a lot of planning that goes into a race like this. It's essentially the equivalent to a special event, or at least it was when I was racing it, and I'm sure it's the same for a lot of these drivers as well. This is a big deal for a lot of these guys, so they would have really been practicing with cars from ages and ages ago, and they probably would have been practicing for potentially even over a month. And so these cars were pre-planned a long time ago, and I mean, it's just the cars that the drivers have chosen, and unfortunately that's led to less variety at the moment. But I tell you what, it's still producing pretty good racing regardless, which is great to see as Azhar is really making their way closer and closer to Lenaway, not letting Lenaway get any sort of breathing room, and it wouldn't be too hard to say that Schwartz will catch up with Smith and Neshev as well, with Chiquini or Sinquini. I'm gonna nail these names. I'm gonna get them down pat at some point because it's a real shocker up here in the booth, and I gotta be honest about that one. All right. Actually, I didn't realize that Carl D. Base just pointed out in the chat all-wheel drive on the Ferrari. See, I didn't realize that. So the Ferrari GTP, that is an all-wheel drive, according to Kyle. We'll take that with a grain of salt, Kyle, unless you want to give us a little bit more insight into that one. As out here in the commentary section, basically. But he's let us know. So if the Ferrari's an all-wheel drive GTP, no wonder it seems to be quite quick. And this is what I was saying earlier about the different regulations between the hypercars and the GTP, because the Ferrari, as I mentioned again, is a hypercar machine. So it's for the World Endurance Championship, is not IMSA spec, which is what most of these machines are spec'd for, which is why it tends to have that little bit of an advantage. And I believe that all-wheel drive component probably is the major advantage when it becomes the difference of those regulations, because I don't believe there's too much difference, but all-wheel drive could be huge for the amount of grip. Small operator says we barely use all-wheel drive deployment. So interesting. So all-wheel drive is available, but not necessarily selected. So I'm getting slightly confused up here in the booth because this is getting very technical very quickly. But yeah, so Azhar should have a DWR team livery, says Thomas Gritchell. So thank you for letting us know that. So Azhar, part of that DWR team that is getting much love from the fans, as he's closing real quick onto Lenaway in the 30th position overall, but I believe that's still third for GT3. And he's going for the move. No, it looks like he was potentially going for the move. And his car out wide, that is Schwartz. Also getting involved in this battle. They're going to make that a 3 Mustang battle. And geez, these drivers need to be careful of that outside wall, because that was about as close as you could get. I mean, they're basically sniffing the rubber off of that tire as they were coming through the Sunset corner. But all three of them making it through without incident. And this field is starting to check up in a big way, because you can see Smith, Neshev as well getting involved. And I've got to be honest, there's a slight cheer in the back of my head for Neshev there, because it'd be nice to see the Aston Martins really take it. Oh my God, what am I doing? The Mercedes really taking it to the Ford. We are really struggling for words up here in the booth. Too much action. And there's a penalty issued. Interesting. Towed without permission. We thought that might happen. So there is an incident there, and that will be that will be Sacramento that had that incident and towed without permission. So that'll be a huge penalty, as I know that'll be a very frowned upon way to make that car go back to pit lane, because those are the rules set in the rule book. So that, I believe, is why we saw no safety car, as we do a voice break as well. We're going to have to get some fluids into us and try not to mess up calling anymore, as we're only half an hour in, or not even. So keep in mind, Mike Taylor is doing a fantastic job on production. It's just myself is struggling slightly up here in the booth, as Azhar is really on the back of Lenaway, still trying to make a battle happen. But I wonder if sticking on the back is the way to go, because it means that you're saving a little bit of fuel, and over the course of a 6-hour race, that can pay dividends, as you can really save quite a lot of fuel here. You could probably save 1 or 2 laps per stint. And if that comes down to, 'cause it really depends on the GTPs or hypercars in the lead class as to where the finish actually is. Remember, these are timed races. So the lead car of the lead class is going to cause the rest of the field to have the finish. So Azhar could really be just maintaining that third place spot right now, as Caroleo in the third position has Pesta all over the back of that Ferrari and trying to make his way on the outside of the GT3s. They're both going to have to clear him before heading into the hairpin. They do, because otherwise sticking on the outside of this hairpin would be a bit of an interesting strategy around the outside. And it looks like everyone makes it through fairly cleanly. Now, we haven't talked about multi-class as much as we potentially should have, but the mental fortitude it takes, and it looks like there's a little bit of damage actually on that LMP2 machine behind. It looks like a little bit of front right-hand damage, but not affecting him, I don't believe, too badly. As we're looking at Pesta here, they're making their way through traffic without too much issue. And that's Simone Silvestri in the Mercedes, and that was Charles Siemens. So I believe we did see Siemens have a little bit of a spin earlier on, and I can't remember entirely, if I'm honest, if there was contact due to that. But yeah, he definitely has damage on that machine. Maybe a slight bit of wheel angle change to the driving. You can tell that front fender is not quite where it's meant to be on the right-hand side of that car, but able to keep it together fairly well at the moment. So he's going to try and stick this one out, because it doesn't look like it's impeding his time all that much. As we have the battle for fourth is heating up very quickly, and even Hegley is in the 5th position. He's right behind these two as well. So Caroleo, Pesta, Hegley, they are very, very close nose to tail. And Caroleo is going to be very happy that the GT3 allowed him enough room to go through there. Gets that one done. Pesta, Hegley just following through for the moment. As we were looking through the grid, it looks like there's quite a few battles on track at the moment, but this is the one that we're watching because this traffic will really be heating up. And there's Piazza and Miller are pretty close together, as well as Lee. Lee's the one actually under fire right now. Piazza is just the one we're focusing on just behind, and he's going to have a GTP coming through. I believe that is Wilson, our 2nd place machine, coming through there. So that's going to slow down the LMP2 of Lee. And Piazza's going to potentially go for a move. He's not quite close enough to go for a move, but we'll get the draft. But then again, oh yeah, there's just GT3 fields, and you can get as close as Lee was just then. I wouldn't have got that close personally. That was almost in the danger zone, but the cars are full throttle. You can pretty much rely on them to stay full throttle. And these drivers, there's a reason why they're in the cars and I'm up here in the booth. They know exactly what they're doing. And I'm still trying to get used to what I'm doing. As it looks like there's a battle for 7th heating up as well. Ermok is closing on the back of City. And just 0.2 of a second separating these drivers as they catch up to some GT3s. And LMP2s, there's a flash of the lights letting them know, hey, here comes a GTP, please let me by. And unfortunately, Hermok actually got his run slowed down a little bit there, taking the decision to not go too wide into the very tricky sections of turns 2 to 4, which is typically a single line session. As you can see there, wind 16 miles an hour, temperature 73 degrees in the air, track temp 79, so not very warm. It's quite nice actually on track at the moment, quite grippy, so these drivers shouldn't have too much of an issue keeping the car underneath them. As I say that, there's going to be a bit of an issue with City trying to make his way through the field here, because this is where it gets dicey. These cars up at the front of the GT3 field are so close on pace that they're all really close together. And able to get it done, though. Everyone being very, very respectful. No one wanting to get any kind of damage or have any kind of incidents. And it looks like Pablo Carrillo had a bit of an issue potentially going to the inside of the LMP2. Too deep on the brakes. And get it stopped in time before hitting the wall. Yes, does. A little bit of a extra spin. And that's a potential interesting rejoin. A little bit harsher than probably you would recommend, but that's okay. I don't believe any other car was involved in any kind of incident with him, so able to get that one done pretty well, as Alessandro's car is completely clean, so we will excuse him for that one, as that was not City that we were looking at before that had the issues. That was Carrillo, but the drivers, I believe, going very strong at the moment. As you can see at the top of the screen, we've got the leaders and their team, as that is an interesting potential maneuver. Almost sending it 3 wide with City, and City's taken no prisoners through his way up through the field, and that could prove costly, as they're going to go 3 wide. The Mustang in the middle, no, not quite, as we switched it, unfortunately, in an opportune time, because Caroleo has damage on that machine now. So the teammate of who we were looking at just a second ago, of City, had an issue, and looks like he's hit the rear end. Oh, yes. All right, so he's just spun around the rear end of a Mustang in front and got collected slightly with the LMP2 behind. So just a little bit of a coming together of machines. And there you go. I believe that was one of our front runners, wasn't it, in GT3? And yeah, I believe that was the second place machine of Lenaway. So that is a brutal thing to see. That is very unfortunate, as Lenaway, I'm not going to say a purely innocent victim, because it's not my right to say who's at fault, but I will say that just the coming together of machines, and unfortunately one thing leads to another and a bit of a spin happens. So that is what's gone on there, as Hermok is closing the gap to City. Gendry and Pasco are also quite close, and it's about time we saw, there's Gendry just behind, so about time we saw a Porsche GTP in this grid. That's the first time we've actually got one focused on the broadcast, and nice to see one of those on the grid as well. Typically the Porsches, from my experience, it's either been the Porsche or the Ferrari, the most popular cars whenever I've raced in any of the IMSA official lobbies. But it does seem like here for the SudSpeed Majors Endurance Championship that the Ferrari is by far and away the preferred GTP. Amos cheering on Tatum Restech, who are currently your leaders in the GTP class, with Altitude Free M Esports in LMP2 leading the way for their class, and GT3 leaders are the Delta V Racing by Go setups. So those 3 teams, your current leaders. And we'll continue to leave that one on the screen up there for you, as Fioroni, with a nice exit out of Sunset, increases the gap even more to Wilson behind, up to almost 2.5 seconds. So he has figured out something, and figured it out bigly, because he's able to make that one stick without too much of an issue at all. Easily out front, as Gendry has, I believe, lost that place to Pasco, and now has Shepard not too far behind. And you can see Shepard with that's a very unique color scheme. I quite like that one, with the white, the orange, and the purple. not colours I'd typically say would go well together, but in that livery they certainly do. I know I'm going to ogle at these liveries a bit too much probably as the race goes on, but but quite a few of them. I mean, let's not forget a lot of these teams put a lot of time and effort into making their cars look like they do. And even if it's just for this one race potentially, and it's it's a lot of effort that's well worth it up here in the booth. There certainly is anyway, because I get to just look and admire, which I certainly do a lot of, as these three fighting for the 8th position, they are nose to tail. And they have been for a few laps now. They've got some LMP2s in front, so that might cause a bit of a slowing of. No, I believe Pasco was able to make it through without an issue. Gendry's going to be slowed down though. Shepard's just behind, so the battle of the Porsches up front in the GTP field. And Shepard's not quite close enough to make a move, but will he be by the time they go into sunset? No, I'm not so sure about that one. No, brakes a little bit early to give a little bit of room between the two drivers, so there's no coming together. And they stay going around without issue, so that is nice to see. Nice, clean racing. And Shepard able to keep that one and keeping Gendry in his sights. Not too many battles going on at the moment on the timing tower, as we do have one with Smith and Siemens in the LMP2 field for 23rd and 24th overall. And Fialho, I believe, has a black flag. It looks like that car's not turning quite right, or is it? I think it got a little bit loose, but that might have just been the camera angle. And no, is that potential damage on the left rear? I think that's not quite how that car's meant to look. But, I mean, going with pretty good pace at the moment though, so I can't really say otherwise, but definitely has a black flag registered. Ooh, one lap stop and hold. So Fialho, so he's been issued a penalty. I'm not quite sure what for though, because oh, that was Fialho. Yeah, that was the driver that towed without permission. So they've been given the stop and hold. So he's going to have to make his way down pit lane in the next couple of laps to serve that penalty. And battle for 3rd position. Pesta has Hegley just behind. And down to 0.3 of a second, up to 0.4 now, back down to 0.3. This is an interesting battle, this one's going to be. As more curbing you can see there for Hegley. He wants it. He's smelling the blood in the water. And the Sharks have come to play. Well, I should say the Prancing Ponies have come to play, but that doesn't sound quite as interesting, with the Ferrari livery being a pony. But then again, the Ford badge is also being a horse as well, historically. Too many horses on cars. I wonder if that's got anything to do with horsepower, now that I think about it out loud. Because that would kind of make sense, but also be really an interesting coincidence. Or maybe it was because of the fact that vehicles used to be literally horse powered before they had their own combustion engines. But we do a bit of random thinking up here in the booth as we still watch this battle between Pesta and Hegley. And it looks like there's some pits happening for the LMP2s already, round about the 40-minute mark. That's about right for the LMP2s coming out of pit exit. Now they're going to have to be careful with the GT3s coming through. This could be an interesting pit exit here. It can be at Sebring, as you can be slightly unsighted as you come out of the pits. And there is Guest with, I believe, slightly extended stay, because they did have that issue. Remember, they hit the GTP earlier on of, I think it was, I can't remember exactly who it was, but I know Lenaway was involved in that battle. So they're taking, Fialho is taking the stop and hold, and Guest was getting repairs done without taking their fast repairs, saving that just in case they have a major incident later on down the line. As we switch back to the battle, and it looks like Pester's able to open that gap by half a second. And he's going to have the advantage heading into here because the LMP2 is going to slow Hegley just a little bit on the exit of the corner. And you can see that gap extends by another 1/10 of a second due to that fact. So yeah, but the as I was saying, the LMP2s have a little bit less fuel in those machines. The fuel tank quite a bit smaller than the GTPs and the GT3s. So they typically have to pit around about the 40-minute mark, as we did see. The GTPs, I believe, can go to about 50, something like that. And we've had a bit of an incident here. Ricciuti has had a bit of an incident, and I'm not too sure what's happened there. The LMP2 machine had a Ferrari GTP just behind. And nope, just misjudged it all on his lonesome. Thankfully, not getting involved in any kind of incident, because that was the leader, I believe, in GTP. That was Fioroni, so very lucky not to get involved in any kind of incident. There's actually, now that I look at it, there's quite a lot of Italian drivers on circuit, so that's a nice representation there for the Italians. As Tom guessed, potentially, is this an issue we're having a look at? And whoops, there we go. And yep, little bit of contact with the rear end. Actually very lucky. Almost like the tire barrier just didn't quite exist fully on the sim right there. Very lucky not to lose the rear wing and potentially have to tow. Zach Lewis is in. He was the race leader because he hadn't come down pit road yet. I believe Classens will be in the same boat. Daniel Riley asking if you can take service while under a stop and hold. I believe the answer to that is no. You can take service after the stop and hold has gone through. So once you've served your stop and hold for 30, 40 seconds or minute, or however long the stop and hold is deemed by race control, then you can serve your car after the required penalty, but not during the penalty. However, you don't have to bring the car back down pit road, I believe. So from that regards, I guess you can. Hopefully that's answered your question for you. As Hegley's still on the back bumper of Pester, I believe lap traffic has helped get those two back closer together. And Hegley's going to try and take every opportunity, it seems, to try and pass this one as we go on board in the Ferrari. Making the draft work, trying to go 3 wide with the Mercedes might not be the smartest idea. Mercedes giving plenty of room just in case something was going to happen. But it doesn't eventuate as Pester's able to keep Hegley behind. These two racing almost like there's only half an hour left, but in truth, there's a lot more than that. Ooh, they're getting very close, very dicey. Another Mercedes not wanting to get involved. And speaking of, that Mercedes actually lost its front bumper. So I'm not sure where that one's gone. It doesn't have any kind of people or anything. There's a little bit of a move there from Hegley. They touch, they get involved, they're inside each other. But thankfully, able to get away with it. I don't know how those two drivers were able to respond to the netcode that was on iRacing just then. They got unbelievably lucky with the way that the internet and the server, client side, everything was able to work with them. And Hegley and Pester very happy to see how that one worked out. Very, very lucky between the two of them. And that would make me assume that this is not over yet. And you can see Pester there really trying to tell the machines in front, hey, I'm coming through, but it wasn't going to work. And checked up Pester right to Hegley once again. We'll see what happens. Here comes. So the LP2 was not able to get out of the way in time. They went single file through that last section of corners. And they're still single file. There's a dual battle in GT3 just ahead. That's going to cause potential issues. Hegley once again on the back bumper of Pester, trying to get that draft. We're going to to see if he's going to make a move. Pesta covers it off smartly into Sunset Corner, but that means Hegley's going to have the run out on the exit. That's okay. Don't worry about it, Mike. As we're continuing to go through, and it looks like there's pit lanes are starting to appear on our timing tower, and that means that the GTPs are coming through at the 47th minute. So this is exactly what I was thinking, around about the 50-minute mark. And the GT3s around about the hour, maybe even slightly more, maybe slightly less, depending on how hard they're pushing and whether they are in draft. But Hegley and Pesta, now they're fighting after the second position instead of third, as they go 3 wide for a second there, 2 wide now. And traffic definitely playing a role. Thankfully, nothing untoward. As once again, there's a lot of battling, but a lot of respect as well among all these drivers. No one wants to go home early. Avoidable contact, no further auction. No further auction? What are we bidding on? I don't know. Maybe a car on track, that'd be cool. No further action required for the 222 of a potential racing incident that we probably saw in the booth earlier on. So thank you, Race Control, for the updates. You might be asking, well, it was a little bit late. Sure, it was a little bit late, but remember, it takes a little bit of time to go through those incidents, make sure you've got the right, I mean, we are live pictures, so you got to make sure you've got to look over every scenario, every camera angle, and then by the time you make the decision and get it filed out in the paperwork, it does take some time. And so, yeah, we appreciate Mike bringing up, not doing the race controlling, but letting us know what race control has actually said up here in the booth, as the two machines are going to follow each other down pit lane. Now, this is going to be interesting, because who gets the faster pit exit? So Pasco stays out, so he's going to take over the second place spot. As Hegley and Pesta, depending on who gets, I wonder if Hegley's going to be able to pass Pesta out of pit road. It's going to be very close. They both change tyres, get a full tank of fuel. And I'm not sure if we want to change away from these two drivers or not, because this will be interesting to see who gets out first, as a lot of the GTPs are coming down pit road. Fioroni has managed to stay out, as well as Pasco in the second position. Wilson in P9, I believe, has also stayed out, but he hasn't made it back, I don't think, to pit lane yet, so we'll see. As welcome Goran and Revsky. He's also cheering on DWR and saying hi, everyone. So hello, welcome to the chat, as it looks like Pesta is able to make his way out, and Sacramento just barely jumping the gun as well, and in front of these two drivers. So Pesta able to keep Hegley behind, and actually I think had a slightly faster stop as well, so the gap has opened up just a tad. Hegley not going to be too happy about the pit crew on that one, costing him just a few tenths, so he's going to have to build that gap up ever so slightly once again to be able to get back to Pesta here. As Caroleo is closing on Soranzo for the 11th position in class, and there has gone through, made that pass. Soranzo just wanting to keep clean at this point in the race. It looks like didn't want to battle it too hard and let Caroleo by for the most part. So potentially just wanting to keep the car underneath him, not wanting to get to any incidents, as we're not quite into the hour of the 6-hour race. Fioroni in P1. Sorry, just reading the chat, and Koranevsky asking if they're in P1. Well, you can see on the board there at the moment, it looks like Fioroni is going to be continuing to lead this field. He has done since the get-go in the GTP class. Cursus potentially had an issue, and oh boy, that's a... Oh, okay. So that was Lenaway That was Lenaway's machine in the Mustang, and he potentially saw the slowing down of the LMP2, decided to make that lunge. Not too sure if that was the smartest move on his part. Again, trying not to pass judgment, but just a little bit of coming together of the two machines, and potentially a little bit of communication problems with the LMP2 being a little bit too slow, and the Mustang deciding that he wanted to keep his pace going forward, as Schilling just behind Hegley now. So Hegley's dropped back from Pesta. Potentially those cold tires, remember, becoming a factor. All of these tires on all these machines, when you change them, they have a good 2, maybe 3 laps at this circuit to really make their way. As you can see under review, the 54 machine for avoidable contact. And we'll keep an update on any potential penalties at the bottom of the screen. But Schilling on the back of Hegley, and Wilson's actually caught up to Fioroni for the battle for first. So that's interesting, as well as Shepard and Armani just have an exchange of positions. So Shepard into 9th place, Armani in 10th. Now, as Schilling is still on the back of Hegley. And it looks like Hegley not as comfortable on those older tyres as Schilling is. So I wonder if that's a bit of a Ferrari issue, or if that's just Hegley himself just trying to nurse these tyres into getting nice and warm before pushing on. And let's take nothing away from Schilling, because he has been a very fast driver as well in his own right. As you can see, Hegley on the lights there, just telling the LMP2, please let us by. I have a battle going on behind me, and I don't want to be slowed in any way, shape, or form. As remember, all these classes on track are entitled to as much racing room as each other. Just because you are in a GTP or hypercar does not mean that you are entitled to any more racing room than anyone else. Everyone's had their own battles, and so everyone deserves an equal share of racetrack. But Schilling still on the back bumper. Looks like Fioroni actually got passed there by Wilson for the lead, so I'm not sure if we can get a replay of that one queued up, Mike, or if we might have missed that one just briefly. But here was the pass for the lead, Fioroni, and yep, that's going to start the battle, because a little bit of a checkup behind the Mustang. And then that was the pass right there. So Wilson taking advantage of lap traffic beautifully. Just happened to be at the right place at the right time. And that was your pass for the lead of this race. So GTSL Esports currently leading. We had a jump to the pits, according to Mike. He's let us know. So Washington, Piera, Cavalho has potentially jumped to the pits. So if we... Yeah, that might be a connection issue, because I didn't see any kind of incident on track. I'm not sure if you did, Mike. It doesn't seem like it. So that would mean that it's just a connection issue. And unfortunately, the man from Brazil will have to go down pit lane, and potentially another driver either jump in that car, or we're going to have to wait a little bit before he can come back into the race. So that is definitely not something you want to see, but unfortunately the reality of racing on a simulator and everyone racing from different parts of the world, we love it. The community is fantastic, everyone getting together, but it does mean that we have these potential issues that appear every so often. And unfortunately that is a less than ideal way to have a potential race ender. Hopefully not. We'll see if he can come back. So we are currently looking at the GTP lead, because this is where the action is. Fioroni is trying to get that lead back from Wilson. You know he wants it. He's been leading this race since the get-go, and Wilson took advantage of lap traffic to take that lead away. So Fioroni probably not too happy about that one, wants the lead back. Remember, Fioroni also had an extra lap on Wilson, as we have a potential incident here. with Simmons. Oh, that's a massive crash. So Simmons, I'm not sure if he was aware of just how wide the GT3 was going to be there. I think that might have been a little bit of a misjudgment on the part of the 34, as I believe he thought he had potentially a bit more room, but he's right back there behind that exact same Mercedes, just in front of the leaders now, so they're going to have to be careful. And once again, getting very close, almost squeezing the leader there. As that's okay, Mike, no problem whatsoever. I've made plenty of my mistakes. My mistakes are a lot worse than yours. As Fioroni once again looking for a potential move on the outside of the hairpin. It's going to be very unlikely that's going to stick. And it doesn't, but might have the run off the corner and does do. So we're going to have a look. I'm sure this is going to be a potential move for the lead. He's going to want it. Wilson blocks. Not a move so far. But Wilson's going to run a little bit wider than Fioroni. Fioroni right on the back bumper. Not leaving anything to chance as Wilson is really defending hard. These two having an absolute monster clinic of battling up here in the top end of the field. And lap traffic is going to be becoming a factor soon, but for the moment, they're going to be by themselves. Down the back straight, heading through Le Mans chicane and into Sunset Corner. Wilson has opened that gap just a little bit, up to 3/10 now. But he's going to be feeling so much pressure from Fioroni. And then you can see the lap traffic not too far ahead. The LMP2s, they might check up this battle and it might get a little bit closer once again. Always harder for the leader of the two battling cars to navigate their way through traffic. The car behind really just has to follow them through the gap that is made, if they are close enough, that is. And Fioroni actually not quite as fast as Wilson in the first section of track. As you can see there, open the gap up to 6/10, but wow, Fioroni with a massive run through the tightest section on track, really, and able to eke out the 2/10, even more than that. Somehow in just that little section, here comes an LMP2 machine, checking up the leaders just a little bit. No, not getting involved, I don't believe, so far. As Wilson goes through unimpeded, so does Fioroni. And I'm surprised this lead battle is as intense as it is for as long as it is. We've already been watching for a couple of laps, as we potentially had an incident for Carvalho. And what happened to Carvalho? So this is the driver we saw had that potential connection issue, and now they've come back and bang. That's about as brutal a hit as you could take. So that's not going to be great. As we'll keep looking at some of these battles. So Schilling is still on the back of Hegley, but Hegley's managed to eke that one out to half a second. Fioroni's dropped back to half a second as well from Wilson. 7/10 back from Caroleo is Shepard, who is Caroleo himself is just less than a second from Serhanak as well. So these GTPs really providing a lot of battling at the moment. I'm not sure if we have too many battles going on. The LMP2 grid seems like it's separated a little bit at the moment. GT3s, any battles in GT3s, Mike? I'm not sure, but we probably don't have to go through them right now because it looks like these battles are heating up a lot quicker than I thought. As there is a penalty for the 222. This was under review for quite some time, and the 222 will get a penalty for avoidable contact with the 35 machine. So we're just taking a look at the battles in GT3 just to give a little bit of love to our slowest class. And it looks like pits are just coming into a factor for the GT3s as well. So we're just past the hour mark. And as Miller's down pit lane. It's nice to see an Acura getting some love. There's not too many Acuras out there, and you don't really ever see any Acuras out there, as Fiello potentially had an issue in the GTP once again. Remember, he had that early issue, and there's another one. And the 7 machine, not too sure about that one, to be honest. Potentially just a bit too much pace on that one. And I don't think the Aston Martin ever saw him coming. We'll go back to the lead battle in GTPs, because that one is heating up, as Fioroni is catching up to the back of Wilson with that lap traffic assist. And it looks like Sacramento's gone down pit lane. Remember, I think he's on a slightly different strategy as well, so he's dropped back a few positions in the GTP field as well, as you see him drop down the timing tower. But Wilson is going to have some traffic here, potentially into the hairpin. This could be dicey, as they're going to have to both stay behind the Mustang and able to keep it underneath them without too much issue. So we've been asked in chat why the 161 paint has not loaded. There is a lot of cars on track, and some paints, the 161 paint hasn't loaded properly, apparently. I mean, it looks pretty good to me. That looks loaded to me. Corbin Lenaway letting us know in the chat, but it looks like Chauhan, that's the 161. And we're just reloading the paint to see if we can get it any changed. But potentially, if you've got a different paint on the team, there's a potential chance that it hasn't loaded potentially correctly. And by that I mean potentially the team hasn't quite put in. That actually had almost took my breath away with how close that was to the camera just then. But yeah, with potentially how these teams register their paints and load them up, there may have been a slight mistake on the procedure as well. So that may not be a production issue, and may just be an issue of the team side of things in the registration, unfortunately, if that is the case. But we will look back to it later on, as Aldea is closing up to the back of Miato. Miato representing, I believe, maybe even one of the only 2, I want to say there's 2, maybe there's 3 Aston Martins on the grid. But it's nice to see a little bit of different manufacturer love, and that's one of the reasons why GT3, I think, is such a popular class. They've got the benefits of having traction control and ABS to make it easy for these drivers, as well as a multitude of manufacturer options. As you can see, the leaders of the GTP field just went by this group, and this group really, I mean, they've been sticking together pretty closely for most of the race so far. Miato has been leading this one, and the 161 paint has been reloaded, and it's the same as what we saw earlier. So Lenaway saying false alarm, apologies, and that is perfectly okay. Remember, feel free to shout out any drivers on track, any teams, any potential, any numbers. I mean, it's all up to you, and we will get that one shown. We will get them shown on broadcast for you. Send some drivers some love, and yeah, we will chalk them up, maybe give you a little rundown, see how they've been doing so far, as we've gone over the 1 hour 5 minute mark here in this broadcast. And we've just hit our stride in the booth as well, not butchering as many names, so apologies for that earlier on, as Aldea is still on the back of Miato. So this one is not cooling down anytime soon, as Krokzek is also not too far behind, and Pester's going to make his way through in the GTP in 3rd position. And check up Aldea just a little bit, but not able to get anything done is Krokzek or Willie. It looks like... Oh, he might do. No, a little bit of a... Oh, yeah, I'm not surprised. There's a bit of a flash there. Crocsek is not going to be too happy with the way that Aldea was moving across the racetrack like that. Potentially, well, not the classiest of driving. Of course, a big factor to that was also because of well, I was going to say lapping traffic, but the faster class cars coming through potentially playing a big factor into why there was a little bit of a squirrel factor going on with Aldea's car. But we did see, just for a little bit there, it looked like there was a penalty issued, I believe, for the 33, if I'm not mistaken. It's under review, okay. I thought there was a penalty that was issued, but I could be wrong. I thought I saw it for a split second, not quite, okay. Thank you, Mike, for keeping us updated. And the 37 is under review as well. So there's a few incidents that have just started to appear as we were getting to the end of the fuel window beforehand earlier on. Now, one thing again that we don't talk about as much is the mental fortitude. Now, a lot of people forget that, like, yeah, you can run laps and of course it's tiring. You do tend to sweat, especially depending on the rig and how hot it might be outside or inside your houses. This is a bit of a dicey situation there with the leaders going through traffic. I mean, the LMP2 and the GT3, that Mustang, that was very, very dicey. Geez, someone diced their salad a bit too much, but it's all right. No issues, thankfully, for any of the drivers involved. Just a little bit of a puckering moment, potentially, as the two leaders make their way through without too much issue, although Fioroni has lost out and is now a full second behind Wilson for the top spot, but this will be an ongoing battle, I'm sure, as we continue going through this race. And we're just looking at the LMP2 leader. So this is Lewis, I believe. He was going to hand the lead back after that pit stop, and it looks like he's not going to, though, because I think he is the overall leader in the 111 of it. I say the overall leader of LMP2. I shouldn't say overall, because that's definitely the GTP's title, as he's 22 seconds to the good, so he is well and truly out in front, and that's a nice livery on that one as well. I quite like the streaks, actually, the highlighted streaks through the side of the body in that one. That was a beautiful camera angle to see what I was just talking about, so thank you very much, Mike. As we're going to keep... Ooh, looked like Bassett had a slight potential blink there. I'm not sure. Whenever the drivers, so you can see the different colorations there, where the GTP is coloured in yellow, the LMP2's in blue, and the GT3's in pink. Now, this is obviously colour-coded for our benefit in the booth as well as your benefit at home to determine which class is which, just to make it easy for everyone watching. And when any of those potential colours turns red for just a brief moment or for an extended moment, that typically means that there has been some kind of issue on track, whether that be just a small mistake or a major crash. But it's just letting us know that there is a small issue, but it could be something as minor as just a little bit of a connectivity problem with just a small blink between server and client, but nothing actually producing any kind of issue. So Azhar is now in the second position, and that's because we had that issue with Lenaway earlier on, as remember he had that incident. So just a few minutes ago, Schwartz is still holding on to what is now the third position in GT3. And all these drivers separated by a substantial amount of time. I mean, 1.6 seconds is not too substantial. but it's enough to where we can say it's not quite on the ragged edge, as you can see right now. Corello with Suhanak, and it looks like that's going to be a relatively straightforward pass, but Suhanak potentially not too happy about it with a little bit of the flash of the lights, as it did look like a bit of a send dive, but both drivers were aware of what was happening on track and able to keep it between them. Potential 3 wide. No, very nicely done. A little bit of a blink there from the LMP2 car, but that's okay. Just a small blink like that, it does scare the other drivers. You've got to be mindful when you see a car blinking like that. Not only does the car blinking have to give a little bit more room, but you as the driver behind, catching up to or passing the driver that's blinking around, you do need to give them a little bit more room on track than you would other drivers. And while that's not quite what you want to do, because it could slow you down as well, unfortunately, you'd rather do that, I'm sure, than have a potential incident due to any kind of connection issue. So just something that you have to keep in mind as well. But as I was talking about earlier, the mental fortitude is often not talked about with races like this. And you get to over an hour, and even towards the end of the first hour, you can get some drivers really struggling with, like, I mean, you think about the GTPs have been turning laps a lot, and they're really ripping that wheel left, right as hard as possible. And there's not a whole lot of reprieve, especially on this track with all the bumps. And depending on your wheel settings, your force feedback settings, you can feel all of that vibration. And after an hour, maybe you get a small break in pit lane that's maybe a minute if you're lucky. Then you go back out for another hour. By the end of that, mentally it's just draining as well as physically. So there's a lot to think about with cars, different speeds. You've got to position yourself in the right way and have the right state of mind for an endurance race. This is one of the reasons I think the endurance races are always, in my opinion at least, potentially at the pinnacle of all motorsports. Right up there in the conversation for sure, at least, because there's just so much going on at any one time. As the 161 driver of Richie Chauhan is still making his way through. And got to be said, now that that livery has been loading up and all the livery potential shenanigans have been fixed, it actually looks quite nice. I know I'm gonna be saying that for pretty much every driver, aren't I? But it does look good. I really like the fadeaway from purple to blue. That's a very unique design, very hard to pull off, and very nicely done. And showing our good friends and benefactors SudSpeed on the top of the windshield there as well, so that's always a nice touch. Here in the SudSpeed Majors Endurance Championship. And we're going to be looking back to Aldea. Now he's got Croxx still behind. Let's open the gap just a little bit. There was a lot of bouncing from the rear end of that Lamborghini. And the Lambo, again, it's not a car that gets a whole lot of love anymore. It used to get a lot of love, and it's still the loudest sounding, I think, GT3 on track at any given time, and that was a crazy way to come around. As you're gonna, I'll shut my mouth for a little bit, and you can take a listen to just how loud this thing is, especially on the down and up shifts. So as we jump through the GT3 field, you can hear the different sights and sounds from all the different cars. And of course, I would talk when the nice V12 of the Aston Martin comes on display. But you can hear the Corvettes as well. Slightly different sounds, slightly different engines, but all sounding beautiful. And the Lamborghini, as we said earlier, always announcing its presence as we're on board. And you can see what it's like to be in an LMP2. That's a beautiful camera angle that we saw the pass just there on the GT3. And that's from Ricciotti. As Fioroni in the Ferrari GTP is closing up. Speaking of Ferrari, they also have a GT3 machine. I wonder, I haven't seen any Ferrari GT3s since we've been going through the field. Are there any on track at the moment, Mike? There is no Ferrari GT3, so that's an interesting one. Okay, so Ferrari's only... And I believe there's only that one Porsche from Adams as well, who's been in pit lane for quite a while and is 35 laps down, so he's potentially out of the race. So, yeah, not the usual array of machines that we would typically see, so that's quite interesting. As we look back, Bobby's just come down pit road and he's got a potential penalty. Is he just serving a drive-through? It looks like he might be. Yeah, the 222, I believe, is serving. Yeah, he was serving that penalty because he was issued one. That's right. My memory serves me correct. So that was a race control giving me that. Alright, next time join Daniel and show them the pace. Alright, Garandanevsky is still with us in chat, so that's great to see. Daniel O'Reilly, well, Daniel O'Reilly, that sounds cool actually, but Daniel Riley asking if we're doing the 12-hour. I don't think that's been set in stone as of yet. I know that I don't know whether I'm available or not. I have to speak to my superiors about that one, but we'll let you, well, I mean, I guess you'll find out, but I don't know if you're asking me that because you want me in the booth or if you're asking me that because you don't want me in the booth. So yeah, well, I mean, you know, Mike, who knows? You're doing a great job in production. You know, I'm trying. I'm doing all right. I don't know if I'm doing good enough for the people. But well, I appreciate that, Mike, telling me that I'm doing a good job out here. Yes, I know I butchered some of the names. I apologise. I'm not gonna live that down for the rest of this 6 hour, I'm sure. But Bobby smartly getting out of the way of Wilson there, so the GTP leader able to go through unimpeded. And we're looking at Fairley at the moment. So Fairley has been on our screen a couple times, but never the main focus until now. And he's still ripping out that Mustang, also in the 4th position. So Fairley's doing a pretty, I was going to say doing a fairly good job, but that would have been too easy a pun, surely. But I've said it now, so I can't go back on it. Oh boy. As Fairley is in the 4th position and able to keep it going. So holding on to the back of the Mustangs in front and keeping the Mercedes at bay of Novev in the 5th position. So it looks like the drivers have all separated, well, not all of them, but a lot of them are separated into their own rhythms here. So it looks like there's not too many battles going on track. I do see a battle between Cursis and Alpha Lau. That is for the 2nd position in LMP2. Not quite a intense battle as of yet, but we'll see if Cursis can close that gap. As Verdonk is also closing up to Sorenzo in the 11th position battle, potentially for GTP, although that one's just opened up again as we've said that. Commentator's curse coming to bite me. We're still watching here. Oh, he is. They get very close to the wall. That wall, I would not be surprised if it sees some action in due course because they've been getting very, very close. And there's a drive-through issued for the number 37. Avoidable contact with the 34 machine. So the 37, who's the 37? Mike? Who are we looking at? That is Scott Warner. So I don't remember seeing Scott Warner involved in any issue. I don't remember that machine being involved in any. Obviously he was, because otherwise there wouldn't be any reason for any kind of penalty being issued. I don't remember seeing it though, however. Well, all right, Mike's telling us he knows what it was, so Mike's on the ball. And we'll see if we can get that one queued up, potentially, if we can get a replay of that one. It's going a bit far back, so we'll see. Alright, so we'll see. This was an issue with Warner. Oh, there was a spin in front of him just then, but that wasn't the one. No, that's Siemens. So that's the 34 machine. That was contact with the 17 of the GT3s. That one racer joining us in chat saying, "Let's go, Andrew." Hopefully we can have a surname, unless Andrew is the surname. Just because that'll make it a lot easier up here in the booth to find out who we're talking about. But once again, thank you so much for cheering on Andrew, obviously. Feeling the love, I'm sure. And if we can't find it, that's okay. No issues at all. As pit lane is very much getting its use right now, with the LMP2s once again making their second stop of the race. And it's about a 10-minute or so window. I actually didn't realize this until just this race now, but it is a really nice way that they've sort of divvied up the fuel levels of these cars, because you've got roughly a 10-minute window of fuel between the LMP2 to the GTP, and then another 10 minutes from the GTP to the GT3s. So that's actually very smartly done by the governing body of IMSA. So I don't know if they planned it that way or if it just so happened that that's the way. I'm sure they did plan it to some degree, or I'm sure someone's going to take credit for it, because someone always does take credit for things that are good. As Christian moves up into third place in LMP2, because we are under those pits, and we're going to go, Mike, if you can queue up the lead battle, because it looks like Fioroni is closing up to Wilson as he's battling through traffic on the entrance into Sunset Corner. Aptly named, I'm sure you'll see it through this race as Fioroni. Ooh, that was a potential close. Definitely a pucker moment for sure, with that LMP2 machine deciding to take that battle with the GT3 as the GTP was coming through. I wouldn't have done that myself personally, but again, not a racing driver as much as these guys are. Well, definitely not. I'm nowhere near the pace of these drivers. As Dobetsberger is the only one on pit lane at the moment. He's coming down. So Fioroni is still closing that gap just a little bit at a time, but it looks like he's got a better run. So his setup seems more able to get the power down out of the corner. You can see that gap coming down, and then you'll see it extend once again as they make their way into the braking zone, because Wilson seems to have a bit more confidence, or potentially just a bit better braking in the setup on his machine, the LMP2 and the very bad spot for these GTPs. That's going to check up Wilson a little bit. Fioroni's going to be very happy to see that. And you can be as happy as you unhappy as you want, Wilson, but I'm not sure anything could be done with that LMP2 there. It's just an unfortunate place to meet lap traffic. And Wilson is going to have Fioroni right catching back up another 2 to 3 tenths. And draft now is going to be playing a factor on the back of this circuit heading into sunset. That one racer was talking about Fairley. So earlier on, apologies for not saying that, but he was talking about Andrew Fairley. That's all right. No worries there. You don't need to be sorry. All right, Mike may have found the incident we were looking for a while ago. That's Dobetsberger. So that's a different car entirely. So that's a very interesting. It looks like he has damage on himself anyway. So I'm not so sure. So if you can't, Mike, it's okay. It's okay. If you can't find it's all right. Don't worry about it. It's too far gone at this point. Just don't worry about it. It's all good. We forgive you. As we were asking for a bit anyway, because it's going back a ways. No, you do a very good job. All right, so Wilson's still leading. He's opened that gap to Fioroni once again. So not too many battles going on right now. Verdonk is closing up to the back of Sorenzo in the 11th place for GTPs. No, he's going to extend that one just a little bit as well. And what is happening here? A little bit of multi-class action. All three classes on show. As Tully, that's a Mercedes we've seen but not talked about. And well, I can talk about it right now and say that it's a good-looking machine, as it looks like Ogie's trying to make the move in the other Mercedes. From inside to outside, the defense on point with Tully. And they're still side by side, heading into a very tough section of racetrack. Little bit of grass obtained by those tyres, right side tyres that is. And Tully keeps the place, but Ogie's not going to be too happy about that one because he wanted that place, definitely. So they're going to be battling as lap traffic comes through, or lapping traffic comes through. And this is going to be a bit dicey potentially, so that's going to slow Tully down. Will Ogie get the run? It looks like he's going to. He's going to close that gap up. Will it be enough into sunset? And like we were saying earlier, aptly named sunset because when the sun does set, it's going to be right in the driver's faces. Heading into this corner. A little bit hard under brakes, trying to make sure that Ogie doesn't get past, but unable to get it stopped quite in time. And Ogie does make that move. They're still close together though. I wonder if Tully's going to try and make another move back and try and get back at Ogie. Yes, sends it down the inside. Not quite close enough. Ogie pulls to the inside and absolutely shuts the door. Not in an untoward way, just lets him know, hey, don't go for a move like that. You're not quite close enough to do it. And Tully has to back out a little bit, but able to keep the car going without any sort of issue. And I know I'm going to say that, I have said that a few times, as the LMP2 comes through, letting the drivers know, hey, I'm here, just for your reference. The problem with the flashing lights is there's only one thing you can do with flashing lights, with the lights, and that is flash them. And multiple different meanings. Flashing lights can mean I'm upset with you. Flashing lights can mean, hey, I'm here. Flashing lights can mean I'm sending it, whether you like it or not. Or flashing lights can even mean thank you for letting me pass, if you flash after passing someone. It's so hard to tell, and a lot of drivers seem to know exactly where the flashes mean in the context. Me personally, I find it quite difficult, I'll be honest. But me waffling in the booth doesn't shy away from the fact that Miato is actually closing up to the back of Tully now. The Aston Martin showing some love. And, oh, That's Baronoff's track. He was the leader in the LMP2. Oh, no, you're right. Thank you, Mike. So Mike's just let us know, Mike Taylor in the booth, has just let us know that he's just come out of pits. So he spun all on his lonesome on fresh rubber. And remember, those tires, when they're cold, they are really cold. And able to keep first place. Lost that 20-plus second gap, but still maintaining it at 16 seconds. So no one threatening him too much so far, and very actually lucky that no lap traffic or no traffic at all really was around him at the time, because that spin was right on the racing line and not really anywhere to go if a car was coming through. And if there was any machines around him, potentially would have ended very, very badly. Thomas Critchell announcing when, or not announcing, but letting us, or asking the question, when is the safety car coming? Well, the safety car in Top Split, I believe, because we are watching Top Split right now, I believe the safety car is only due when there is a request to tow. I don't believe that there is a random safety car in Split 1. It's only Split 2 through however many we have. Get a randomized safety car at a random time. But Split 1, it is a request to tow basis, so I don't think we'll see a safety car at all unless there is a driver that needs towing, as long as that driver follows the rules set out by race control and does request it before towing, unlike what we have seen in the past during this race. Which will result in a penalty. And speaking of a potential incident, there was a Mustang in the background I saw. Was that Kroczek having a bit of an issue? Someone had an issue further back down the field. That's all right, you got it. The Santiago, I believe they came down pit road. And oh my! Can we get another view of that? Is that okay? Let's see if we can get a camera angle on that one. It looks like just trying to slow it down to pit road. I wonder if he's going to have to request a tow, actually. That might bring out our safety car. This safety car curse coming in and able to avoid any kind of incident there, and just on the brakes way too hard. Bang! That... I would not want to be the one sitting in that machine when that happened. Oof. Hopefully Eric is okay. And he is in pit lane. So Molinari is in pit lane. I believe he wouldn't have had to tow, he would have just had to spin it around and get it down pit lane. So I'm not sure if that will require the safety car or not, considering of where he was on track. And this was Kroczek, and yep, just a bit too much curb, and that was the spin we were talking about, and bang! There's another incident. Unbelievably, it looks like the car's almost hasn't had an incident. How does that happen? Is that Mustang built like a tank or something? I mean, you know, they're always saying built Ford tough. Well, that's an example of it right there, because I don't know how you take a hit like that and the car's still pointed almost perfectly straight. That's crazy to me. It doesn't even look like he's got any damage at all. So that was the 34 machine. That, unfortunately, the camera angle not quite doing well. That was Sharp and not able to avoid. You could see you could see Kroczek got it loose just in front, and Sharp didn't really have anything he could have really done much more than what he did, which was braking and trying to turn the car. I believe braking so hard it might have locked up and the car's just pointed straight. And unfortunately, Sharp's been involved in a couple of incidents this race. The 34 machine is no stranger to having a little bit of damage on it, unfortunately. Whoa! That was the leader! That was your leader in GTP! That was Brandon Wilson. What has happened to him? So actually he lost the lead there, it looks like, just beforehand, as we were paying attention to the... Oh, no! The 26 machine, the Mustang, has caught the rear end. And that's going to send him off, and he is just an absolute passenger at this point. Straight into the wall, complete crumpling of the rear end. And that is one of your top contenders, potential favourites to win this race. Just taken out completely, just like that. And I can't fault the Mustang. I don't believe that was a Mustang problem. It looks like he has... No way he was able to drive that back. No way. Yeah, I was going to say, he definitely had to tow. Mike's trying to tell us that he drove that back. There's no way. No way you could drive that one back. But that does look like all the drivers coming down pit lane. Are we under safety car? Because we should be. If Wilson's come down pit road. So we'll take a look. Ed Adams is not in. Neither is Sawalich, which those are our two safety car drivers. So if they're not out there, I wonder if that's going to be an extra problem with Wilson. I wonder if he's going to get a penalty right there for not requesting to tow. Because I believe a request to tow, if I've read the rules right, which I'm pretty sure I did, because I made sure to read them 2-3 times, that request to tow will certainly bring out the caution flag, or, well, the pace car, not necessarily caution flag, because caution flag will be iRacing, and the safety cars are manually done by our esteemed team of admins up here in the Majors Endurance Series. Majors Endurance Cup Championship, that's the word I'm looking for. As Schwarzer and Angel are very close together. Yeah, Huckley, same thing, surely safety car now. I would have thought so. But it doesn't look like that was the case. So I wonder if some of these, I wonder if some of our spectators are wanting a safety car just to give their drivers a little bit of a leg up on the field, potentially catch back up to the drivers that they're battling with. But it doesn't look like that's going to be given to you this time. So I definitely thought that was going to be safety car worthy. It wasn't. And but Wilson is going to be in all sorts of trouble trying to fix that car. And his pit crew is going to be hard at work trying to get that one back. But we have the battle between Schwarzer and Angel. And Schwarzer is right on the back bumper. I mean, this battle is less than half a second, so it's the closest battle on track right now. As you can see, a few changes for position, but that is mainly because of pit lane being busy. Which is why you get those drivers highlighted in green and in red, just meaning they change spots. Nothing too crazy about that one. As Schwarzer and Angel... I'm going to have to ask, if Angel finishes close to the top spot, I'll give him an ask and see if it's Angel or Angel. I guess, well, maybe if someone in the chat can let me know, and then I'll be able to get that one confirmed. But regardless, they're in a pretty close battle with also Dennison as well, as Dennison is just ahead of them. So these three LMP2s finally giving the LMP2 class a bit more love on broadcast, as they are very close together. 35 machine is under review for blocking. That's an interesting one. So obviously you can't move more than once per straight, I believe, or is that just once in general? Per straight, I thought so. That would make sense. As or per corner, whatever it is. As Schwarzer comes down pit road, so he's going to relinquish that potential battle. We are under safety car. We're not sure when this happened. That's a good point. So Mike is just as surprised as I am that we have a safety car right now. Is there anything that brought out that safety car? Like anything of issue right now? Interesting. So potentially, I wonder. Maybe the request to tow was given by Wilson, and then it just took a little bit of organizing to make sure that we had that safety car come out. Potentially that is the case. As you can see, the wave by in effect as we're watching the safety car. This came out very, very suddenly. We were not prepared for this at all. Um, Up here in the booth. Huckley's very happy to see the safety car with the full caps. Yes, yes, yes. Arc Motorsports was asking if it was their car that was involved. Dino Vela saying random full course yellow. So there we go. No problem. You can do that. I don't think anyone heard what Mike said, but that's okay. He's just taken a little bit of a break. So we're just going to keep an eye on drifts during this safety car. I was going to say session, but it's not really a session, is it? Safety car procedure. That's the word I'm looking for. You can see Barbary in the top spot. So some of these drivers have been changed over in those machines, as you would expect, coming in for their second stop, getting close to the 2 hour mark. And I tell you what, this is going to really benefit actually the drivers who hadn't quite come down pit road yet, and will be able to do so under safety car conditions if they haven't already. So that's going to really help them, because the drivers who pitted a fair bit before this safety car was thrown, aka pretty much your entire LMP2 field, they will probably not be too happy to see this safety car, although they will all be coming. Well, very unlikely that all of them will be coming down. So, unless they didn't change drivers in the hope that there would be one coming, but I wouldn't have thought you would do that because that's a bit crazy. But I guess you never know. Some people make predictions, and sometimes they're entirely true, and other times they're entirely wrong. But yeah, I wouldn't have made that judgment call anyway. So we're just going to follow the safety car for a couple of laps because there's a lot of paperwork, a lot of sorting out to do. Dino Vella, I was aware that the Mech League will throw them out randomly. I thought that the not to have a dig at you or anything. I thought that the yellows were only coming out in top split for if there was a request to tow. I wasn't entirely sure as to whether they were randomly drawn for top split or not. But potentially they are, as you've just told us. Akali saying, let's go P3 team. Well, Price is in that car right now. Unless you mean an LMP3, which you're in the wrong race for that one. Or you mean a P3 for Angel or a P3 for Miller. Which, by the way, the Acura in P3 for GT3, that's great to see. And there's too many rhymes there for my liking. But it is good to see that the Acura is getting some love, because I believe he's the only Acura out on track. And that Acura, ever since it was debuted by iRacing, what, about a year ago? Not that many people used it. It kind of fell to the wayside very early on. So it's nice to see the Acura getting a little bit of love. Yes, he does mean Price. Okay, I thought so. So Price getting some love from the DW Racing grid. Currently in P3. Our only one of two BMWs in the top. Speaking of BMW, that's another major manufacturer. Surely there's some BMWs in GT3. If you don't mind checking that for us, Mike. Because if there's not, I will be very surprised. Because that's that. Um, are there any BMWs in GT3 in the GT3 class on track? Because yeah, see, that's crazy. So there's no BMWs either. That the other safety car is a BMW. Okay, but yeah, that doesn't really count because they're not racing. They're just the safety car. But that's crazy because the BMW used to get a lot of driving. That seems to have fallen out of popularity a lot as well over the. But that's only happened recently. That's only in the last 3 months or so that's fallen out. Or maybe I'm just showing the fact that I don't do racing as much as I probably should. And I'm not in tune with the times, as the kids would say. The kids probably don't say that anymore. It's probably old. They're all saying words I don't understand anymore. As we're still going to go around safety car. As I said, this is going to be quite a long procedure. A few laps. There's a lot of paperwork, a lot of sorting out to be done. And thank you for joining us up here. I think we're at about 50 viewers on the live stream. So thank you very much for joining us. An hour and 48 minutes just ticked over into this 6-hour event. And we are very, very thankful to have you. Again, this would not be possible without your support, without you tuning in to watching the broadcast. Certainly wouldn't be possible for me to do my job, or probably even for Mike to do his job. Of course, this is when Mike tells me, "Nah, I'm awesome. I've got other work lined up and all that." I don't know. I'm talking randomness. I'm sorry, Mike. I'm just waffling, man. Mike's just asked me if I would like to take a break. That's funny. I probably would, but I don't really know. I don't really want to take a break during the safety car procedures because, I mean, the way I would look at it is, I probably should. Maybe it'd be a good thing. All right, I'll take a short break for about a lap or so, and let everyone have at it, basically. Thank you very much again for joining us in chat, and I will be back shortly. Alrighty, and we are back. Thank you, Mike, for letting me have a little bit of a break as we keep going under safety car for the moment. And we've had a few different things appear in chat, so I'll just read them off for you quite quickly now in case anyone isn't paying attention to that, which is perfectly fine. There's not been too many people driving the BMW since the Evo update, says Phoenix Racing. And I believe he's right, actually. So I wonder if the Evo update, I haven't really driven the BMW much since the Evo update either, to be fair. So I wonder if that changed something that a lot of drivers aren't too fond of. Arc Motorsports coming in saying that they actually love the Acura. As we mentioned earlier, the Acura has not been getting too much love in the iRacing community, at least from what I've been witnessing in the GT3 field. So, which is why I was saying that it's nice to see Miller up there in the third position, sporting the Acura. With, remember, a very lovely paint scheme as well. There he is. You can't miss it, can you? That's beautiful. I'm just like getting mesmerized as he comes down pit lane. So that's interesting. Taking the pit lane now at this current time. And it looks like tyres are going on the car. Potentially driver swap. There's definitely a driver swap. As Vince Zaviscus gets into the car. Mike's having a go. People probably can't hear him, but Mike's having a go at the fact that I can pronounce that one without too much trouble. And I was struggling with the other ones. Oh, we're having a bit of a laugh in the booth. It's okay. Yeah, that is interesting. So he's going to have to wait to be given the green light to come out of pit lane, which he will do. I believe that is the waiting area, so he's going to have to wait for race control to tell him that pit exit is open. And yeah, we believe that the last maybe 3.5 hours of this race will be in complete darkness. So this is a beautiful time. I do love when a race transitions from day to night or night to day, whichever works. Night to day obviously is an interesting one because starting at night and finishing in the day is quite an interesting concept. It does happen in certain races around the world though, the Bathurst 12 hour being one of them. I'm not sure if anyone saw the Bathurst 12 hour this year, but that was possibly the worst start to the first 20 minutes at least. Was a very unfortunate start, a bit of a kangaroo jumping out the road. And if you live in Australia or if you're from Australia like myself, you're well aware that kangaroos have a mind of their own. I'm sure, I think the equivalent is deer in other parts of the world, where they just decide, hey, I'm going to go across the track while there's, or I'm going to go, across the road while there's cars clearly coming at them. They have a mind of their own. That's a good point, actually, Mike's just raised there. You would think that noise would get to them, but they don't seem to really care about the noise. I mean, they've got ears. They've got eyes as well, but they don't seem to use them too well. But yeah, thankfully, as far as I'm aware, the driver was perfectly alright, able to stand up and get out of the car as well. So, thankfully, as I believe we're waiting on the 12 hours of Sebring in the real world as well, so I'm keen to watch that one. Is it the 12 or the 24? Now I'm thinking about it. It's the 12, isn't it? I thought so. The reason why I get confused a bit about that, just in case anyone's wondering, is we don't get much broadcast for racing over here in Australia. We basically get V8 supercars, which are not called V8 supercars anymore, but I'm an old school fella, so I like it when they used to be. And so you get basically the supercars and the F1, and that's basically about it. I mean, in terms of the major series anyway, which is really upsetting, which is why I'm very, very thankful that IMSA actually has their YouTube channel. Shout out to IMSA, not that they need it probably, but yeah, they do free to air viewing, which is fantastic. I only found that out last year, and I've been thoroughly enjoying watching IMSA racing because I much prefer endurance racing or sports car racing over Formula myself. Not a big F1 fan over here. So, and everyone goes, "Oh, what about Piastri?" It's like, yeah, but I don't know. Personally, I'm not a big fan of F1 in general. But, you know, to each their own, I guess. I know there's a lot of F1 fans out there, so that's fine. 2 weeks for the real world, yep. And I believe that the Sebring 12-hour itself, does that mean that's next week? Like the official one, obviously, not the Meg 6-hour that we're doing now. 14-day. I thought I thought the following Saturday was the real one. Or is the real Yeah. No, I was talking about the real one, then I was talking about the RS one. It's okay. I'm confusing Mike up here in the booth as well as I'm confusing myself, so it's fine. If you're confused watching the commentary, this is because we're all confused. Because I sometimes have a hard time um, converting words from brain to mouth, um, which is very funny considering my job. But anyway, we have Barbary who's going to be leading us off. Remember, the restart zone is starting underneath this Armco bridge. Gantry, as some would say, and over he goes. Beautiful start. He's going to have a nice big gap halfway through the restart zone. Judging it perfectly. Griffiths, Price following through the top three, with Wilkinson and Muscolino, sorry, in the fourth position. They're just changing hands actually, so Muscolino in the fourth position now, and Wilkinson's dropped back down to sixth. Bit of a slower start, potentially on the outside lane is going to be a factor in that one. The LMP2s and the GT3s have both got underway as well. As the LMP2s are fighting, there's a massive incident. Perfect transition. Thank you, Mike. Perfect time to catch it. As Badhan had an incident there with, I bet that was no, that was Schwarzer and Angel. Oh, that is not what we want to see. These two drivers have been racing for a while, actually, because they've been out for quite a while. Don't high-end it. Oh, just able to get it back onto circuit. Both drivers respecting each other on the way back. Let's have a look. Angel in front, and Schwarzer closes it down. Oh, Schwarzer goes wide, gets on the outside of the track, the curbing, and just spins him around completely. I don't think there was anything untoward really there. That was clean racing as far as I could see. Just an unfortunate series of circumstances. Just running a little bit wide, catching the curb, and unfortunately a few different drivers were just passengers in that one. As Santos was also going off the road to make sure no incidents were happening on his end of things. As Corey Price also had a bit of an incident. No, the DWR machine. Just a little bit of a lockup. Nothing crazy there, but we'll lose him a lot of spots because of the start of the race. And again, these tyres will be completely cold. So, and I can tell you for a fact as well from my memory that the BMW GTP is very bad with cold tyres. It's great when the tyres come under you and the fuel is getting low. It feels like a rocket ship, but when you're on cold tyres, it doesn't feel like it's got any real grip at all, especially under braking. And we just witnessed the result of that. So Price back down into 14th position. Arc Motorsports asking if the national symbol of Australia is a kangaroo. Well, I would say yes. That would make sense because it is on our, basically, it's on our coat of arms, and it's also on our major flight carrier, that being Qantas. So that would make perfect sense to me. We've got a couple different animals on our coat of arms, but that is definitely one of the more prominent ones, along with the emu. So, yeah. Anyway, Griffiths in the second position, still behind Barbary, Muscolino, Alves. They're both, I mean, all four of them are really close together. Alves, we're definitely cheering on slightly more, being the BMW that he is, in a Ferrari-dominated field, trying to hold on to near the lead pack that Price gave up earlier on. But there's a move for the... Whoa! There's a massive incident! That is huge! Massive implications for what was the leader of this race. Barbary has to tow that one. Remember, no safety car 30 seconds, or 30 minutes, sorry, after a previous safety car. So he's not going to get any kind of reprieve in that sense, but that is a massive crash. Just lost it all on his lonesome. And the car turned in, had nowhere to go because there was another one right there. Absolutely sending it. That must have been absolutely terrifying from the other POV. Can we get an on board of fifth POV for that one? Maybe fifth in class? I mean, this is Barbary's POV. If you're a bit squeamish, look away. Oh, that's about as hardest hit as... That's definitely the hardest hit we've seen so far. And that is unfortunate. Hopefully he's okay in that car, as Barbary definitely has to take the tow. No surprise there. Muscolino's also taken over first place because Griffiths was the one that was hit and involved in that. So Griffiths is going to have some residual damage as well. So he's going to be falling down the order probably, as he's currently sitting in fourth, and he's going to lose, I believe, to Hermock. Potentially lose out in just a second. And Muscolino takes over the first place, and Alves takes over second, with Wilkinson in third. So Griffiths will have a little bit of residual damage. Gee, they really flirt with that wall, don't they? A lot of these drivers. But I guess that's what it takes to be this quick. And Griffiths actually doesn't seem like he's got too much damage. I do find that incredibly surprising. Maybe netcode paying into that one. And that's okay. Don't worry about the cameras for that section just yet, as we've still got a beautiful camera right here. And it looks like there's quite a few battles. Of course there will be, because we've just gone back to green. Yeah, Dennison is on the back of Barron here for the second position. I mean, well, they're battling for first, but Barron is walking away with it only slightly, though, as it looked like someone had a little bit of an off track. I think it was Mehuisen, sorry. Battle for fourth, here comes Fairley. And he is actually under fire right now from Lenaway. Nosebone also there. And these Mustangs, I mean, you know, just a massive showing of Mustangs at the moment on the field. On the course. Either way. Lenaway goes for a dive on the inside. Gonna have to give racing room. They both do. A little bit of a touch, but nothing too crazy. Lenaway still holds the place from Fairley is trying to fight back, and keep the place. Fairley was in front earlier on. He's gonna have to give it up. No, he doesn't. There's a little bit of spin. We thought that might happen. And he's come back onto the track. Gets it done. Oh, well done. That was a beautiful spin. I mean, if Lenaway hasn't shown his prowess on track just now, he just did there. Like, until now, he's just did there. Because that's incredible. incredible how he managed to get that one dialed down and back up instantly. Look at that. Beautiful transition through the gears. Definitely deserving of a trophy for that one, or a bit of a medal, or even just a pat on the back, but something definitely required for Lenaway there. And you're right, Mike, actually telling me in my ear, he hasn't lost much time. He's only lost 3-4 spots in only about 2 seconds, which in the grand scheme of things is not that much for a full spin, 360. So that's a great one. There's just a little bit of hard battling with Fairley there. I'm not sure if Fairley could have done anything different, to be honest. It just looked like 2 cars don't make a 1-car lane, and 2 converge into 1 like we see. And yeah, it's just a bit of an incident coming together of the 2 of them. I don't think there was anything untoward, as Fairley now has Nosebone all the way behind him. That was a weird way of saying that. But right behind him, avoidable contact under review for the 54. So I believe, would that be Lenaway? I'm sure that would probably be. Oh my! Not okay. There is definitely some things going on right now, as Price and Cook both have meatballs. Price comes down pit lane. And what happened here? Austin Cook. We're watching on board. Price is just behind there in the BMW. And the Ferrari one's a bit... Oh my... Ooh. Price. What was going on? That was crazy. It's almost like Price just had no brakes or misjudged it. No, just misjudged the way that Cook was going to turn in, I think. I think Price thought they were going to go too wide into the corner, and Cook didn't think he was alongside enough yet. And, well, contact was made, that's for sure. Yeah, that's, as we're right on board with Price. Yeah, I thought he was going to try and dive it down the inside, and wasn't ready for Cook to cut that way. Now, what Cook did was perfectly legal. That is a line that I like to take as well, from nice and wide to in. So that's definitely going to be looked at, I'm sure, as Price takes his fast repair. Cook did not. Cook had to tow, okay, to make it. So that is interesting. I believe we're still in that window of half an hour, so we won't get a safety car. I think that half an hour window ends in just a couple of minutes. So I think they didn't quite make it to that window. As Muscolino also has a meatball. What is going on? These GTPs are falling like flies after spraying them with a can of Mortine. I don't know if you guys have Mortine overseas, but that's, yeah, that would be a funny reference otherwise. But yeah, what's happened to him? So definitely his front left, you can see there, is pointed inbound. So definitely something on the left-hand side as that pops back into place as he takes a fast repair. So he was leading as well, I remember. This was the battle for the lead, and gets hooked. Yep. Bang. That's a nasty hook. And that, wow, I mean, this is absolutely crazy. Yep. I think you're right, Mike. Side drafting was definitely an idea that was put into play there from Alves. Or from Muscolino. Probably from Muscolino, actually, because Alves was on the outside line already. And Muscolino had a bit of room to the inside, but decided to try and get that side draft. And unfortunately, I think misjudged it. And ended up with getting a bit of a hook. But I tell you what, if you're a fan of BMW or an Alves fan, you're going to be pretty happy to see that car in the lead at the moment. But does he have any residual damage? Because even though there was a hook there, it definitely looked like there was a little bit of netcode put in play as well, as some of these drivers were sort of going into each other. And under review for the safety car procedure, that's for the 111. So that's the LMP2 leader, the 111. So, oh, it was. I think it still is. Baron at the wheel. Yes, it is. So that's an interesting review. And speaking of, as we hold our breath, and we're still holding our breath because this is craziness right now. As the GTPs are making their way through the GT3s for the first time since the safety car, which always leads to some interesting action, as we've just seen. As Armani still in the car, followed by Caruso, followed by Kingswell. They're all very close together under a blanket. Now Caruso's taken over that machine from Wilson earlier, who was in the lead of the race when he had to tow. So they've gained quite a few positions just in a very short amount of time, really. Such is the way of things. Alright, so we potentially missed the incident. Let's have a look. Dylan C. Allen has been involved in a little bit of a spin, holds it down, and whoop! Bit of a kiss on the nose there for the wall. Thankfully not any other car involved. And Hugo Preto, did he have a bit of an incident as well? Let's see. Oh yes he does. Collected a GT3 as well, and potentially more. It looks like everyone kept going around that, so amazing reflexes and amazing work to avoid that machine parked pretty much right in the middle of the turn. So that's a great job by everyone. As Caruso and Kingswell are still battling it out pretty close together. But Kingswell's one out so far, gonna run wide, and here comes Caruso. And through they go. So there we go. Beautiful pass. This one outside of the 116 machine, or 161 machine, sorry. As they're still trying to make their way through the GT3 field, so it's really heating up quick. And it's getting really close. I mean, Caruso, Kingswell, I mean, even Roland is trying to get himself involved in this one. Kingswell runs very, very wide, giving plenty of space to the Mustang GT3. And to the inside of that Mustang as well, so easily done. No issues at all. And just while we have a small lull, we have been joined in the booth by Mr. Josh Edwards. Josh Edward Ray has joined us in the booth for Sim Science. And I wonder if you want to talk a little bit more about that, Josh. Welcome to the booth.
Hey guys, actually would love to just take in some of the commentary for a little bit, gather some information about how people are doing, and if you wouldn't mind, maybe we could chat in a little bit after I've kind of got to enjoy the broadcast.
Yeah, no worries. Sorry, Josh. We saw you jump in. We thought we might give it a go. You need some time. That's all good. No worries. As we'll keep up to date with how things are going right now. But it looks like Caruso, Kingswell, and Roland are still battling it out for the 6th position. They're separated by about half a second right now. But the Ferraris definitely have had a grip on this race all throughout basically the start. Alves has been the only BMW so far. I mean, Price had a look in earlier on. Fortunately, a bit of an issue for him, but Alves has been flying that BMW flag out in front with the GTPs. Baron's been leading the LMP2s since pretty much the get-go. That team has been far and away the class of the field. Nothing to take away from Dennison at all, though, as he's been putting up a fight every now and then. As it looks like the Mustang, then, as we were about to say, the Mustangs have really shown their prowess during the opening segments of this race as well, and seem the favored car of the GT3 field. But we've had quite a few incidents in the first 2 hours of racing. However, it's also had quite a few I mean, we had clean racing for about the first hour. And unfortunately, what is the old adage? Safety cars breed safety cars. And we had a safety car appear around about the 1 hour and 30 minute, 1 hour 40 minute mark. And that allowed for all the drivers to get close together. And unfortunately, more incidents ensued afterwards, which is why the rule was brought in to allow for a 30-minute delay between safety cars so that we're not having safety car after safety car over and over, which is good because we're over 30 minutes now since the last one, and we haven't had an incident really now that we're out through that time. So yeah, we've done pretty good so far. I think the rule change has been a great one. We'll see how it goes further through this race, but right now the Ferraris are still pulling ahead of everyone else except for Alves, like we said earlier on. Caruso is now on the back of Armani, excuse me, mate. And Caruso, remember, was partnered with Wilson, who was leading the race earlier on, but had to tow due to coming into contact with another vehicle. And Piazza actually looks like close to Sharp as Martins goes off track just for a little blip there we saw on the timing tower. But we're going to stick with this battle with Caruso and Armani because it's getting pretty close. Caruso, I think, just has a little bit of a leg up on Armani at the moment. And you can see pushing a bit wider, which is going to allow him the run into the first corner. I don't think he's going to be close enough, though, as Sharp and Piazza, little bit of contact between the two of them. Sharp is not wanting to give this one up. A little bit more contact. Rubbing is racing, but there's only so much you can do before calamity. Sharp has been involved in a couple of incidents up to this point, so gonna want to be careful he doesn't get under the noses anymore of race control, as the GTP is coming through there as well. And able to get that one done without too much of an issue. But Sharp holds on to the place ahead of Piazza for the moment. And I'm sure Piazza's team might not be super happy with that one. Bit of hard racing between the two of them. But Caruso is looking like a move on Armani, and it has made it done. We've just missed that in the booth. And Armani has lost a little bit of time to Kingswell as well. So obviously whatever's happened there has happened in a big way, or well, in a bigger way, not a massive way, as avoidable contact is under review for the number 3 machine. And Piazza has been closing back onto the back of Sharp once again. Obviously a tiny bit more pace in Piazza's machine right now, as the LMP2, often an underappreciated class in the IMSA field. I believe part of that is because they are a one make, one spec series, where all the cars are the same. Of course, the setups are different, but all the cars have the same fundamental chassis and engine and all of the jargon that comes along with that. However, put nothing against these cars, as they are fantastic to drive in a ride of their own. And here we go. So Piazza once again makes a move in the same area. Ooh, maybe some netcode contact there. Definitely Piazza's car reacted in the way the netcode would make the car react, but it didn't look like they had any physical contact. So I'm going to say that that was a netcode issue. We're not entirely sure. And we probably won't be unless we get a replay of that one, but we don't need a replay of that one, as it looks like Sharp is blinking because there wasn't any incident. So Sharp is blinking a bit as well. So there's a bit of netcode that's been involved in this race since the get-go. And I think a lot of that is because of the different drivers from different nations. We've got drivers from Europe all over the place. We've got drivers from America involved in this one as well. And, of course, your commentator from Australia, probably not helping either with regards to connection. So we jump onto the battle with Bassett and Dobbetsberger. And Bassett's about half a second behind, but has been gaining just a little bit at a time. It was closer for the moment when we switched. It's starting to age out a little bit. Sharp and Piazza back at it again. Piazza on the back bumper. Not able to have a go just yet. I'm sure into the hairpin he's going to line something up. Alfalaho in the pit lane. Just to keep you updated on the pit lane as well. Sharp's going to hold on to this one. Piazza's way too far back to make a move into the hairpin. And decides against the dive smartly. Not making too much curb. Piazza did take a little bit more, but I believe that's still okay. No 1x there. As Sharp's going to think about going defensive. Doesn't have to quite yet. Runs a little bit wide. Piazza, meanwhile, I think slowed down a little bit too much for that corner. So unable to close the gap, even though there was a small issue with Sharp running a bit wide. And now they're going to close that gap a little bit further as Bassett and Doppelsberger are also closing their gap. Armani and Kingswell are closing their gap in GTP as well. There's a few battles going on track at the moment. So Dobbetsberger has a rear view mirror full of Bassett right now. Bassett sending it 3 wide, 2 wide now as they both pass the GT3s. Oh, and that's the Aston Martin way out wide. And Bassett really gets forced out wide as well. Didn't want to get involved, and Mercedes was taking the advantage there. Decided to take that inside line away, so Bassett really hurting from the lap traffic right there. You can see that beautiful painted Acura we've mentioned a couple times here. Still out on track, churning laps. And Vincevescus, there we go, is making a nice job. We like seeing the Acura out. Didn't get as much love as it probably deserved when it first came out on Tyre Racing Service. But it's getting quite a bit of love now, which is great to see, at least in this race, from that team. And we look slightly further up in the field because Koffhold, Tooley and Davis are fairly close together as well with lap traffic, and we've seen Tooley having a few battles in the past, as the Mercedes do seem to be having a pretty good showing. Not quite as good as the Mustangs as of yet this race, but a pretty good showing nonetheless. As Kingswell is right on the back of Armani in the GTP field. And Roland also getting involved. And they're battling over the 6th position in the GTP field. As we're still looking at Vincevescus. Of course, I nailed it first try, and now I'm not nailing it as much as I was earlier on when I first called it. But there you go. So this is the battle I was talking about. Armani, Kingswell, and Roland. Not separated by too much. Roland has been there, just looking at the back of this, battle for a little bit now. Potentially wanting to get involved though, as Kingswell, your lone Porsche in a Ferrari sandwich. Now that I think about it, Porsche also has a horse on their logo, as I was talking about earlier. So, yeah, Arc Motorsports letting us know it's officially turned chaotic this race. And, yep, it definitely had for a time. It's starting to mellow out a little bit once again, thankfully. Although we don't want it too mellow up here in the booth, because that means that we're not going to have some really nice action that we're witnessing right now between Kingswell and Roland. Little lap traffic coming into play. Roland doesn't take the move. Kingswell does. That's going to separate them a little bit more. As Piazza and Sharp coming very close together once again. Piazza actually went off track a bit there, and is he having an issue? No, nope, and there it is. Oh boy. That's gonna probably require a tow and another safety car. That's my guess. Maybe not, but it looks like he's sitting there waiting for a request to tow. And there it is.
If that is a safety car, there might be something interesting here, because Eli Badon in the LMP2 that was right behind our leader, Baron, was pitting just before that happened. So it would be interesting to see if they gain anything from that timing.
All right, and that is the voice of Josh Edwards-Ray. Welcome to the booth once again. Thank you for coming in and talking to us. I believe you've got some stuff to talk about with Sim Science as well.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. So, one of the things that we love to do at Sim Science is help people understand how to get faster. A lot of things with iRacing is about buying setups and chasing incremental gains through that. We like to help people understand their data, and one, I think, avenue that can be nice for us to talk about here is the dominance of the Ford Mustang in this class at this specific track, and why that's the case, and how we help our clients prepare for that. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to look at the timing charts and see that the Ford Mustang dominates here. It's really well represented in the field in GT3. But what's actually really interesting about this is that it's very predictable based on how the car is built in terms of its wheelbase. So Sebring is actually probably the toughest track on the calendar for any race team, just because of how much it demands out of both car, driver, and team. And the main reason for that, I would say, and this is what we tell our teams and clients, is that it demands so much in terms of high-speed rotation and braking under heavy load. And what I mean by braking under heavy load is you've got the braking zone into the turn 7 hairpin, right, which is a lot of straight line braking. But the heavy braking zone into Sunset Bend and turn 1, you're turning the wheel quite a bit as you're braking hard. And that puts a tremendous amount of pressure on the setup because it's multiple different aspects of the car that are being asked to perform in that space. And the Mustang has a kind of middling wheelbase, which allows the car to be more flexible with how it comes to the track. So if you think about the Porsche GT3, which is a really short wheelbase, it's really loves rotating pretty easily. When it shows up to a track like Sebring, it is going to do really well in turn 1 and off of turn 15, which is Le Mans before the Ullman Straight. And it's going to do really well in Sunset Bend, but it's going to struggle in some of the heavy braking zones under load because of its short wheelbase. And for those who are new to that term, the wheelbase is the distance between the axles on the front and the rear of the car. And the longer the distance is there, the more stability your car has under heavy braking. Now, that can swing both ways, of course, as you see pretty much 0 BMWs in the GT3 field at the top of the charts, and that's because the BMW is too stable at its default, because it's got such a really long wheelbase. And at a track like Sebring, that really hurts in the middle of turn 1, the middle of Sunset Bend, where you need a lot of rotation. And this kind of analysis of why the car behaves the way it does because of how it's made is the kind of stuff that we love to help our client teams with. as they prepare for a big endurance race like this one.
Yeah, that's. I mean, the wheelbases are a really interesting point because we haven't seen. I mean, we don't see any. Oh, there's a spin for Elliot Barron there. He was our leader in LMP2, but as we were saying, I believe is he still the leader? No, he's definitely not the leader anymore. Um, as we were saying, like the wheelbase is an interesting issue because it's something that I personally wouldn't have ever thought about, and we have not seen. We've got no BMWs in the field at all. We've got no Porsches in the field at all. Just one Acura. We have plenty of BMWs and Mercedes. I mean, plenty of Mustangs, sorry, and Mercedes in the field. They seem to outnumber everyone. And is that just purely because of the wheelbase making the car more stable?
So it's very interesting. It's kind of a combination of both. What's very interesting about the Mercedes is that it's got a medium length wheelbase, but what it has to its great benefit, and this also helps the Aston Martin as well, is that there's more weight in the front of the car because that's where the engine is, and so the the fact that it has a little bit of a shorter wheelbase than average, but not nearly as bad as, or not nearly as dramatic as, say, the Acura, the Ferrari, and McLaren. By the way, the Ferrari and McLaren are both awful at this track too. Um, but that has as much to do with the wheelbase and the weight distribution between the cars as it does the turbo spooling of the car. But the Mercedes, because it's got a big, uh, strong V8 and it's got a lot of weight in the front of the car, it kind of nicely balances out the fact that it has a little bit of a shorter than average wheelbase. You see this a little bit with the Corvette too. The Corvette is pretty decent at this track, but it's not going to be as popular as, say, the Mercedes, because the Mercedes has got it's basically got, for a track like this, the Mercedes is basically got everything that the Corvette has, but just a tiny bit better. They're very, very similar cars in that respect. But the Acura and the Ferrari and the McLaren, what's really interesting about them is that because they've got a shorter wheelbase than average, and because it's a mid-engine car with a rear weight distribution, it's going to make the car really unforgiving in these heavy braking zones without the benefit of the rear wheel traction off the corner that the Porsche can have. Now, ever since the new physics update in 2025 Season 3, the Porsche has been one of the weakest performing cars at this track, and a lot of that is because of that heavy braking zone. But the Acura, Ferrari, and McLaren pretty much bring no advantages to the table whatsoever at a track like this, because it's not going to give you the legs on the straights like the Mercedes will with that big V8 at the end, and it's going to struggle in these really high downforce corners. So that's where you see so many cars at the top here. Are these cars with a car in the front of or an engine in the front of the car? And elaborating a little bit more on this point is that where you kind of see I don't know if you guys have the ability to bring up a visualization I popped in the broadcast chat, but of the cars that do have a rear weight bias and a shorter wheelbase, both the Lamborghini and the Audi perform really well here, and that's because they have a V12, or I'm sorry, a V10, and it's going to give that top end speed at the end of the straight that McLaren, Acura, and Ferrari don't really offer. So it's interesting that kind of push and pull between the stability and slash rotation that a wheelbase can give you versus how that powertrain, works in terms of balance of performance as well.
Yeah, you can see that graph just there beautifully. Mike brought that up, and we can see pretty much exactly what you were talking about. And like I said, we've had no Porsches, no Ferraris, no McLarens. There's a Corvette or two. There's not a single BMW. There's a couple Aston Martins, one lone Acura, and there hasn't been a single Audi either. There's just but I don't know if the Audi is actually part of IMSA anymore, so that could be the reason why that the Audi's not on the grid. But there's only a couple Lamborghinis. There's plenty of Fords and plenty of Mercedes out there, and you can see that graph is indicative of what we're seeing.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned the Audi. It's not an easy car to drive because it's got an incredibly short wheelbase. It's also got a very interesting torque curve. Um, it's going to give you a ton of grunt off the corners. It's from our data that we have here at Sim Science, the Audi performs exceptionally well on the exit of the turn 7 hairpin. So it's out of that really slow corner where the Audi just really gets a big advantage over some of its competitors, like the Mustang. Of course, the Mustang will eat up the Audi and other parts of the track, but it's it's always a balancing act with setup, especially with iRacing too, where a lot of these teams don't have the budget for engine like a full-fledged engineer, so they're gonna buy a setup, they're gonna test it, they're gonna figure out which one they like the best, and they may not spend a ton of time trying to tweak the setup because you know at the end of the day most of these guys just want to go racing, right? So that's where we kind of step in and help people understand what they might prefer automatically. Like I've Impact Sim Sport is one of my main client teams in our early launch period, and we've got a couple of guys that asked me a few weeks ago. They're like at Daytona. They're like, "Hey, I seem to really struggle in like the Porsche and the Lamborghini, but I love the Aston Martin and the Ford, even though they don't always seem as fast." And they asked me why that was, and I just asked them like, so how do you feel in turn one? And turn one at Daytona is a very heavy braking zone under significant turning load. And the guy told me, he's like, well, coming on throttle in the middle of the corner is always a nerve-wracking experience. And I said, and that's probably worse than the Porsche. And he said, yeah, that's exactly right. And a lot of that is just down to driver preference. And so kind of understanding and looking at the data, learning what you are like as a driver, where your strengths are, where your weaknesses are, we actually can help you find the best car that fits your driving style as well. It might not even be in the series that you're currently racing in. It might be, maybe it's an MX-5 Cup, maybe it's a GT4. GR86 doesn't get enough love, I think. It's a wonderful class. So, yeah.
I completely agree with that. I never used to like the GR86. I've only recently started getting into it because it's quite a fun car now, I think, since they've updated and changed the way it sort of works. And like you said, a big part of that was the brakes felt a bit weird, but to me they feel great now. But so Sim Science, they make their own setups as well as teaching drivers how to basically navigate the track and which car suits their driving style best.
So we're not dipping quite yet into the setup world. Now, what I do have, and if I can find it, we actually put together some graphs that help people understand what a track demands. So let's see if I can actually find it. I'm gonna go on mute real quick. So
No problem at all. All right, we'll be back with more about Sim Science in a second, but for now we're watching a bit of an incident with Luca Kozuru and Kozoru, and he's gone for a little spin. Bit of a nice kiss on the wall there. That wall's got a couple kisses so far. As Francesco Celentano. Sorry if I offend anyone with the Italian accent. I thought it was pretty good. Yeah, so looking back up towards the front, Kevin Rowland is catching back up to Armani. Remember, Kingswell was involved in this battle as well, but he has checked out from these two as he was able to make his way past Armani earlier on while we were talking to Josh Edwards, right? And so before he gets back, we'll keep in touch. We'll see. It looks like Barbary has a black flag as well. I believe that was for the incident quite a ways ago, losing the rear end and having that massive crash we saw earlier on. Not too long after the safety car. I believe that might be a residual from that. It looks like Lenaway is catching up to the back of Fairley once again in the fourth position the battle for fourth for GT3. They're pretty close together. as he actually looked like he went away past LMP2 there. That's interesting, as Bobby's gone off track in the Mercedes, a couple positions back. I'm not sure what happened there. Barbary's gone down pit lane to serve their penalty that I believe they got. Vadhan, we're currently watching as we're joined back once again with Josh. Josh, you find that info for us?
Yeah, I did. I popped it. I popped the visualization in the broadcast chat for you guys. I'll pull that up.
Yeah, just give Mike a second there, because that's quite a hard one to do sometimes on the fly. But Soliva had a very big issue just then. Able to drive it back into pit lane. Thankfully, Sunset right next door to the pit lane entrance. So Sunset Corner is really probably, if it's not the most challenging corner of this track, it's definitely one of them.
I would definitely say that it is the most challenging corner. And the biggest reason why I think is simply the amount of speed that you carry down the Ullman Straight, and the fact that you're basically completely on the limit there. And it's just it's such an unforgiving corner. And you've also got a situation where a lot of those cars want to take a different line. So it's a huge challenge, especially in a multi-class race. So looks like Mike's got the visual pulled up. So let me kind of talk through that and how that correlates to the setup discussion we were having. So for right now, we understand that there's a lot of good providers in the setup space. So we, in keeping with our kind of identity as the data people who kind of help you understand what you're working with and how you can improve it without just having to buy a new setup or whatever, because we know that there's plenty of people that offer really great setups. Is that this is the Daytona International Speedway GTP track profile that we provide for our premium subscribers and partner teams. And what this does is it kind of this is a scale on 0 to 100, where everything is kind of graded on a level of importance on how much a certain aspect tugs on the setup. So let's take a look at rotation for a second. That first column, you have low speed rotation, high speed rotation. Those are pretty high scoring, with low speed rotation being the highest scoring item we have on that list. And that's because of the infield at Daytona. There is so much low speed rotation that needs to happen in the International Horseshoe and in the Western Horseshoe. And a lot of the lap time is made in the infield at Daytona. And what that's going to tell a team is that if you've got a problem with balance, right, you want to make sure that you're not touching things on the car that help low speed rotation. And to kind of take that a step further, tweaking setups, and I've kind of learned this through my work with real life racing teams in IMSA, is it's all about compromises. And I mean, that's literally all setting up a car is, or tuning a car really. So you put a car in the setup window, and then when you try to tune it to peak performance, it's all about compromises, right? And so what you want to do is avoid touching things that help parts of the driving on the track that are called upon really frequently. So you don't need a lot of medium speed stability, for example, at Daytona, because you've got the really hard braking zone into turn one, and then you've got the Le Mans chicane or the bus stop chicane, depending on your preference. Those are coming from extremely high speeds, and there's just not a lot actually of a lot of heavy braking at medium speed. And so that means that there's certain things with the car. Usually it's going to be brake bias. Sometimes it can be dampers. Sometimes it can be anti-roll bars. There are certain things with the car that are going to help more at high speed for stability, more at low speed. Obviously, downforce is not going to be an issue at low speed. A lot of that is going to be mechanical grip, the total grip that you have overall. And without getting too deep into the weeds, we really just try to help our teams understand what what a track demands and what their car brings to the table. And that goes back to talking about, things like wheelbase, right? Like if you bring the Porsche to Daytona or the Lamborghini to Daytona, and that's what we had. We had all of our partner teams run at the Daytona 24 this year, was either the Porsche or the Lamborghini. It's because when it shows up to Daytona, you want a car with a lot of rotation, and you want a car that loves those high speed, heavy rotation corners. And the Porsche fits that build perfectly. The Lamborghini also fits that build pretty well, um, for the same reason. So hopefully that all makes some sense. And if you have any questions, I'd love to answer them.
It makes a lot of sense to me, and I'm just really happy that you're. I mean, obviously you've taken up some time to talk to us now, and obviously you take a lot of time out of your day to help the drivers, as well as we've got a big battle between Price and Caruso happening, and Price is trying to find any way around Caruso right now, but it's not gonna be able to work. Price is trying to find some other way into the hairpin, wasn't able to do it. There was a drive-through for avoidable contact for the 204, so that driver is going to have that penalty thrust upon them, as Caruso still holding Price at bay. But I don't know if I have any more sim science questions. I'm not sure if Mike has any. Mike, you got any?
I mean,
Trying to bring Mike on.
I'm right here.
It is.
Yeah, I was just looking over this data as well, listening to what you were saying. And I mean, it seems like over at, Sim Science, you guys really go into like more in depth with like the technology and exactly what the telemetry and everything is telling you guys to better your drivers. And that just absolutely blows my mind. On how much stuff that I didn't even realize that we could actually be focusing on, further out past, at the normal data that we look at. And so I think you guys definitely have got it down to a science, pun intended. But I mean, let me tell you what, where can people go to get more information, about you guys and everything?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for the kind words and thank you for asking. So I think Garen hopefully is going to put together a post for me, but we have a Discord. It's called Sim Science, and I'm again ask Garen to post that in an announcement either later today or soon. But we've also got a website called simracingscience.com. Just went live actually this morning, and you can kind of see all of the different offerings that we have. And one thing that we really want to pledge to do is we want to make plenty of free stuff for this community. And there's a post-race report that we have for both sprint race and endurance races. The endurance race stuff is probably something that most people have never seen before, because it's the kind of stuff that I have given my real life clients. The sprint race reports, those are going to feel pretty similar to some of the stuff that iRacing Reports does, but with a twist. We delve more in depth, and I spent a lot of time and a lot of iterations of products trying to figure out a way to communicate great information in an easy to understand way. That's not always something that I'm great at, but I did try to work really hard on that, and I'm really happy with what we've put out. And as a teaser, the main thing that we offer more with our free post-race report that iRacing Reports doesn't have is that we have a form chart that kind of shows how you're doing over the last 15 races. And the thing that I'm most proud of with that is that we track your growth on qualifying pace and race pace relative to your iRating. So most people understand the way that iRating works is you're basically at the beginning of a race, there is the system will set an expectation of where it expects you to finish based on your iRating, and you're going to gain or lose points based on where you finish. But the reality is that when you're improving as a driver, those results are not going to show up right away. Like the improvements might really genuinely be there. They might be incremental, they may be really high, but they're not always going to come through in your iRating. And so what we've done is we've found a way to measure how you're doing in terms of your pace and relative to the competition. So, for example, if you are rated 4,000 and you're doing qualifying, and let's say you're the 5th highest rated driver in the field, um, our algorithm expects that you're going to finish with the 5th highest or thereabouts quality time in your class. And if you finish better than that, or you finish really close to a driver that's much stronger than you, we're gonna count that as a bonus, that showing that you are currently outperforming what iRating says your skill set is. And so when a driver pulls up their post-race report, they can see that, in the last 15 races, my qualifying pace is trending up. Maybe my race pace is stable or also trending up, but maybe my iRating really hasn't moved. And where that's really important, and why we wanted to do this for people, is that it can be so discouraging getting better and just being the victim of someone else's recklessness, right? Like, that's a big part of iRacing, is that you just have to hope that other people are not going to ruin your race. And we want to make sure that there's a way for people to come away from a race feeling good about what they accomplished if they were genuinely fast, if they genuinely felt that they made strides as a driver and that they're making strides. Well, we want to make sure that people can see that without just having to be a victim to the whims of iRating and the fact that somebody can just punch you into a wall and all of a sudden you don't really have a great way to measure how you're improving,
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Josh, just before you go, because I also want to ask just a quick question about the sim shop. I know we sort of touched on it just barely, and you said that you don't have any sort of setups on the go at the moment, but it's something you might touch into. I mean, I've seen a bit of chatter on the chat from people saying that often setups are very hard to control and very unbalanced. If you were going to get into setups, I mean, I'm assuming obviously you'd be able to address those issues pretty easily with the amount of data that obviously you've accumulated at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm really glad you mentioned that, because what I would love to do, and it's really and truly a matter of scaling. Grabbing a lot of telemetry data is preposterously expensive, right? But what I would love to try to do is, and I've already got plenty of the seeds planted here, is something where it's like, don't ask, don't tell, right? Of setups. So where people we can have people that say, Josh, this is my or this setup prioritizes downforce, and then they say, I want the data from this lap and this lap, and I want to know whether or not my adjustment worked. And I can analyze the telemetry, run it through my algorithms, and say, yes, we expect the downforce adjustment that you made to help in these corners. Here's the data that says how you did in these corners. So it's one of those, like, where we're compatible if you want to buy from a setup shop, but because you can't actually share the setup information with us, that to me is one of those where, like, I actually prefer that. I don't want you to tell me your setup information, because it allows us to work with more people, right? Like, if I don't know what your setup settings are, I can't be accused of stealing them. I can't be accused of sharing them with other clients, but I can tell you, does your anti-roll bar adjustment actually improve in the areas of the track where you are targeting? And that's something that I really want to work towards, and it's something that I'm maybe rolling out for some of my clients here maybe in the next month or so. But like I said, scaling can be a little bit of a challenge, but depending on the level of demand for it, the technology and the capability is absolutely there from our end.
Fantastic. I'm sure I'm not the only one who's very happy to hear that. So yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing more from Sim Science in the future. Thank you very much for talking about it. And yeah, any other passing comments you have, feel free to.
Yeah, I guess I should tell you that I'm the brains behind the new method of grading drivers. Now, because this is my first year with you guys, I wanted to stay as true as possible to the way that Majors has always done it. I've been in some talks with Garen, But I have a lot of data that sits behind a lot of the decisions that we'll be making here uh, after this race. Is when we're going to kind of review ratings and see if they're still fair. Like, I can tell you for one thing, the guy who's currently leading LMP2 is I'm definitely gonna be looking at bumping him up. When we pulled ratings in the beginning of the season, start of the season, I believe he was sitting at a 2400 rating, and he's now at a 4800 rating in sports cars. And I looked far and wide. He actually is not a Smurf. It's his only account. So uh, whoever, I think it's Altitude Free M Sport. I think you guys can be looking to make sure that you guys find another silver driver, because I don't think that Baron is going to stay as silver. I can guarantee you that. But yeah, we use a lot of data to gather the information. I'll just peel a little bit behind the curtain to tell you guys a little bit about how it works. I'm a big fan of using qualifying qualifying pace as a measure of where you actually sit as a driver in terms of what your rating should be. It's the way the pros teams do it. Like, if anybody's a fan of F1, you know that everybody loves to talk about the head-to-head qualifying record between teammates, right? That's a big deal, and for good reason, because they're in the same machinery. So we use stats like your head-to-head record against similar rated opponents, and when you're in the same car. And I also have some stuff that makes sure to throw out, bad laps and bad data. We're not going to say that you beat 8,000 guys if the 8,000 guys all crashed on their qualifying lap. That would be silly. So just know that if you guys have any beefs with some of your ratings that come up, don't yell at Garen. I'm more of the brains behind it, and feedback is always going to be welcome. And the only way that we can make sure that we get the fairest ratings is with good feedback from everybody who's involved. So
I think that's important to bring that up, is, like you just said just quickly, is that you're going to be changing exactly which drivers are rated and how high they are on the scale, whatever. So that's an important thing, because like we've seen, like you said, is Baron is leading the field, and quite a decent amount. So that will bring back the fairness a bit for the other drivers in the race, as there's a little bit of a mix-up there with Ambrosio having a little bit of contact, and yeah, Alex Vinci was unfortunately caught in the rear end there. He exited off Le Bon Chicane. Looks like that Lamborghini was okay, although it was slightly crabbing, it seemed to be. But yeah, as we were talking about earlier, Baron, if he's going to change, he was quite a ways ahead for a while. Obviously, Alfalio is closing the gap ever so slightly, but Baron at one point was over 20 seconds ahead of the car behind. So the idea is to make it closer racing, more fair for everyone else, and I think that's always a step in the right direction.
Thank you guys so much for having me. I really appreciate it. I would love for everyone who's listening to this to join our Discord, and I will say that we are working hard on figuring out how to release this bot, quote unquote, into the wild, so that you don't have to be in our Discord to interact with it. We'd love for you guys to be in our Discord and interacting with it, but we also understand that part of what makes a good product good is to be able to access it in a place where you spend most of your time. And for a lot of you guys, that place is usually your team Discord. So we do hear those questions and comments, and just know that we are working on it tirelessly. So thank you guys so much for having me, and I'm gonna say that I hope my few sponsored cars in here, Impact Ignite Sim Science, they're actually our junior team. And actually, if you don't mind giving me a few more minutes, or just a minute or two, talk about something related to that. Like I said, telemetry is time-consuming to work on, but I'm incredibly proud of the analytics that I've put together, and that I've gotten a lot of great feedback on my partners from, to make really awesome telemetry analytics for teams. And where that's going is driver development programs. So I'm actually the head of the driver development program for Impact Ignite, obviously their title sponsor. But what we do there is we're working on a program to help their development team along and working closely with their drivers. And just to kind of give you an idea of how we build that program is that there's numerous tracks in the game that test specific skills. So Imola, for example, in order to put in a great lap time at Imola, you have to be really good at using track limits and not going too far beyond them, because the best laps at Imola are the ones that are just using the right amount of curb every single time. You have to be razor accurate. And there's tracks like Mount Panorama where you've got to be really, really accurate at the top of the mountain. That's where you gain your lap time in quali. And then, of course, we know how hard it is to pass up there. And so you need to be able to be brave on the brakes into those hard braking zones at the end of Conrad Straight and the end of Mountain Straight. And so, long story short, is that we put together a really balanced list of tracks to help our development drivers hone their skills. And so what we'll do is we'll send them out on a session, team session, maybe a specific car, specific temperature settings, and we'll go out and we'll say, I want you to go focus on your straight line braking performance. And I'll run stuff at the end of their session on their telemetry that kind of summarizes how they did, and we'll track their progress. We're also building a recruiting tool that is going to help teams find talent. That's going to be a really, really big one. It might be something that comes sooner rather than later, because I don't need telemetry to do that. So yeah, I just wanted to share a little bit more behind the curtain of what we've got going on. But I thank you guys so much for having me.
Yeah, no worries. Actually, if you've just got a couple more minutes, because I know we just keep talking, and you've got your own time as well. But just interesting, because we've had a comment from the chat. Basically, they're asking, it's interesting to use quali pace as your data metric, when often fuel saving is a faster way to go around the track or in the race. If you can fuel save with pace and use quali as your data metric.
I completely agree with that. But the reason that I say that quali pace is kind of my go-to there is that peak pace never lies. It's kind of an old adage, right? You can't go faster than you're capable of going without it being legitimate, right? You simply can't go faster than you're capable of doing. So all of your best laps are always reliable, right? And those quali laps are when everybody's pushing really, really hard. The fuel loads are great. Whoever made that comment, you're 100% right. Like, we were looking at data for Daytona 24 prep, and our team boss, Corbin Lenaway, is an absolute ace with fuel saving, and he was actually putting in faster laps than most of his teammates were, and was running a better fuel consumption on those laps as well. And when I drilled into the data, it was because his accuracy into the bus stop chicane at Daytona was just pinpoint. He was lifting at exactly the right time and saving so much fuel, whereas these other guys were not doing that. And they were not only losing time, but losing fuel consumption. So you're absolutely right, and we will take that into account, and that is part of what's always existed inside Majors, is that we're going to look at the pace that you've put up in these endurance races so far. So we'll definitely bring that into consideration. But yeah, the peak pace never lies. That it's just kind of why I like to lean on qualifying so much.
It sounds perfectly reasonable to me. All right, thank you for sticking around in the booth and talking to us. As Tobias de Romper had a bit of a spin. There was a couple spins from a couple of different drivers. Carl Griffiths as well had a potentially bit of a moment there for a second, but I think he's all good, and he didn't actually have a spin. He just had a bit of a loose moment. So thank you for joining us, Josh Edwards Ray from Sim Science, and we really appreciate you talking to us and letting us know what's going on, and hopefully you'll get some more feedback pretty soon, and hopefully the road is full of success for you in the future. Thank you for joining Majors.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it, and I'm looking forward to hopefully a long and fruitful partnership with you guys. I love what you guys are doing, and I wish all the teams in here the best of luck for the rest of the race.
All right, sounds good. Thank you very much. Yep.
See ya.
Sorry, Mike. Talk over, Mike.
All right, so everybody can hear me on broadcast. We have a major development with your race leader, Daniel Alvarez, in that number 89 machine. We are currently awaiting to see if they are going to penalize that team for that incident on the back straightaway with the 54 machine that got sent into that tire barrier along Sunset Straight. So we're just waiting to see if they will fight that penalty or it will be issued. But we should have a response for that here in just a few moments.
So that's really interesting. So Alves potentially might lose the lead from that one. Yeah, look, thinking back on that incident, I'm not sure if that was Alves' fault, but of course I'm not racing, I'm not a steward, so we'll have a look. It looks like Hilden potentially had an issue as well. Oh, that's net code if I've ever seen it. That's a brutal hit. Oh, that is a sad Mustang. That smile turned into a sad frown real quick. But yeah, that was about as net code a hit as I've ever seen. There was no contact at all as far as I could tell, and the car just shot out to the other side of the track. So that is a real terrible way to grab an incident. As we await for what's going to happen with Alves. But while we wait for that, it looks like Muscolino is catching up to Molinatti in the 9th position in GTP. Okay. Sorry, everyone. I'm gonna have a look at this thing. I'll be on mute for a second.
Yeah, so Molinatti, he's doing a fantastic job right now holding off Mussolino right behind him here on the straight heading into Sunset. You know, these cars, some of these cars actually really pop here at night, as it looks like that 554 machine, yeah, he's working around that GT3 car right there. Mussolino is going to lose a little bit of time here on the front straightaway, heading down into turn number 1.
All right, so sorry about that, everyone. I just got sent a message from Mike. Basically, Mike Taylor was showing me a bit of the footage that they're reviewing as well, and from what I see, it looks like Alves did get the. Sorry, Mike. I don't know if you said it already. I wasn't paying as much attention because I was watching the video that you sent me. But it looks like Alves did receive that penalty, and I was looking at, like I said, Mike sent me a video, and the video was of the review of what Alves was happening with his machine, and it looked like he actually turned the wheel to the right a little bit from what I saw while those two cars were next to each other, and which caused the spin. So that explains that, basically. So Alves, the leader of your race, is going to get that penalty. As you can see the black flag right next to his name on the timing tower. And that's going to give the lead back to Wilkinson, who will be your race leader once Alves comes down and serves that penalty. So we've been asked, Mike, if we can get a link to the Sim Science website, chuck it in the live chat. You have a
Weekend.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you very much. As Mike's doing everything out here. He is the true legend of the game. As Molinatti and Muscolino are still having this battle for the 9th position. And closing the gap down to 2.2 of a second. There was 0.3 for a while. But Muscolino's looking every bit a little bit more searching for that moment that he can pass Molinari. The Porsche doesn't seem to be as on fire as he wants it to be. As the Mustang gets in the way a little bit, that's going to check him straight up to Moscolino, who is looking for that potential pass. 0.2 seconds, not going to be close enough, or at least not close enough to the point where he wants to send in a dive. Another Mustang in front, potentially choking up this battle. No, runs wide. Is he going to be wide enough for both machines? Yes, he will. So the Ferrari going after the Porsche. Moscolino right on the back bumper now. Couldn't be much closer. Going for the move into the Le Mans chicane. Not going to be able to do it. Molinari able to hold it pretty well. Maybe side by side. A little bit of a touch potentially on the exit. And Molinari probably not too happy with that one, but Moscolino is going to take that position away. And the Ferrari has won out in that battle. But will Molinari come back? It looks like he might do, because there's a lap car. The Mercedes in the middle, 3 wide through sunset. And it looks like Molinari's able to take it back. He's told Moscolino, I'm not going to take that one lying down. That is exactly what he's done. So fantastic move from Molinari to take that one back. He took the risk, go with 3 wide. Mercedes allowed for it. Moscolino on the outside had to give extra room to the Mercedes, who was allowing extra room.
We can give her information on the email
or
on the
back.
The website.
All right, so Mike, can you put that in the verification of the website? Yeah, okay. So you've received a thank you, so thank you, Mike, for doing that. As we're going to look on board, well, maybe not on board, but we're going to look further up as Alves passes the lead to Wilkinson, because it looks like Caruso is on the back of Griffiths for the 3rd position in GTP. As Mike's probably still trying to get the link sorted out, so no problem there. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, there might not be some love lost in that one. Griffiths, I'm pretty certain, got a bit of a spinneroony. Oh, and he spun again. So he would have got tapped on the rear end, I'm sure. Caruso, and there it is. Not expecting to go too wide was Griffiths. Did go too wide, unfortunately. Tyres still full of grass, still very hot. Got back onto the track and pretty much immediately spun once again, trying to spool them up. And there he goes. Oh, and collects just a little bit of another GTP coming through. So the 001 is not going to be too happy with that one. I'm sure about that, as Pali also has a meatball. And yeah, he is the one that got a little bit of a tap from Griffiths. And that's given him a meatball. That's brutal. That is really harsh from iRacing there. I'm not sure. That car still looks like it's driving with pretty decent pace. But iRacing sometimes doesn't really see the pace as much of an issue. It just goes by the amount of damage, and obviously it's damaged just enough to inquire that penalty. As Griffiths has gone over the incident limit, so that's why he has a drive-through penalty immediately. And, well, the battle between Caruso and Griffiths ends almost as soon as it began. From that, as Pali comes down to serve his meatball, and Griffiths comes down to serve his drive-through. Just behind him. So Moscolino is catching back up to Molinari again, so this could be round number 2 of that fantastic race that we saw just a bit ago between the Porsche and the Ferrari. As here they come down, it looks like Griffiths is coming out of pit road, so this could be interesting if Griffiths is able to stay ahead. And it looks like he does, so he's not going to have to worry about these battling machines to just behind. So they make their way around the 161, which is currently in second place of Chauhan in the Ford Mustang. And these two have separated themselves just a little bit as Molinati's found a tiny bit more pace. Hopefully not finding traffic in the worst place possible as Moscolino, sorry, I was eating my words there because it was getting tight, and he's going to have to allow that Mustang through. And there it is, drive through for the contact with the 222. That's going to go to the 216. He's going to have a drive-through penalty for that one. As if we scroll back to the GT3 field for a little bit, Neshev is getting close to Smith for the 4th position in class. And Smith is actually going to have to open the track a little bit because of the LMP2 traffic coming through, but it's not enough to allow Neshev a move. And Neshev, once again, he's going to try and use that lap traffic to his advantage. He can allow, say, this GTP to go by. And that goes by without introducing any kind of calamity to either driver. But Neshev's got the draft. Heading into Le Mans chicane. Typically, as far as I'm aware, I think the Mercedes will be a little bit quicker here because of the corners. And it is so with Neshev behind the wheel, that's for sure. As Neshev really opening up that corner as much as possible to gain as much as he can on Smith. Closing that gap down to 2/10. It's slowly dropping. You can see it on the relative. Here he comes, going to the inside, or at least showing the nose. Not close enough to do it. Thinking about it, or at least trying to get in the head of Smith in front. Trying to make him make a mistake, thinking that Neshev's going to go for the move. And then causing a potential mistake there. Look at all the lights bouncing off the machines, almost blinding as they come through the end of Sunset into the start-finish straight, as we do have the lights all over the circuit because it is nighttime and has gone night while we were talking to Josh for our sim science. As Neshev's livery, actually I haven't looked at that one. That's fantastic. Like, I know the others are good, but look at the... I'm a bit of a sucker, I must admit, for animals on the car, and he's got like a Jaguar or something that's yowling. I don't know if yowling is a word, but that's awesome. And the link is finally there. Thank you to Mike Taylor for doing that. As Arc Motorsports, you have been given the link, and anyone else who would like it to Sim Science, shout outs to them. Thank you very much for their support with majors this season and this year, and maybe upcoming years in the future would be nice as well. As we look to expand the partnership, as Neshev goes for a move on Smith, side by side, they have a little bit of contact on the exit. The GP, that's Alvarin. Yeah, that's Alvin. Oh, Alves, sorry. Going through there after serving his penalty, and Neshev is able to make that one stick. And Smith's going to be right behind though now, and this is a bad place to be for Neshev because the run into Sunset, he's going to have to defend, and does do. So here he comes. That was Price just making his way through as well in the other BMW GTP, and Neshev holds on to the lead for the moment. And that Mercedes really popping now that nighttime has come through. Livery on that one looking beautiful. Sharp, Chris and Martin's all down pit road together in the LMP2s. As it looks like Brad Hand might have had an issue. He just went out. He was an LMP2 as well. These drivers exiting pit road, so Krisham's going to be the only one exiting early. The other two just got down off the tyres. So Simmons and Lassens both going to be starting to go here in just short order. Smith losing out to Neshev, so Neshev's going to gain a little bit of time there, but not losing out too much. Smith is going to want to hold on basically within 0.7, 0.8 of a second, because when you're in that sort of window and anything before that, you get the draft of the driver in front, allowing you to maintain that distance. But if Bishop's really going to have to try and push to keep behind, and Cursis just passed Siemens, as Siemens just came out of pit lane. So that was a change in the LMP2 field there, sorry, for the 5th place in LMP2, as we're continuing to watch. And I love the blue light on the inside of these cars. I don't know if that's just a me thing, but I love the way it illuminates basically everything you need, and it's almost like a mood lighting. I think it's just a nice mood. Not too bright to damage the driver's eyes or get in the way so they can't see anything as I say that, but that might be a Mustang only feature because I don't see much going on in the way of the Mercedes, but the Aston has a nice one as well. Again, this also might have to do with the fact that they are newer scanned vehicles, because the ones with the newer scans seem to be different. Although the Mustang and the Corvette came out pretty much the same time. We're looking at the Corvette right now. That has no interior lighting. Acura certainly does as well. And as far as I know, the Lambo certainly wouldn't, because that's quite an old scan as well. And when I say scan, that is, of course, the time iRacing scanned the car to put it into the iRacing simulator. As we're past the halfway mark, approaching 3.5 hours out of 6. I hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. The commentary supplied by myself, Gareth McAllister, and my friend and colleague in the booth with me doing all the hard yards really in production, Mike Taylor. As we're currently watching the battle with Muscolino is still on the back of Molinatti. These go. Yeah, that looked like he did hit the wall, but I didn't see any impact. You couldn't feel it any from inside the car. But these drivers are really flirting with that outside wall, and I personally would not be getting that close. But again, you know, these guys are probably some of the best you'll get out there. And there's a reason for that. They can run those lines that close to the wall all day long, or it seems that way, as he's put the windscreen wiper on. I'm not sure you need that. Maybe just to clear the windshield of any bugs or debris that has appeared. And of course, the windscreen wiper, not that big on the GTPs, or the LMP2s for that matter. That curved windscreen really making it hard to clear the edges. However, they are able to clear in front of them, which really is the most important part. So we may have had an issue with Kingswell. Nicholas Kingswell got a little bit of a tap in the rear from the Mercedes behind. Who was that? That was the 9th place Mercedes. A little bit of a helping hand to go spin around. And that's... yeah, I think the Mercedes thought that he was going to be a little bit faster there. Kingswell just not quite as fast. Good reactions from the Mustang behind to avoid that. Alright, as Muscolino and Molinatti still nose to tail. This battle has been going on for, I want to say, like at least 5 laps, maybe even more. So we saw that amazing switchback from Molinatti earlier on. And Muscolino wants to repay him the favour, I'm sure. They do have a fair bit of LMP2 traffic ahead, though. None of those drivers in the LMP2s, actually Shelley and Plassens might be fighting for position there, but the third one in that row is not part of the battle. We are talking about Shelley and Plassens, yes, and they are in that battle. That's exactly who I thought it was. And as Molinatti got away with that beautifully, he got around them without any trouble at all. Muscolino did have some. Caruso's just got a meatball from the 2nd position, and he is dropping so quick. Caruso has clearly had some kind of issue, and that's at the start of Le Mans. So what's happened here? Oh, just a little bit of a loss of control or something. What a potential hardware issue for him is he's just, all of a sudden, there was no pace in that machine at all. And he's gonna tow, so I think he might have towed. He did. So that's an interesting one. I wonder if that's gonna bring out a caution. Because we didn't have, see, we thought a caution was gonna come all that time ago when we brought in Josh and Josh Kelly, Kennedy Ray to talk about sim science, and of course there was no caution that came at that point in time, which we thought there was going to be. And this time, I'm not sure if there will be either, but we'll keep an eye on that as Kingswell assumes the second spot, which I'm sure he will be very, very happy about. Yeah, absolutely right, with Kingswell making his way back up the field into second place. And Sorenzo is closing the gap to Roland in the third position as well. Some of these battles, you know, for a moment they look like they're dying down a little bit, and then all of a sudden they're right back up. The joys of multi-class racing as Griffiths is under fire from Molinari, and Moscolino as well is only a second back from this. So if Griffiths holds Molinari up a little bit, this will be interesting to say the least. Don't forget Griffiths had that little bit of damage earlier on, so I wonder if that's still playing issues with the car. Because I don't think he's come in to repair it since that major incident. And there's a lot of scrubbing on the right-hand side of that machine. And Moscolino has caught up almost half a second to these guys as Molinari looking to pass. Flickety, flickety, flicker the lights. Not able to do it. LMP2 gets a lot of room. Yes, he is able to do it. Never mind what I'm saying, because he's showing that he can do it no matter what. Moscolino is going to get involved as well, potentially. A little bit further back than I thought, but still just behind this pack. As Griffiths had to give up that spot. So Griffiths is falling down quite substantially. The pace just not there that he had earlier on when he was in the second position. That team was really running very solidly up at the front of the field for a while there. And it looks like he is going to hold on to this one, though. A little bit of a block, but that's okay because the GT3 was right there on the outside line. And Moscolino is going to want to get past him pretty quick because Molinari is starting to drive away from these two drivers. And there he goes, making the decision. No, not quite close enough. Griffiths maintaining sixth position, doesn't want to give it up. Moscolino says, hey, I'm still here, let me go. Side-by-side racing. Little bit of contact again, more contact. I'm not sure that that's going to be very well looked at by race control. It feels like Griffiths was really elbows out for a second there. Of course, we're talking about it in the heat of the moment. We don't really know what's going on inside the cars. Race control has access to a whole bunch of cameras we do not have access to. And they can take a better look into it, as we're going to take a look just briefly. We don't want to look away from the battle too much, but we're just going to give you a quick look at a little bit of the contact between the two GTPs. Oh, yeah, that's... Well, I'd look a little bit harshly on Griffiths for that one personally, but it looks like Molinari has come down pit road. Griffiths stays out, and Moscolino has taken that position away from Griffiths. Able to get it done in the end, probably around sunset, I would imagine. As that battle has happened, Shelley is getting close to Clasenz as well. That one's heating up in LMP2. Ooh, thought about a move, decided against it. Way too far behind, but Shelley's closing that gap pretty quick. Now, one thing about the nighttime races is your vision is limited, so you go a little bit slower naturally. However, the track feels better. It gets cold, it gets grip in it, and you can really flick the cars around without as much worry for it losing the rear end as the grip comes onto the racetrack. So you will find that a lot of these drivers will start increasing their lap times. And Keenster asking if there's any live standings. I don't believe there's a live standing option. I mean, maybe Mike will tell me differently, but I understand that that's a pretty hard thing to incorporate into a broadcast. Like live championship standings, I'm assuming is what he means by that. I don't think that's really possible, or if it is, it's very difficult to do. I do know that much. We're asking a lot from Mike. But he's doing a great job, as it looks like Muscolino's actually taken over top spot right now as the pits are fully booked from GTPs. And Shelley's still on the back of Clasen's. Only 3/10 off. These LMP2s really ripping it around the circuit. Down to 1/10 now. He's going to use the GTP as a pick. I say as a pick, as a way to draft himself forward. Not quite enough. Oh, speaking of a little bit of a pick. Oh, that was close with the BMW of Alves. Just a little bit of a bump to the back end of Shelley. A lot of these drivers, as I was saying earlier in the show, you know, a lot of these drivers, you forget the mental fortitude. If they've been out, some of these drivers have been out since race start. Some of them have changed drivers at this point. But depending on who you are, if you've been out there since the beginning, you're 3 hours deep, 3.5 hours deep at this point. And that mental and physical torture will continue. And I say torture because it can feel like it if you're in this car for too long. Or you're in these cars for too long, I should say. And there's a quick graphic of your top 10 for the championship standings. It's not a live standings, but it's coming into the race itself. As you can see there, the Marshmallow Racing team right ahead, just ahead of Tatum Rush ResTech, with Sorrento Motorsports in the 3rd position. And that's a look at your top 10 at the very least. With Delatraz Automotive and Venati, I think that was. Venari, or something like that, was in the 5th position. The graphic went a little bit too fast for me, but that's okay. That's my fault. I started talking as if I didn't want to see it anymore, so that is not on Mike at all. That's on me. As Shelley is right on the back bumper of Clasen's again. I thought there was going to be a change of positions for a second there with Wilson, but Wilson being out of the race, it looks like for the moment, really threw that for me with the timing tower. And Shelley had a bit of an issue, so not quite getting on the brakes as hard as they needed to, or potentially too hard. And that gap has been blown out of proportion as Clasen's makes that gap. And we're looking at Dominic Pesta. What happened to him? Yep, a little bit of contact with the Lamborghini and Ford. I believe that was Finley's Ford there. Just hitting him on the back and spinning him into the tyre, and it looks like he's crabbing, so he's going to have to come back and fix that one up, unless he was just doing a tyre check, but it looked like crabbing to me. As Shelley is still going around with a little bit of lap traffic, and then what was that? The 04 Mercedes having a bit of a self-inflicted incident there, just going a little bit wide. That was Davis. We haven't talked about Davis much this race, or that team much this race so far. And just running a little bit wide, I think just trying to allow for the LMP2s to come by, the LMP2 and the GTP. Got a little bit scared. Kept it point in the right direction though. Great save, making sure not to get any kind of damage. And continues on, so Davis doing a great job, keeping that car fairly safe. And what's the close? There's a battle between Pully and Alves. Alves actually making his way back up into the 3rd spot. I'm assuming that's because he's on a different strategy due to that penalty. But that is still fantastic to see. Yeah, he really is wicked fast. Alves putting on a show. The BMWs, as I said, like once they get a bit lower on the fuel, tires warmed up, they can be very quick, even though a lot of people don't quite like driving them. We've got a message from Max 9. He's basically cheering on Gendry, who we saw, or Gender, who we saw earlier on, and is in the 9th spot right now. That Porsche. Now, he's been very, very safe. Marius has been a very safe driver, probably the best driver in the GTP field at this point. We've had a lot of incidents, and I've never seen his name involved in any of them. Just keeping it clean up to this point and going about his race as per normal. And doing a great job of keeping that car underneath him without too much trouble. So Max was also asking, so if I did mention this a little while ago, but if you've just joined us, I'll reiterate it once again. So the way this race works, we've got 3 different classes. You've got the GTPs/hypercars, which are in your top class, and they will be signified by the yellow markers on the left-hand side of the names of the drivers. They are in the top class, who are going around, followed by the LMP2s, who are the blue bar on the left-hand side of the driver's name, and that is just signifying the difference in classes. They'll be a little bit slower, still with high downforce machines, but not quite as much power as the GTPs ahead, who have quite a lot of power. And the GT3s are marked as the pink symbols, and they will be your 3rd and slowest class for this race. They're all having their individual races inside of the overall event, is how this sort of system works. So the event is the Sebring 6HR, and within that you have the overall winner, which will be, in this case at the moment, Muscolino, and he will be currently winning in GTP, but he will win the GTP race as well as the whole race, but also the GTP race. And then Lewis will come in first if the standings finish the way it is right now. Lewis will be the first driver in LMP2, so he will be signified as winning the LMP2 race. So he will also get a trophy for winning, as well as Nausbaum, who is in first in the GT3s. So they're all in their individual races while racing on the same track at the same time, which is, as you can imagine, quite chaotic, but it makes for some fantastic racing. Much more entertaining than having a single class go around by itself and you just have one driver that is able to stay at the front the whole time and lead at the front. This is it's an endurance race in the Majors Endurance Championship. It is very physically and mentally demanding, and it requires our drivers to really think about every move made, as well as switching between drivers, which also adds a bit more of a team element. I was going to say elephant, to the race itself. So also always fantastic to see these things going on. Arc Motorsports TV is asking, how is Arc Motorsports getting on? Well, I'd say that Arc Motorsports, which drivers are those? You know straight away, Mike? I have... I'm being asked if we can have the Gendry POV for cinema. That's funny. Alright, as we have the teams displayed right there for you as well, so that's nice to see. Where are our Arc Motorsports teams? Alright, we will find them. As I don't see their name on the thing right there. There he is. Down in 47th overall at the rear end of the GT3 grid. There is our Alchemy Motorsports team. The 717 Ford Mustang. With a 159.291. So that's actually one of the faster laps of our GT3s towards the back of the grid, at least for the moment. Most of them running around the 2-minute mark, and you can run sub 2 minute. You're doing pretty well, I'd say, as a GT3. As that's Lisowski, sitting in the 22nd position in GT3. They're pretty locked in, don't want to disturb them. That's a good way to look at endurance racing. You know, it's interesting actually bringing that point up. Some drivers actually do better. I've never forgotten when I used to do a lot more racing. I used to do the Petit Le Mans, and I know you're not interested in that, but what you might be interested in is the driver that I was racing with ended up going faster when I was asking him math problems, and he would be doing math problems in his head while driving the car, which somehow made him quicker. Don't ask me why. I don't understand it, but it gained him like half a second a lap, which is bonkers in my mind. But, you know, some drivers like to be communicated with, others like complete silence. It's really personal preference. As Muscolino, he was the leader. Oh, that's a massive smack into the outside wall of Sunset. Just misjudged the distance between him and the GT3. I believe that was Tully's machine. And, yep. Oh, maybe Tully came over? Yeah, that will be interesting to look at for the review. I think that might be... that could be interesting. Could be either one's fault, to be honest with you. I could be looked at... It'll be looked at quite scrupulously by the race control men, I'm sure, and women of race control, whoever's in the booth, as Alves has taken over that race lead with Hegley and Pali all pretty close, actually, for the lead of the race. They've opened those gaps up a little bit more just now, but you can see Alves just ahead as we're looking at Hegley, and you've got Pali just behind. So there is never really a dull moment. I mean, we've had moments where we don't talk for a tiny bit, and all of a sudden there's an incident. So this race is really showing, or there could be just a battle on track or something going on. I mean, this race has really been indicative of what you usually see in endurance racing. Is there's a little bit of a lull here and there, and then all of a sudden everything happens, and then it's really interesting. And then there might be a little bit of a lull again, and then everything happens. And sometimes the everything happening could last an entire hour. It just depends on, obviously, what's going on at the time. Simmons has just come down pit road. Looks like Alves and Pali have gone down pit road as well from the first and third position. And Hegley's going to take over that top spot for the moment. And he's going to be thinking, right, well, if the two drivers around me have just come down pit road, I'm going to be pushing as hard as possible. While they're on cold tyres, they're switching out drivers as well. Looks like Alves was switching out to a different driver, as he has. Pasco has come in. So Tobias Pasco, the Czech driver, is coming in, going to fill that spot from Alves and take over what may be the race lead, depending on how fast Hegley it will be after he comes down pit road himself. As Shepard comes down pit road, chilling on pit road. Corraleo on pit road. I think he's still serving that incident from earlier on when he had that problem. The GT3. Oh man, the GT3s. Yes, I was right. Field is starting to make their way down pit road as well as the LMP2s. They've overlapped. Looks like a bit on some of their pit stops. As Shepherd actually jumped Schilling and Gendry looked like a little bit there in pit lane. Well, they're all exiting. They're all exiting fairly close together, and here we are under safety car from the look of it. So that's interesting. Do we have a... That might have been a randomly called safety car again. Yeah, that's exactly right. That makes exact sense as to why everyone was pitting. So we are under safety car for the second time in this race on lap 118, 3 hours, 47 minutes into the 6-hour race at Sebring. And this is getting interesting. I mean, it already was interesting. It's going to get more interesting, I'm sure, as we whittle it down. We might have, when we go back to racing green, we might just have around about 2 hours left to go. So very interesting indeed. As we're going to see the safety car catch up to the field at some point. And the field's going to catch up to the safety car, I guess. As there's a Mustang going slow. I wonder if they were just letting the GTP by, but I don't know if that's technically allowed under safety car regulations. That'll be one for the rule books. Obviously not wanting to lose that lap, potentially a bit of strategy and play there from the Mustang behind. I believe that was Finley's Mustang, or Fairley's Mustang, sorry. So that could be interesting, how that one gets looked at. If race control notices, of course, that happened. We caught it up here in the booth. So we'll see if they do as well. As they're going to catch the safety car at some point in the near future. And while they catch the safety car, we're going to take a small break after informing you that there's an unsafe rejoin that is under review for the 159. And we'll take a small break for about a lap or two while they catch back up to the safety car. Maybe I should wait until they get to the safety car itself, which I'll wait till they get to the safety car, because I'm not sure where the safety car is right now, because they're definitely all driving slow. That's for certain. No passing is happening, no nothing. Where is the safety car? It's gonna... Okay, so Thomas Surley is our safety car, or Sealy, and he's gonna wait, I believe, for the leader to come around again. So that explains why I was wondering where the safety car was. Still in pit lane. As the safety car drivers change up a little bit. And we're going to be... see, the drivers have been told basically to hurry it up and catch up to the safety car in good time. It's good to see... Yeah, hurry it up and I'm passing, exactly. It's good to see everyone in chat still putting out a lot of love for each other and for the races. That's always fantastic to see. We love the community. Sim racing community. I mean, it has to be said as a whole. I mean, majors as well. But as a whole, the sim racing community is incredibly welcoming. Very lovely people. If you've ever thought about sim racing and you're not quite sure, do give it a try. I say that it is an expensive hobby. That cannot be denied. But if you're willing to give it a go, I highly recommend giving it a try. There's a couple free series you can try. You still have to pay for the monthly subscription to iRacing, as well as getting yourself a Sebring setup. You can try it on a controller originally. However, I wouldn't recommend it because it's awful, especially for all the other cars around you. But if you want to just try it out for yourself initially, it's probably not the most terrible thing to do. Just with some computers, some AI, driving around yourself, getting used to it, and seeing what you think. Um, that's the cheapest way to get into it, from what I can think of, is just using the controller. But please upgrade from that as soon as you can, if that is where your entry point is, like it was for me. Um, so yeah, give it a try. If you have ever thought about it, highly recommend it. It's a whole heap of fun, and maybe we'll see you on the broadcast one day in the future. You never know. Alrighty, take care, guys. I will take a break for a lap or two while the safety car procedures are underway, and we'll see you in a bit. And we are back. Thank you for waiting for us to come back. We've had a couple. Well, I would say, gonna say questions. We've had a couple things in the chat. Lady Owl says, "Condre P6, don't stop, man." Is he still in P6? Yes, he is. We love seeing that, especially because, like I said, he's been really, really solid in not having any incidents and just keeping the car completely safe underneath him. It's been really a pleasure seeing him just a nice clean driver and just making his way up through the grid. So doing a great job. And I believe he's one of the few drivers that have been there since the beginning of the race. So that's a monster effort. If that's the case, and I'm remembering that correctly, because we're approaching 4 hours out of a 6 hour event. That's a monster of a job. Um, we've also got from Daniel Riley asking if someone did the 24 hours on a mouse and keyboard a few years ago, the 24 hour of the, of the Nürburgring. Um, it's funny because I remember a rumor about that as well. I never found out if it was true or not, but I can't imagine that being true. I mean, I can imagine them entering, but I can't imagine them actually doing any kind of what we would constitute as racing. Um, I can see them being a menace potentially, if that's the case. Because I'm not sure. I didn't even know if mouse and keyboard were able to be constructed as inputs to be able to race in iRacing. Oh, okay. Well, Mike's told me that you can. So I don't know why you would, but now we've just given everyone the idea. So whoops. As you can see, the GT3s are getting a wave by now. We've got a shout out for Marius from Diabolic. By the way, great name. Mac Watkins, sorry. Big shout out to the Vulcan boys. Nice to see support going on through the field. Daniel's letting us know that there was an MX-5 that got a DQ. Somehow I'm not surprised. But still, I mean, I guess you want to live on in infamy, you do something crazy like that. It's like how I still remember the controversy with the esports. What was the Williams esports team diving the bottom of Daytona, trying to get that done. Then you had the what was the one where they had the whole spa thing where they were cleaning the tires or cooling them down by going through the grass instead of the racetrack. Yeah, down past Eau Rouge and all that sort of stuff. I mean, but yeah, changing from wets to dries. That's right. Yeah. As Mike just reminds me. But yeah, so it's one of those things that sim racing, I would like to think is just like real racing. Everyone's trying to fight for that little bit of edge that gets them ahead. And when you're battling with racing drivers that are this talented, like the ones we have on track right now, 1/10 can make all the difference. And so if you can find that 1/10, and people might call it later on, they call it cheating. But at the time, if there's no rule against it, I mean, is it really cheating? Because that's the whole point of motorsport, is to find that gray area of the rule book. And if you can exploit it, if there's no rule against it, then you're allowed to do it. I mean, I'm going back a long way to before I was born, but it's like in the 60s when you had that classic one with the Ford versus Ferrari situation at Le Mans. And the Ford camp changed the entire brake assembly for a new brake assembly. And it's in the movie Ford vs Ferrari. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend watching it. It's a fantastic movie. And then the Ferrari camp was basically like, you can't do that. That's illegal. And then the Ford guys were saying, well, show us in the rule book where it says we can't. We changed the brakes. It's a part. yeah, sure, we can change the brake pad, but the whole brake part, it's still a part. So, and they got away with it. They were allowed to do it because it wasn't in the rulebook. So, um, you've always got to be on that fine edge of the rules if you want to be really competitive at the top end of motorsports. And that's what we see in the sim racing world as well as the real world. So obviously it's a bit more limited because you can't um, change mechanical aspects like that on vehicles. Not to that degree anyway. But, so as the driver, use a bit of ingenuity and you can make things work in your advantage. And people will call it cheating later on, but at the time, perfectly legal. So you can't really have a go at them for thinking about those things. A lot of support from Marius in the chat all of a sudden. And Gendra as well, also. I think Mike's having fun in the chat as well. Oh yeah, Marius is Gendra. Never mind. Well, it's been a long night. No, that's all right. Actually, adjusted my sleep pattern pretty well, I reckon. I got up at like 4 in the morning, 3 in the morning, sorry, for this race. Pretty good. Otherwise, I would have been going for 24 hours plus, and I don't recommend that to anyone. If anyone needs sleep, please get it. Unless you're driving one of these cars, in which case, don't. That would be bad if you suddenly fell asleep. Has happened before in different endurance races. I don't recommend it. Please try and stay awake if you can while you're driving the car. While there's no active laws against any of that, highly recommend not doing it. All right. Safety car looks like. I wonder if Thomas is going to bring that down pit road.
We may have.
This time, right?
Nope, one more
Nope,
at least.
next time. They've got at least one more lap to go. As the SudSpeed safety car continues to lead the pack around.
Oh, I am live with everybody, I guess. Everybody can hear me all this time.
Oh.
Oh,
I bet they're
great.
in like, hi, Mike.
That's great. Yeah, so we'll know we're going to get ready to go back green flag here. You're going to see the pace car start to go about 60% race speed, and to allow the the HPDs to get some heat up in their tires, so that when we do go green flag, they're not all slipping and sliding heading into turn one. So I was actually getting ready to jump in to say that, and that's when I realized, well, I'm already unmuted.
Well, that's good. That means that you didn't have to say it a second time. So, or something. I don't know what's going on with that. But either way, it's been a great race so far. 4 hours down. 4 hours, 5 minutes down. 40 seconds if you want to be 41, 42, 43. Anyway, as we're just taking a quick look at the leaders through the field. So Lewis has taken over, the third driver in that 111 machine. So they're leading the pack there in the LMP2 pack, that is. And Schwartz is your current leader, Yannick Schwartz, in the GT3 field. No, they might have. I was going to say they look like they've done the split. Yeah, they've done the split. Yeah, we're all good. Yep. Seal is definitely picking up pace. I'm not sure if they can still hear you or not, Mike. I'm assuming no. But maybe yes. I don't know. The spectators, that is. The Thomas Seal is picking up the speed. And the safety car is getting ready to go in. If not this time, by next time. but with picking up speed like this, I would say probably next time, because the drivers are a bit of a gap between every one of them at the moment. And yeah, so this will be the final lap, or should be the final lap under safety car, I'm assuming. Yeah, well, SudSpeed deserves some love right here. They are the major sponsor of the Majors Endurance Championship. So cheers to SudSpeed. I think it's SudSpeed, isn't it? With the two little dots on top instead of Sud? I think so. Yeah. Oh well. Either way, it's SudSpeed. SudSpeed. We're gonna just, I mean, if we say it enough, they'll just be happy with us anyway. Because because the sponsor just wants to be on broadcast as much as possible.
Yeah, they
Because
just
it
want a
makes
little
sense.
bit of loving, that's all.
Yeah, they can get some love. They can get some love.
So here in
Um,
just a couple of moments, we're going to start to slow this pace car back down to pace speed to allow everybody else behind them to re-catch up before we do get to the to the restart zone.
Alrighty. Well, you heard it from Mike's mouth. Mike knows what he's talking about. He's pretty smart. And I'm just here for the giggles. As evident just then. So Heagley is going to be our leader for the moment. Pally and Pasco in our second and third position, with Shepherd and Schilling rounding out our top 5 in the GTPs. Lewis, Alpha Hal, Lee, Warner, and Simmons are in our top 5 for LMP2. And our top 5 for GT3 will be Schwartz, Xiaohuan, Oliveira, Neshev, and Fairley. As we get ready to go green for the third time today. The second safety car has come in. Restart zone is there. We'll see where Hegley decides to put the gas on. Waits till he's pointed in the right direction, and there we go. We're back underway once again. 4 hours, 10 minutes on the clock. Hegley, Pali, Pasco, they are leading fairly substantially. Nice climb leaders in LP2 coming through now. Lewis, Alfal, as we section back to Xiaohan. And got a bit disappointed. Yep, thanks, Mike. We got Schwartz in first position, and we're checking all over the place, as Pali is once again in the second spot, and we're focusing on him with Pasco just behind. And there might have been an incident as Hermonk is having to get, oh no, that was Hermonk's actually okay. It was Smith that had that bit of an issue. What happened with him in the LMP2 field? And it looks like just a self-spin and not hitting anyone else. No, beautiful avoidance from the rear end of the LMP2 grid. That is fantastic. We love to see that sort of stuff. Everyone paying massive attention on the restart. Everyone knows the restart is the most dangerous time on the racetrack. And keeping a close eye out just in case of any incidents. And there's Alpha Hal. Now he is going to be looking for Lewis, because he knows that 111 team has been the biggest threat by far for this LMP2 grid. And Alpha Hal has been here before. He was our first driver in this team. And so I think he took a break, and now he's back in the car again. So he's going to be looking for a move. As what happened here? Siemens has another issue. That machine has had a very awful day. 34 has been in the absolute wars, and it looks like he's going to have a self-spin potentially. Yep, round she goes. And there it is. So, thankfully gets it stopped and gets it turned around very neatly as well, must be said. As Siemens makes his way through the GT3 field, as Alpha Hau is losing out a little bit to Lewis, who's gained that up to 0.8 of a second, the gap between first and second. And who else have we got battling? Oliveira and Chauhana battling for the second place in GT3. Neshev is there as well. As Di Pesta has a black flag. That's happened all of a sudden. Oliveira's made the move on Chauhan. What happened to Pesta? I'm assuming he's just got the incident limit. That's okay. The drive through to the 001. Avoidable contact with the 81. So the 001. I remember seeing that car somewhere. It's a GTP. Oh yeah, that is Pesta. So there you go. I was going to say that is a GTP from memory. And yep. Well, he's got the black flag issued. So will he come down this time by, or will he come down in the next couple of laps? Determine now. He's going to wait for the next couple of laps. That would be probably what I would do as well, given the situation. All the cars are stacked up really close and tight together. And you're going to lose much more time if you come in now than if you extend that penalty for as long as possible. Keeping in mind, of course, that you don't want to extend it too long, because then you will get a DQ. As Pali is moved in front of Hegley for the lead. So the lead of this race has just changed hands. I'm not sure if we can get a quick look at how that lead change happened. Thank you very much, as Hegley was in the lead by a considerable margin. Did he just get a bit loose? And yes, he did. Just a bit off the track, and Pali's going to say, thank you very much, I'll take that. And first place is his, as Hilden had a... Was that a bit of a scrap with the Aston? Yes, it was. Oh, that's a bit of a shunt there to the side of Hilden's car, sorry. But Roland Pali, I think our solo Romanian driver, apologies if I'm wrong for saying that, but it's the only Romanian flag I think I've seen so far. And he's done a great job. I mean, he's in first. You can't ask for much better than that at this point. As he makes his way through Sunset, leading the field. And I don't know how these front runners cope with it, but I can tell you whenever I'm near the front of a pack, my heart beats faster than I think at any point in my life, which is crazy to say out loud, because there's plenty of times which are much more serious than sim racing, but obviously I take this very seriously, and I think some people do as well. It just plays with your mind, and you've got to try and put that sort of thought and all the process into the back of your mind. As Higley's actually losing out a bit to Pali there. Pasco's about to challenge him for the second position. Shepard and Schilling not too far behind them. There's a little bit of a move happening for Fioroni on Gendry. Again, Gendry is just keeping it pointed. No fighting. Not too much, as I was about to say that, but thinking about it. Nope. Again, lifted off early to make sure there was enough of a gap between the two cars and just keeping himself pointed in the right direction. Marius is doing a fantastic job of that. I said it before, I'll say it again. I think he's been the best GTP on the field for clean racing right now. And just knowing exactly where everyone's going to be and positioning his cars in the right way, as we've got a battle heating up, there we go, for the lead. Oliveira has Schwartz and Chauhan not too far behind. 3/10 separating all these drivers. As Oliveira in the Corvette. We saw that Corvette have an issue not too, well, probably an hour or two ago now, but I'm pretty sure we saw that one have a little bit of spin into the wall. So that's a fantastic recovery. And that's the thing with these endurance races. You just recover. I mean, you've got to keep it pointed. Just keep going. Because you will recover those places if you just keep churning laps over and over. And that's exactly what's happened. And we're going to go back and see the pass for the lead. Here is Oliveira making that move into T1. Doesn't go wide like the Mustang in front. Gets it done. Mustang has to give the room and does so. And Chauhan thought about it as well. Wasn't able to do it, but that was Schwartz there who had to give up that top spot. And Schwartz is now under fire from Chauhan, not too far behind. Chauhan's really looking like he wants this place. Something desperate as they head into sunset. Less than a 10th between the two for a second there. And Chauhan's going to go to the inside. Not quite close enough to make a move. Close enough to tap the rear end if he wanted to. Decided against it. Probably a good idea. As Chauhan's still trying to do it. And Pascoe sets the fastest lap of the race. Or was the fastest lap of the race. The 146.198, I believe that is. If I can read that right. And who just set the fastest lap of their fastest lap of the race? Sorry, Mike. Oh, that was partly the race leader, you're right. 146.356. So that is flying. If you can see on the timing board right there on the left of your screen, next to the drivers' names, their last time by, and he was the only one in the whole of the GTP field who got less than a 146.5. And he just set the fastest lap. Okay, well, I mean, the timing couldn't be much better than that. As Pali just sets the fastest lap of the race with 146 flat. So if he can get it to 145s, I mean, that's incredible. Also, I don't know where he's found this speed all of a sudden. Not to say that he was slow before, because he wasn't. But was that car ever in the lead at one point? I think it was, but I don't think Pali was driving it at the time. And then there was that massive incident with either his car or his teammate's car that was near the front at one point. But either way, Pali is absolutely flying at the moment. Building up that gap really quick as well. You can see Hegley dropping back. You can see the interval growing. For the most part, obviously dropping a little bit there because, you know, he's got to prove me wrong. There it is. It's going back up a little bit now. As Pali continues through the Le Mans chicane.
Everybody don't hate me for this. So he's only led 3 laps for his team.
Okay, so Pali's only led 3 laps. But that doesn't mean that his car hasn't led more. So that's, and also, I don't know if you said that to everyone to hear it.
Yes.
But, so Mike said, you all heard that, right? Mike said, don't hate me for this, and then brought up a tiny window at the bottom of the screen. Why would anyone hate that for you? What's going on?
Because that's the NASCAR one. We're not watching NASCAR, we're watching IMSA.
I mean, you're right, but I mean, if they're hating on that, they've got, surely there's other things to worry about.
Okay, I'm myself.
Okay, you do that, Mike, as you go back to mute. But Pali's still leading this race. It looks like Schilling is catching up to Shepard. That's a battle for the 4th position. And Shelley is also catching up to Chris Ham. Chris Ham's come out of nowhere. We have seen that car before. I'm not sure if Chris Ham's been in it, though, unless we've just missed when Chris Ham was in the car before. I don't remember seeing that name on screen. Eager Martin saying, what a restart from Bjorn. And I know the restart was a little bit ago, but I've just read that now. That was a great restart. It's great restart from a lot of these drivers, in fairness. As we keep an eye on Shelley and Chris Sam for the moment. Schilling still catching up to Shepard, not letting him go. Still 4/10 between the two of them. Neshev and Chauhan are really getting really close, actually, in the 4th position, or battle for 3rd in GT3. Schilling and Shepard are getting even closer in the battle for 4th in GTP. And we've also got a battle for 4th in LMP2 as well. That's weird. That is very weird. As Schilling is trying to make way past Shepard here. Not going to be able to make a doing, but I think he's got a bit more of a run on the exit of the corner. Only a little bit. It kind of evens out a little bit there. As who gets the better run through turn 1? It's definitely Schilling on the back end of turn 1. Shepard a little bit wider than Schilling right now into turn 2. Through 3 into 4. Beautiful racing from these drivers. Fioroni's not too far behind them either. Looking in. As we jump on board with David Schilling. And they've got GT3 traffic in front, which is going to slow them a little bit. Especially into this complex. Where do we go? The drivers are separated. Going to have to side their way through. Nicely done. As you can see, this camera angle really gives you an insight into how hard it is for these drivers to navigate these slower cars. Ooh, I thought Schilling might have had a late gambit on it, but decided against it. Shepard splitting him 3 wide. Oh yeah, no, that gap was definitely closing for Schilling. Couldn't do it, and that's going to cost him major time. And Fioroni is going to be happy about the fact that Schilling is right back with him, but also not happy about the slowing down because he's going to be slowing down as well. And now Gendry is right back at it. Gendry is really the overall winner of that little situation, as he's caught right back up to the back bumper of Fioroni again. And the GT3s are allowing enough space for the GTPs to come through. Beautifully done. And as I've said it before, but the amount of respect shown between the classes in this race so far has been pretty top-notch. I mean, a few incidents here and there, but that is to be expected in an endurance race such as this. And let's see what Gendry can do. He's probably the fan favourite, I'd have to say, at this point. Seems like he might be getting the fan vote at the end of the race. Quite a bit of support for him. The Frenchman representing very well. We thought about it. Well, I don't think he actually thought about it, but it looked about it. As I've said before, Gendry is just a very, very safe, very clean driver throughout this race. That car I have never seen involved in it. Not even a spin, not even anything. It's that's the track record we like to see.
Yeah, he's just been absolutely, minding his P's and Q's, but yet, he's executing when he can and when it is absolutely safe to do so, and that's just absolutely incredible because that's something that we don't see, every single race is somebody who's able to execute just like that to get around that Ford Mustang. He did it so well, he timed it perfectly, and he's just keeping his nose clean. It's absolutely phenomenal what he's been doing all race.
Yeah, cheers, Mike. Absolutely. Couldn't agree with you more on that one, as we have touched on that a few times, but it's always nice to keep it going. And, the people with the cleanest race aren't necessarily the most on camera, but definitely deserving of the spotlight for his own right as well, as it looked like Hermock is catching up to Santiago for the 10th place in class. And Santiago, a driver we haven't mentioned yet. I believe they've just had a driver swap in that machine. I think they had an incident earlier on as well, if my memory is to be believed and is proven true, of course, as they've got some lap traffic ahead of them. Seems like it works out decently okay. And they're catching up to the back bumper of Verdonk as well. Not quite, actually. A little bit of ways. That's just a left car, sorry. Behind them. That's actually Sacramento in front of these two drivers right now. And that looked like a little bit of a mistake from Hermok there. So he's going to be opening that gap back up. Marinho is getting close to Penru. The Penru in the GT3s. And Smith is getting close to Porter in the LMP2s as well. There's too many battles going on track. I'm really overworking Mike here in the booth as he tries to keep up with me. Smith and Porter, again, very, very close together. Porter had that incident, or at least his team did, has had a couple of incidents in this race. Both of them have. And speaking of, a little bit of a touchy-feely moment for both of them. A little bit more. Oh, not happy, not happy. That's the not happy flash that we were talking about. Could mean a lot of different things. More contact. Woo, as Smith goes through eventually. I wonder if Porter's not going to be too happy about that. I can't imagine he is. And I thought there might have been something there that would have been bad. Thankfully, both drivers keeping it relatively clean. Yeah, there's a bit of touchy-feely between these drivers. Bit of unhappiness, I think, spread on that little battle there. But thankfully the gap is opening a little bit, so shouldn't be too much more craziness from these two, you'd hope. And Hermok has had an issue. What's happened here? As the Ferrari takes a little bit of a detour. And that's not where the track goes. Rejoins relatively safely. And gets it going again. The Czech driver keeping the car pointed in the correct direction after losing a couple spots. And did he lose it straight after? His tyres would still be warm? No, he kept it alright. He's good. Alrighty. Back to our live pictures once again. And which battle should we focus on? Shelley and Christian, probably? Or is there... What's happened here with Kazoru? What's happened with Kazoru? His Aston Martin is not looking so great. And that's a big reason why. Whee! Into the wall. Goodbye, rear bumper. Yep, that's a meeting of two cars, and that is a meatball for sure. Hermok also has a meatball, and that's way off the circuit. Interesting choice of line there, as he's really just struggling to keep that car going in the right direction. And here's another issue. Let's have a look for Yamsen goes around. And that's one of the first cars we actually saw when we were opening this this broadcast, and Hermok's had a connectivity problem. That's all you're going to get, unfortunately, from that incident. But he's obviously had some sort of... Petro has had some sort of issue. And whether it was just the fact that he's gone... Oh, boy. No, we won't just watch him. That's okay. He's going to try his best. But there's been all sorts of incidents all of a sudden. Carl D. Base is talking about Preston's sick passes. And apparently we've missed some of them. Apologies for that. Where is Preston? I don't see Preston. Preston. Not Pesto, Preston is who Kyle's talking about. There he is, Preston Lee. He's made his way up into second position. And you're right, he has done a few sick passes because Alpha How has, or was in the second position and is not anymore. So Lee's definitely made some gains, losing out to Lewis in front, but that is neither here nor there, as he's done a great job keeping that, putting that back into second position, that LMP2 machine, and driving right onto the ragged edge. Alpha How is trying to keep with him as well, using that draft effectively as they're going to catch up to some GT3 traffic. And they might come up to the traffic in the hairpin, which is probably the worst place to find it, as there's a drive-through for the number 6 machine for avoidable contact with the 132. So that penalty is going to be issued in due course. As you can flash the lights, but I'm not sure how much room you're going to have, Lee. They're fighting tooth and nail. 3 wide into the hairpin is not a good idea. Good thing you backed out of it. Alpha How wanted to get involved as well, but also had to back out of it. 2 wide. The GT3s are really going to stack them up right here. Lee doesn't want to be a part of it. He wants to get through. He's managed to do so. And so is Alpha How. He's going to take advantage of this little incident. There's a bit of contact between the two of them. Not quite enough to send Lee around. Thankfully, Alpha How could have kept the foot in it, left it off a little bit so that Lee wouldn't go around. They wouldn't have an issue. But the two of them fighting tooth and nail. Alpha How has another run at it. They're going to head towards the Le Mans chicane. There's a very tricky couple of small kinks in the track, and he's going to take advantage, take the lead, or the lead of this pack back anyway, the lead of the two, as they fight tooth and nail for second place. Alpha How is going to take that one back, and we're going to see Lee fight back very soon, I am sure of that, as Pascal has a yellow flag next to his name. So he's had a bit of an issue as well. Let's have a look at Tobias Pascal, who's also from the Czech Republic. As what's happened here? Oh, just a little bit of a whoopsie-doo. That's not much to comment on there. Just a little bit late on the brakes, and Lee is actually getting gapped a little bit by Alpha How now. Could have been a little bit of traffic helping out with that one. But Parley just set a 45.8, and what did I say earlier? If he sets a 45, I don't know what I said. I probably said I'd blow my mind or something. So, mind blown. I'm glad I didn't say I'll eat a sock or something, because that would be not very tasty. As it looks like Alpha How is still gaining that little bit. Shelley is trying desperately to catch up to Chris Ham, but has been unable to do so ever since. That's okay. We'll stay on board with Schilling at the moment because that's a closer battle, and we've just gone away from it. Oh, the communication in the booth is still getting worked out. Shelley and Chris Ham have been having this battle for a long time, basically since the caution flag has disappeared and we've gone back to racing. Shelley has been within half a second of Chris Ham, unfortunately not able to get it doing. And what's happened to Gendry? Gendry's gone out. Is he just lost connection? Oh, that's brutal. No! We've lost our most popular driver. Marius Gendry has unfortunately been ejected from the session due to internet connectivity issues. And that is absolutely awful. That's the last thing we want to see. That definitely does suck. As unfortunately, that's probably going to be the race ending for that one. And that team has been so consistent, so calm and collected this whole race. That's an awful ending for them. As Fioroni and Schilling are still having their battle. And for the 5th position, there's a nice battle happening in GT3 now. I'm looking at it. The 2nd place, Neshev, Chauhorn, Fairley. The 3 of them biting for that spot. But there's not too much, so it looks like the battles have eased off a little bit. Potentially some more happening in the GT3 field. As we'll take a look. It looks like actually that Neshev's battle with Chauhon and Fairley has gained out a little bit as well. Only a little bit. Still the drivers quite close together, within a minute of each other. Speaking of, Shepard now within half a second of Pascoe. So Shepard catching up to Pascoe. Fioroni's going to be very happy to see this as well, because he's going to be thinking, well, if you guys start battling, I'll be right on the doorstep as well. And Schilling's not too far behind us also. So, I mean, these GTPs are pretty stacked up at the moment. First time I've seen a comment from Xanox. Thank you for joining us in the spectator area and giving a comments as well. Always a pleasure to read new ones or old ones, doesn't matter. And he's saying Mech could potentially reconsider their server choices. Well, I'm not too sure what the server is, to be honest with you, whether it's an American or European server. Maybe Mike could tell me about that. I'm not sure if he knows either. Maybe he does. But yeah, Mike's going to take a look at that one for us, whether the server is in Europe or if it's in America. But either way, that is very unfortunate for Marius, as he has left the... What happened to Pascal Pitt? Okay, I was going to say. While we were talking and looking at the chat, Pascal came down the pits. Shepard took over the 3rd spot. And we are in the US server. So we are in the US server. With predominantly European drivers, it would seem. I think they're the predominant, it looks like. So potentially that's something to consider in the future. We'll take a look at it as we go. Unfortunately, with the European server, certain connections are terrible. I'm just going to say this now. Me, myself, being an Australian, and I know some of the other admins in the major series are Australian as well. Australian connection to the server in Europe is abysmal. For lack of a better word, it's absolutely awful. And we do try to cater to everyone here in the major series, and I think the US server is the best, catering to all corners of the globe, as far as I'm aware. I'm sure that can be argued in certain respects, but as far as I'm aware, that is the fairest for everyone, which is probably why we run in the American server. But it's certainly something that can be discussed at length among the admin team afterwards. So we'll see what we can do about that. So we'll keep on board with what the battling is right now, though, as Pesta is right on the back of Schilling, closing the gap, actually, for the 4th position in GTP. And going for the move. No, that's a lap car. Never mind. I thought that was going for the move for a second. I got really excited. Oh, and then Vimani was going for the move. Pesta, Schilling. What just happened? Potentially interesting moment. It looks like Pesta's fallen down a little bit. I think they had a little bit of a red blip going for a second there. So coming through traffic might have been a bit interesting. Hegley's down pit road. He's actually down on pit exit. So we'll take a look at what exactly happened there, because we just missed it on the broadcast. So Pesta made the move here, entering the hairpin. And Whoa! Tried to go 3 wide, nothing doing. That explains everything that we thought we saw. Because that's the tightest part on circuit. I think it is the tightest part on circuit, if not one of them. And it's the heaviest braking zone on circuit for sure. So just not enough room for all the cars to go around together. But Schilling's going to be the winner of that one, as he made it through without issue. As Xiaohon has a black flag in third position, or now fourth, for the GT3s, as that position's just been swapped. And it's going to swap again as Penrue's come down and passed him, as that's a incident point limit for Xiaohon. So unfortunately, the 161 will have that drive through for incident limit. And he's going to find it difficult to get into pit road with all of this calamity right now, because what is happening? 3 wide into the hairpin never works, but apparently on this occasion it does. I don't understand, but you know what? Physics apparently doesn't apply, and we are fine to go and keep racing, because that was incredible stuff with all the classes all over the top of each other. It's almost hard to see what's going on, to be honest with you, as Caroleo is inside this pack with that Ferrari GTP. And this pack of cars is crazy. They are going to sort themselves out, though. As they do so, the LMP2s make it past the GT3s. The GTPs are making it past them. And we should be relatively unscathed throughout all of that. That's amazing driving. And amazing awareness to be able to survive everything that just happened. With all those cars bunched up that close together, as Schilling is trying another move on Shepard. Shepard got caught up behind that GT3. Schilling didn't. So we'll see if Schilling can catch right back up. Cheering on Delta V for the double overtake. Always nice to see some support again in the broadcast chat. Let us know who you're cheering on. I know I've said it before, I'll say it again, as Schilling goes for a little bit of a skid, and Pester's going to take advantage. Or is he there side by side for the 4th position? Heading into the hairpin, it's going to be close. Ooh, it looks like Schilling has that inside line, though, and Schilling's able to keep it, but doesn't have the runoff. Pester's coming back. You can see them just in the background of shot. There's a little bit of a fight there. I don't know if they made contact or not. It looked pretty close. But Pester's able to keep it. So Pester does end up making that position gain over Schilling. And they were having an absolute fight for the 4th position. Pester, again, trying to recover from that incident from, I believe, their other driver was involved in earlier on. And when I say earlier on, I mean within the first couple hours of this race. We are nearing 1 hour to go as we close up the end of the race, which is why you're probably seeing a little bit more speed out of some of these drivers, a little bit less etiquette shown, as the drivers will heat up and they will think, okay, we got 1 hour to go, time to gain as many positions as possible, as the LMP2s start their pit cycles once again. Alpha Hao, Lee, and Classens are all down pit lane. It's not raining. As Warner is also joining them. Lepenru in the GT3s is also down pit road. Alrighty, Schilling is still in the 5th position, still on the back of Pester. And we've lost him for a second. Here he is, he's back, okay. So Pester is going to be feeling it, but he's also catching up to the back of Shepard quite quickly. So Shepard might have been stuck behind. He is stuck behind an LMP2. So this could get very interesting very quickly. As Shepard's still going to be stuck behind that LMP2. Oh, that's not what he wants to see. No, he's going to make the dive. He's going to have to do that to be able to open it up. And that was Shelley there. Shelley's actually made his way into second and gone around Chisholm, sorry. So made that one work. As Pesta's still closing the gap, I believe, to Shepard and bringing Schilling along with him. So this 3-car battle for the last spot on the podium could be very interesting as we've just hit lap 146. Go through Sunset Bend, very, very bouncy. This is where the drivers really have to take it easy. Of course they don't, because why would they? They are going fast and flat out all the time as Pesta's really reeling in Shepard. And Shepard's got to be careful of the flock coming in behind him. There's a bit of a farm joke for you. As here comes Pesta still closing that gap. Not as quickly as he'd probably want to see it. Schilling's going to be happy though, because if he can take a little bit more time, Schilling might be able to close back up, because Schilling's lost out in the pace a little bit. But you know what I love to see about this more than anything else is the fact that you've got a Porsche, followed by a Ferrari, followed by a BMW. And that is always great to see, a little bit of manufacturer fighting. Although Schilling, as I say that, has lost out into that hairpin. Something happened. He did seem like he was going quite slow while we were watching. So I'm not sure what happened to him. It didn't look like he had an incident of any degree. Just a little bit slow. You can see the tires. We haven't mentioned that at all yet. This race is the brakes glowing like crazy on the front, especially of these GTPs. I mean, they're dropping down from, I don't know exactly how many miles an hour it is, but I know they're dropping a lot of speed, probably over, well, definitely over 100 miles an hour, maybe even more, to go into some of these corners. I mean, it's pretty incredible stuff that we're witnessing. As it looks like Pesta's not able to close the gap. That's all right. Mike, you don't have to apologize every time something happens. It's all good. Pesta is losing out a little bit. Actually, was slower that lap to Shepard. They're all running their fastest laps, though. In the top 5, there's only Schilling and Parley didn't run their fastest laps, with Fioroni actually dipping into the 145s. As Rosquist was actually catching in the GT3s. And what happened to Chisholm? So Chisholm had an incident, I believe. Oh, okay. It wasn't him so much. Jaeger Martins had a bit of an issue, it looks like, to start this all off. Oh my! That's a hip and shoulder if I've ever seen it. That was like a fish slap. You know when you grab a fish after fishing and then they're wiggling their tail around, they slap you in the face? That's crazy. And Guest had a similar spinneroonie. Unassisted, of course, this time, but did have a spin as well. And the drivers keep going without a problem. Thankfully, it looks like no one got any lasting damage from that. As we look back a little bit to Santos and Cursis, I think they are pretty close together as Schilling makes his way through lap traffic. There we go. So Santos was closing in on the back of Cursis. But looks like Cursis has opened it up just a bit as we were about to look at it. But you know what? Let's look to Rosquist. If you can do that, Mike. Sorry about that, jumping you all over the place. So Rosquist is in 4th position, GT3. And he is just under half a second behind Fairley. Schwartz is leading the pack of the GT3s at the moment with Neshev, Fairley, Rosquist, and Villain, which, by the way, is possibly the best name ever. It's probably Villain, not Villain, but well, it's fine. As you can see, the GTPs have come down pit road. So they're getting work done on those machines. As this battle intensifies, because Rosquist is actually catching up to the back of Fairley in the straightaways for sure. A little bit less in the corners. I never thought well, I was going to say, I never thought I'd say Mustang's faster than anything in the corners, but it turns out they're both Mustangs, so that makes sense, I guess. As Rosquist, we've seen their team on camera a few times, but we haven't talked about the drivers much. And he's been doing a pretty good job so far. They've had a few incidents, but they're keeping it under them for the moment. And really trying hard to catch up to Fairley and gain that podium spot. And Fairley actually set their fastest lap of the race with a 1:58.81 to try and keep Rosquist behind. But Rosquist was only, well, less than 400ths slower. So, or just over 400 slower. So really, there's not much difference between them. And with Rosquist in the draft, that's going to make him really catch up to Fairley. All right. Fastest time of the race in total. So that, Ferrari there in the mix is going to quell that battle just a bit. As fastest lap of the race was Caroleo with a 1:45.76. I mean, these drivers are pushing it as fast as you could probably push a car. As Santos goes to the inside of Guest. Ooh, maybe a tiny bit of contact there. Sharp is trying to get involved. There's a GTP on the outside. Not going to be able to get it done, but really wants it done. He's going to have to wait just a little bit. Santos holds onto the position now from Guest. The GTP is going to force their way through. And then Sharp's going to take advantage of the GTP doing that. As Sharp's going to pass Guest. And not fully past though. They're still sort of side by side. Sharp goes for the cutoff. Makes sure Guest knows that he can't try anything crazy. And they're going to keep it fairly solid for the moment. Guest got a better run though. Here comes another GTP. Not going to be a factor though, as Sharp's going to have to give way. No, he doesn't. Guest not quite close enough. He's still coming though. He wants it so bad. Not quite close enough yet. He's smelling the blood in the water. Guess really, really wants this, and Sharp wants it from Santos. This is very, very good LMP2 racing right now. Ooh, and it looks like Sharp's going to send it on Santos. Does so. Santos had to go really, really wide. Guest is going to try and take advantage because he's going to have the runoff as well. Because he didn't have anyone to fight. No, he's not going to be close enough. They're all drafting off each other. This is incredible racing as Guest... Ooh, Santos goes for the move again. Not quite close enough to get it done on Sharp. Whoa, this is intense. Santos desperately wants that spot. Not able to get it done, though. He wants it back. Sharp has taken over both these guys. Sharp's really the one that won out. As he's going to try his best to run away with it. Guest drop back just a little bit. Santos is still there. Not quite out of the woods yet is Sharp. And holding the gap at about 4/10 though. Sharp able to find some pace where the others haven't. And keeping that LMP2 underneath him without any issues. Looks like he didn't get the run off the corner he wanted. Santos comes back a little bit. The gap has opened though. Not going to be enough to get anywhere close. Guest has fallen back a little bit more. And Santos has fallen back a little bit from Sharp now as well. Probably allowing for the fact that there was a GT3 coming out of pit lane. And what just happened to Fioroni? He's got a meatball. Fioroni was leading, wasn't he? Or he was near the top. If he wasn't leading, he was in second or third. I'm pretty sure I saw him in second last time I was looking. What happened to Fioroni? Oh, what? Oh! That definitely took my breath away. That was brutal. I know I've said that too much, but whoa! Was that just a snap? Did it just snap loose on him? Got up on the curb a little bit. Yep, came down. All of a sudden, too much power in the front. I wonder. Okay. So when you get on the curb like that, you want to do a little bit of a lift off, because that's the only way you can make sure that the car's not trying to put too much power down too quickly. And then you put it down when the car settles back onto the racetrack. And he might have just held it down just a little bit too much. And as he's gone up on the curb and come back down to the racetrack, the tires spun way too quick for how fast the car was actually going, because there's no resistance. When the car's in the air, then the tire slams back down. All of the resistance all of a sudden applies. Round she goes. Because one wheel does turning faster than the others, and that never works. So Fioroni has gone from having an amazing car to a little bit of a sad day, to an amazing car, to another little bit of a sad day. So that has been an up and down scenario. If I could say it any better, I would. But Santos, right now, still on the back of Sharp, and Guest has closed up a little bit as well. So this LMP2 battle will not go away. They just keep on fighting. And this is just entertaining to watch. I mean, in all honesty, it's kind of hard to give you the right commentary because I'm enjoying watching it just as much as I am calling it. As Sharp continues to lead this battle, Santos, Guest, and even Doppelsberger is starting to get involved as well. So as they keep on fighting like this, they're going to bring more and more battles towards them. It looks like Pasco in the lead of the race has checked out a little bit, about 10, 11 seconds ahead of City, who is in the second position. Now, I don't remember seeing City's name, so City might be a bit of a newcomer to the grid, and by that I mean that's the third driver in that machine. And gonna have to do a pretty good job to keep Kingswell back, because Kingswell is coming. And Griffith falls a little bit back because of lap traffic, but Kingswell's able to keep it going. Miato is now in pit lane. We don't have to change to him. I'm just making the comment because he is the only one on pit lane at the moment, apart from Fioroni, of course, after having that damage. Chauhan also joins him as well. The GT3 getting a little bit involved there with Kingswell, but thankfully nothing too bad as Kingswell catches right up to the back bumper of City. Not quite close enough to have anything though. That looked like it was well offline, sorry, was Kingswell, and that's why nothing was able to happen. We are within the last hour to go as I just checked the time. So we're going to be wrapping this one up. Sanox letting us know that the cold tyres are very harsh on the Ferrari. Thank you for letting us know that, as Kingswell closes right up to the back bumper of City as we enter the pit lane for, I don't think the final time. I think we're going to have to see one more pit stop for these GTPs. It's going to be close, but I do think we have one more stop in store. As these drivers all make their way down pit road, and they're leaving fairly closely together as well. Pasco has lost the lead of the race while in pit lane. I wonder if that is cold tires. That's become a factor there. Interesting. Or I say cold tires, I mean new tires. I wonder if that's played a role in that. Probably has. And are they under safety car right now? They are. Oh, the random safety car with an hour to go strikes again. Alrighty. Alright, we were just checking if Cox Inho was maybe a potential reason for that caution, but it turns out he was not, just slowing down for the safety car. So, caution randomly drawn once again. And that will be our third caution of the race, which will make it our fourth restart when we go back to green. And that means we're going to have about a 40-minute shootout to the end of the race. And that has stacked the field up really close once again. It's going to be good. Don't go anywhere. I'm sure we'll see you back shortly, but I'm going to take a break once more while we're under caution. And we will be back in a little bit.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Sebring International Raceway, as we are in the final hour of the Sebring 6 hours here for the Majors Endurance Championship. As you see, we got one driver pulled off to the side there, not sure what's going on, but if you guys have not been here all race long, you guys have been missing some awesome, amazing races. I mean, these guys have been just absolutely going at it since the start of the green flag. Just about 5 hours, 8 minutes ago. Almost 5 hours, 9 minutes now. These guys are working their third caution of the day, and this should be our final caution, so we will go back green flag roughly with just about 45 minutes left in today's race. Currently on top of the standings, it is Corey Price in that number 80 BMW HPD. I'm sorry, GTP. Wrong car. That was last week. Daniel Perez Santiago, he will be second there, followed by Tobias Pasco in the number 89 BMW, Kyle Griffiths in that Ferrari, and rounding it out is going to be Nicholas Kingswell. Over in your LMP2 division, Bruce Jackson in that number 822, he is taking over the race lead. And right behind him, you got Mackenzie Sharp, Rogerio Santos, and Alexander Bedsberger. Oh, I did not say that wrong. Okay, I probably did, but hey. The only person who's probably going to be listening in here is going to be Gareth. And then Elliot Barron in that 111 machine will be your top 5 here for your LMP2s. Over in your GT3 class, Zane Smith in that number 81 Ford Mustang. He's going to be taking over the race lead. And then you got Yon Nashef in the number 42 AMG machine. And then followed by Oliver Rosequist in that Ford Mustang. Taylor Conway and Maxwell Phillips. That will round out your top 5 in your GT3 class. So a lot of these drivers are still pretty much nose to tail throughout this whole entire field. I really don't think there are any drivers really one lap down. You know, that's, I should say, a far lap down from their class. So these drivers are actually doing a fantastic job. Keeping themselves up to pace. I am looking now. We do have, I think, two GTPs that are a lap down to all the other GTPs. All of your LMP2s, they are all on the same lap here. And all but probably about 7 or 8 of your maybe about 9 or 10 actually of your GT3s are on the same lap. So these drivers are absolutely doing a phenomenal job here in the 6-hour event at this speedway. And let me tell you what, I think we are possibly getting ready to go back green flag racing. Let's see here.
Yeah, I tell you what, if we're going to green flag racing pretty soon, I'm excited for it. Thanks, Mike, for taking over duties just for a quick moment. Appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Well, I had a little bit of a break. And, Mike Taylor, as always, putting in a hell of an effort and keeping us going, working functionally up here in the booth. We've got, less than an hour and 48 minutes, hour and 47 minutes. You're right. Yeah, right, fair enough. And we're looking ready to go. I'm excited. I hope you are. You can feel the energy sort of ramping up. Yeah, it sounds pretty good. Price is in the lead right now, and he's gonna get us going into the next few stages. And it's nice to see a BMW, both BMWs, if we're honest, at the front of the field right now.
Yeah, this is gonna feel more like a IMSA, an iRacing IMSA championship race here, as they only run 45 minutes, in the official sessions. So this here is just going to be their normal IMSA 45-minute race here. And I mean, if like I said earlier, if anything leading up to this point has been beautiful, I think we're going to see an absolute chaotic finish here, but in a very good way.
I couldn't have said it better myself, mate. Um, this is going to be really good. I'm very excited for it. Um, I mean, we've had incidents, we've had close racing, we've had very calm drivers, we've had very aggressive drivers, we've had um, people going off track, we've had safety cars throwing their own spin on things and changing up the field. We've had tows, we've had wheels falling off of cars. I mean, issues with steering, well, steering wheels maybe, but definitely pedals as well. I mean, we've had pretty much everything you'd expect from an endurance race, and we've had 5 hours of it. It's been really, really good to see. It's been ramping up this whole time, and I'm excited to see what happens if we're not going to be going green this time because the field would be a lot more stacked up than they are right now. I believe we've got, who's that? Is that Kingswell coming down pit lane? I see what Kingswell's doing. So Kingswell's done a bit of a strategy call here. He's decided that he might be able to make it all the way to the end of the race on one more tank of fuel. And he's going to take this opportunity to completely fill the car. Just that little bit extra needed to make it to the end. And so he's going to bank on the fact that the other cars don't have enough fuel, and he can simply glide through to the finish. So we'll see how well or unwell that works out for him as he waits on the exit of pit lane to be given the call to come out. And that means he's going to give up that position. Now the safety car just heading to the front of the field there. Nice and quick like. As that is Ed Adams out to the front. Oh, he's got a black flag. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, Adams. Should have done better. I know, right? How could he? We're just joshing. But in all seriousness, the admins do a fantastic job. Everyone does a great job here in the Majors Series. I'll be honest and say I haven't been a part of the Majors Series in much capacity at all until I started the mech last season. I did the Majors Endurance Championship for the first time and absolutely loved it, and every second of it. The manual safety cars are done in a fantastic way. The race control's done great. So it was really nice to be able to get the permission, I guess, to ask if I could be helping out in some way. And they said that, yeah, if you're happy to do the commentary, give it a go. And I said, sure, I'll give it a go, see how we do. And hopefully I've been able to provide some good commentary for you all watching at home. But that is, just a bit of backstory, I guess, a little bit from me.
Yeah, so
Mike's got a
I'll tell a
much
little.
longer, much better backstory.
So I'll tell you a little bit about my backstory. So I actually got a hold with Majors a couple years ago when they did away with the Le Mans 24 in iRacing, and Majors was like, well, you know what, we're gonna do it, and I think I joined in with the 30 or the third annual Majors 24. So I ran that for a couple years. Last year, I was one of the safety car drivers for the MEC, and so I kind of really got to see this whole safety car procedure with the manual safety car really come to tuition, throughout, last season, and I got to help build it to somewhat of where it is today. Um, and then, you know, uh, I picked up broadcasting almost, no, it's been over a year now. And they offered for some in-house broadcasting this season, and I was like, why not? I'm available. Let's do it.
Yeah, and I mean, why not, right?
Yeah, I mean,
You never know.
it's an absolute blast. This is seriously like, you know, one of the best leagues, organized leagues that is out there, and the way that they do everything, with the manual safety car, to the way they do their protest system and everything else like that. Not only that, also, the launch of the simracingstewards.com. If you need any of your, reviews looked at to figure out, what our stewards think, you can always head over to simracingstewards.com. Um, but I mean, I've just seen now Major's been around for over 10 years. Okay, I know that, but looking at how far they have come in just the last 2, maybe 3 years alone, has absolutely just been fantastic.
Yeah, and that's something unfortunately I can't really comment on too much because again, like I only got involved with majors really last year as a driver and now as a part of a commentary team or broadcast team with you as well, Mike. But um, it's been recent for me, and I never, I guess, had their early years experience, so I don't really know what it was like. But I mean, if from what I've seen so far, if this is the way forward, it's looking very, very bright indeed. Very excited to see it. And the safety car leaves the field behind as we're going to get ready to go this lap. So Price is going to lead us through. Price, Pascoe, Griffiths, your top 3 in GTP. Jackson, Sharp, Santos, your top 3 in LMP2. Smith, Neshev, Rosquist, your top 3 in GT3. We are going to go get ready to go racing for a 40-minute sprint here at Sebring International Raceway. We come down to the restart zone. And Price is going to decide when he wants to take off. And there he goes, just after the first start of the restart zone. And he's going to jump immediately, have a nice gap ahead of Pascoe, Griffiths, Verdonk, Wilkinson. They're all struggling for position behind. It looked like Griffiths was going to take it. And there we've had an incident already. Before we even get to the restart zone for the slower classes, we have had an incident. It looks like it was a LMP2 involved, as well as a GT3, and that was Neshev. So he was actually in second position for the GT3 field. We've also got Kingswell and Caroleo also having yellow flags next to their names, so they've had incidents as well. Lee has also had a small incident in the LMP2 field. It's all happening as people start to turn up the craziness. Guest, and there was a checkup. Oh, that's what caused the issue right there. And then that's not the way you want to start the race. Refrain myself from saying anything else, as that is unfortunate. And I mean, Neshev just got absolutely caught up in the worst possible moment. As we look a bit further ahead, and this was just ahead of Kingswell, avoiding the incident. Looked like a car. I'm not sure if they had help or if they just went around by themselves. Sacramento, we're focusing on right now. He was on the inside and just whoops. Yep, just a little bit too much turning on cold tires. Of course, the tires heated up by the safety car, but there's only so much they can do, of course, when they're not running full race pace. And weren't allowed to do much more than that. Rupp has an incident point limit, I believe, black flag as well, as we've got a battle for the third place. Verdonk and Pascoe side by side for a moment. Then Verdonk was able to get through, Pascoe. And there's a third send by City. City's to the inside. Beautiful move on the inside of T1. Able to get it done. Pasco is not going to be too happy about that one. Side by side heading into P2. City's able to keep Pasco behind for the moment. That BMW not too happy to see the rear end of the Ferrari ahead. But City's got some pace right now as we jump further back to Zane Smith in the Ford Mustang, who was, I believe, leading the race for the GT3s, and round she goes. And that's not the first and probably won't be the last time we see a car spin in that section. As Sharp made his way up into P1. How's that for the LMP2 grid? Unbelievable performance from Sharp. The amount of adversity faced by that team has been crazy. And yet finding themselves into the top spot. That is an incredible run right there. As we're looking back at the pass, I believe, for the lead, Sharp fakes one, fakes right, then left. And there we go. Look at that mental strain right there. A beautiful pass. That is textbook when the driver in front is watching your every move. Fake to the right, go to the left, make them run a little bit deep to try and block you off, and then you take the position back. That is absolutely beautiful from Sharp in front. Mackenzie does a great job there. And Pasco is going to have to go into pit lane because I believe they have too many incidents. So Pasco is unfortunately basically their race. I'm not going to say it's over, but it's looking very, very bleak right now if they've got to pass through this late in the race. And you can see there's some of the LMP2s just coming by as he's going down pit road still. It's a little battle with two LMP2s there. I'm not sure if they're fighting for position. It looks like they might have been, as Rosquist has taken over the lead. So he's gone from third to first in the GT3s within the space of 2 laps. And he's made a great job. And what's happened back here? And yep, there she goes. And oh no! Oh, that's lucky. Vinci with the very lucky move. The rejoin might be a little bit bad, but that's okay. No further incidents or action required after that one. Oh, wow. Santos got sent. There's no other words for that. Santos got sent. Oh, no. And Lee's had an issue as well, I think. Yep. Oh, club at the back end. Oh, no. It gets worse. It just gets worse. Dobbitsberger was unable to keep it down with enough pace, got run into the back of, bounced off the wall into the oncoming path. Oh no! And Santos spun by himself as well. What is happening? We've gone down to the last 40, 30 minutes of this race, and it's all gone pear-shaped. That's Lee after the incident. That's okay. No harm, no foul afterwards. Oh, Bjorn, that car doesn't seem to be steering right. Or is that just... No, that is definitely not steering right. What has happened? Class Sense. Oh, he was the one involved. Oh, no. And he got spun. He turned around. Oh, the wheels are not doing what wheels should be doing. What is happening? These LMP2s, especially, they were in such a fantastic moment of battles. Only in the last hour, we had a caution come out, and all of a sudden, everything is happening. That is crazy. So Huckley asking if we can get standings by class. I'm not too sure if we can get standings by class. That's a hard one to... It's hard to get standings, unfortunately, when you're doing a broadcast. Because they're calculated after the race, and during the race it's a different software, I believe, that gets used, as Oliveira tried to make a move on Conway. Conway was trying to make a move on O'Neill at the same time, and these GT3s are stacked up 1-to-1 for about 7 cars deep. And they are incredibly tight racing between the GT3s right now. As some moves maybe had a go at. Yes, there's definitely a move there. The Aston Martin on the on the Mustang. And whoop, that's a different sort of graphic. That doesn't look as good. Thank you very much for changing that one back. As Oliveira thought about a move, didn't do it. What happened to Kroczek? He just lost the position. That's all that happened there with Miato. Kroczek not too happy though, flashing the lights. And Kroczek has an incident point limit. Oh, so he's going to be falling back. As we're going to have a look at the class leaders in just a moment as they all come through. There it is. So DWR Simcoe setups in the top spot with Price at the wheel. 34.8 the traffic works. That's going to be sharp right there in the LMP2. And the top GT3 is the FZR Sim Sport by Nausbaum, who I believe that's Naus. No, it might not be Nausbaum. It's someone else. I can't see that right now because we're watching further back throughout the track. And unfortunately, I don't have that graphic available to me right now. But there you go. It is Rosquist. That's right. That makes sense because Rosquist was leading before. So as long as he didn't have any issues, which he hasn't, that was the right way to do it. So I should have known that. I apologize. And there is Rosquist on our screen right now. Swedish driver doing a great job. FZR Simsport can be very happy with where he is right now, but he's got to be careful because Phillips is not too far behind. There is Nausbaum that we were mentioning earlier. He's in the third place as well. They're getting pretty close. But Rosquist is going to want... So Phillips actually gained quite a bit just then. Oh, that's going to be an X for Nausbaum. That's for damn sure he's going to have an incident from that one. Remember, these drivers only get 15 incidents, then they have a black flag for drive-through. Another 15, and they are gone. They are out of here. So not a whole lot to work with. As Phillips there for a second. I don't know if anyone else saw that. It looked like he didn't have a boot. But I think he does. It's just black in color, so it's just with the amount of light that we have behind. It just looks like it doesn't have it on there. But he wouldn't be driving this fast if he didn't. And he's going to be making... I wonder how big the boot actually is now that I'm looking at it in the... or the trunk, I should say, for the American viewers. But I wonder how big that is in the Mercedes. It can't be that big, really, when you think about it. Look at the design of it. But anyway, we're waffling, as we often do in the booth. As he's still sitting back there. He's still about 7-8 tenths behind Rosquist. So showing his presence, but not putting heaps of pressure, as Nausbaum is wanting to change that for himself as he's closing the back up against Phillips. They are all go, no slow right now as they are less than 30 minutes to the end of this race. So if they come down to any more fuel required, it's only going to be a splash and dash. It's going to be nothing more than that, if any at all. And remember, we have... who is that driver? Kingswell on that strategy for the GTPs. He's trying to do that sort of strategy where he stays on. Whoa, was that a bit of an issue for Molinari behind? I don't think so. That might have just been a trick of the camera, a trick of the light. But I thought there was a bit of an interesting moment there, but that should be okay for now. And Gendry came back on for a second. We were excited to see him. I know Mike was. I think he's won over the favorite in the booth as well, to be honest, at this point. But it looks like he's out again. So maybe having connection issues on his side. Maybe not so much a server problem as much a potential as a potential issue on his end. So that's still unfortunate to see. But he did try to come back out, which you can only give kudos to. So thankfully he tried. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work in his favor. City is catching right back up onto the back of Donk. Actually going to make the move to the inside. Ooh, a little bit of elbows out maybe. A little bit of a touch, a little bit of a niggle. As Wilkinson is going to take in... is going to take advantage of that incident right there with Verdonk. So Verdonk loses out 2 spots, not just 1, to City and Wilkinson. Will Verdonk be able to fight back? Will Wilkinson be able to make a move on City? This is all the questions we're going to be asking at the moment, because they're the ones who are fighting tooth and nail. And it looks like Verdonk's going to lose out there. He got a little bit slower on the exit because his run was ruined a little bit by that slower GT3 class machine, the Mustang behind. So Wilkinson has actually lost out to City as well, I believe, for a very similar reason during those Le Mans chicanes. Makes it very difficult for the drivers to keep going. It looks like Barron is closing in on Sharp for the P2 lead. Oh, Sharp extends it just a little bit more. And he's going to keep extending it for the moment. So maybe that's not as close a battle as we thought it might be. But Barron's still trying something as we're continuing to look at City, Wilkinson, and Verdonk. And under review, avoidable contact with the 313 and the 81. Oh, that could be dicey at this time. This is the time where you want to race as fast as possible, but you do not want incidents, because that could be anything. So this is the 41 right now. This is Celentano. And he's gone for a bit of a spin. Hopefully he hasn't high-sided it. No, he's okay. And he's going to wait for the traffic to go by very smartly. And nice rejoin from him there. So a bit of a solo spin. As Wilkinson is going to make his way around pretty easily around the Acura. Ooh, that was going to be the fight for the lead with Sharp and Barron. Barron's not going to be too happy, because that was going to be the LMP2 lead, and he's not going to be happy with that car that's just behind now. The GT3 really ruining his chances for a moment, but I'm sure he's going to come back. And Sharp's going to be really struggling to keep that car behind, because that car has been on rails ever since it started the green flag of this race. And Sharp's been through a lot of adversity. Barron less so, but had their own issues as well. As we go back and look, there's another incident. Penrue. Oh boy. Oh boy. That'll do it. Yep. Into the wall. So he's been smacked by the... Well, I'm not sure whose Mercedes that was, but there was a Mercedes behind him that definitely got to his rear bumper. And probably hit the wheel, and that's what really unsettled the car more than anything else. Bit more than a love tap. As we keep watching this battle, because Barron is closing into Sharp, and this is for the LMP2 lead. So this is the biggest battle we have right now going on. And we know Barron's got a lot of pace. How much pace does Sharp have? We've seen it in glimpses so far, and the fact that he's able to keep Barron behind for as long as he has so far, that's a good indicator of the fact that he does have a lot of pace under his right foot as well. That is Sharp. But Barron closing the gap ever so slowly, still coming into his own. Less than 2 seconds. Is he going to make a lunge? He is going to try and make a lunge. Here he comes. Sharp's going to have nothing to do with it. Sharp's just going to say no. Bad. So Sharp's put Barron behind again and Barron's going to have to think of another way to come past here, as we're less than 30 minutes in. We're coming up to the 20-minute mark, sorry. As Barron's still right on the back bumper of Sharp. This is incredibly entertaining. As Barron's losing out just a little bit, heading into the braking zones, but seems to get better run out of the corners, and that could be massive when it comes to the final couple of corners here. Because out of the Le Mans chicane, you want as much speed as possible. Out of Sunset, you want as much speed as possible. So we'll see how this goes. Barron loses out a little bit there, but then again gains the speed back on the straight. And he's going to be in draft as well, remember. So he's gaining that quite significantly, down to 2/10, 2.5 tenths. Yeah, 3/10, sorry, 2.5 tenths, and then down to 2/10. He's going to have to stay behind Sharp for the moment as they go through Sunset. His line's a little bit better to allow him for the runoff speed. Oh, not quite good enough though, because he misjudged where that wall was going to be, so he would have had to let off there to allow him not to hit that wall. And that's meant that Sharp is able to stay ahead just for at least this one lap longer, or that one lap longer, as Barron's still going to try and come and do something about it. Here comes Barron. Still getting down to just under 3/10. I'm not sure if he's close enough to do anything into the hairpin, but we've seen him try it before. He's not going to try it this time. I didn't think so, but Sharp's going to defend cleverly. As Sharp's gone off! No, Sharp's gone off! The battle is over. Barron's going to take that spot. Let's see if Sharp can try and get him back, but I'm not sure if it's going to be able to be done, as he's going to have to slow down a little bit while his tyres get back up to temp, because he would have had grass and mud all over it. And Barron has taken that position away. Sharp just missing exactly where his braking point was, or just trying desperately to keep Barron behind. The pressure got a bit too much, and unfortunately lost it slightly on the outside of the track. And Barron's going to take that position away and run away, as he's already opened the gap to 1.1 seconds. So that's the battle for the lead in LMP2. Here we go, battle for third place. Last spot on the podium for the GTPs, and Wilkinson on Price. There's a little bit of contact maybe as they head into the hairpin. Price not wanting to give it up. Wilkinson said, please let me by. Price said no. Here we go. We are getting really close to the nitty gritty. The LMP2 is going to get right in the way. Wilkinson's going to have nothing for it. Price is going to be very happy about that. Verdonk is also happy because he says, right, there's a chance that I could get into the top 3 as well if I just keep on the back of Wilkinson. Remember, Kingswell has that interesting strategy. He's not far behind them either. So if he can hold on to it, these lead cars might have to come down one more time, which will just hand Kingswell the lead. So that will be something to watch as well. It is all happening. The LMP2 grid has siphoned itself off, so it is plenty of gaps between them. As what happened to Sharp? Sharp's gone down pit road. Was that just for fuel? I hope so. It looks like, yeah, so we get confirmed from Mike Taylor that it was just for fuel. So he's come down maybe a little bit earlier than the rest of the grid. These LMP2 machines can only last about 40 minutes, so he should have enough to the good, no problem. It's really depending on how his pace can keep up and how Barron comes down pit road. It's going to be very interesting. I wonder if he took tyres or if he just took fuel. Can we confirm that? I'm not sure. Just fuel confirmed, I believe. So that means that this car is going to have some nice pace on it still. And that I can entirely understand that, because why would you take tyres this late in the race unless you are really, really burning them up? There is no reason to. But Kingswell is the one to watch. We really want to keep track of how this one unfolds, because we believe that he came down right at the end of the safety car procedure to try and get as much fuel as possible to make it to the end. And O'Neill on Hames. Oh, Hiam's actually able to keep it in front of O'Neill at the moment. This is the battle for, I believe that's 5th place in the GT3 field. Yes, it is. 5th and 6th right there on your screen. Arc Motorsports letting us know that we were missing the GT3 battle. Well, we've got it on screen right now. And I tell you what, the GT3s have been battling more than we've given them credit for so far this race, so we do apologise to them for that. But O'Neill is closing up. It looks like, especially down the straights, there's going to be a GTP coming up behind. That will throw a spanner in the works, especially now, because that's a bad place for that GTP to try and make the move. Not going to be too happy about that one, and it's not. And there's a drive-through for the 35. avoidable contact on the 42 machine. So that's going to ruin their day in the 35 camp, as O'Neill is not quite able to reel it back very quickly, and that's why he was so unhappy about that GTP passing when it did. Could have waited for the straight, but didn't, allowing for this battle to really gain distance between the two of them. As I say that, O'Neill was actually catching quite a bit there on Yams. As Wilkinson, once again, we go back to the battle for the third position because he's back on the tail of Price once again. And he's going to see if he can do anything interesting with that. It looks like it's going to come down to the wire, but for now, it's trying to struggle. And they're not too far behind another machine. Not too sure. I'm assuming that's going to be Santiago. Or actually, at the moment, Cook, sorry. I believe is in that car, because that's a lap. No, maybe it's not Cook, because Cook's not a lap down yet. Sorenzo is a lap down, so it's probably Sorenzo. But either way, Wilkinson is catching up to the back of Price. No, it's not Sorenzo. Never mind. So that's it's another car. Regardless, it's a lap down. There it is, Cook. Oh wow, yeah, somehow I'm right some of the time. You got to be right at least once in a blue moon, right? Isn't that how that works? So yeah, Wilkinson still in the fourth position. Kingswell's actually closing the gap to Verdonk. Kingswell's going for a move, maybe, and we turn into a cow for a second as Verdonk actually takes that one back. So Kingswell was actually trying to pass Verdonk. Verdonk says no, taking the move back. Kingswell trying again on the outside. It's going to be an interesting one if you can stick it that way. I don't think it's going to work, and it doesn't. You can see the glow from the brakes being absolutely abused during this race. Ooh, I don't even know what the words are. Kingswell trying desperately all over the back of Verdonk. He wants to get as many places as possible. I think it's gotten to the point where he's worried that they're not going to have to pit, and they're second-guessing their strategy, which is why he's charging so hard behind Verdonk. We have 15 minutes left to go on the clock. 15 minutes, 6 hours of racing, 15 minutes left. What are we going to see? Well, we're going to see Kingswell trying once again against Verdonk for the 5th place. Verdonk goes and defends real hard. Kingswell to the inside, or to the outside, I should say, looking for that run on the inside, but gets blocked off. Verdonk absolutely saying no, doesn't want a part of it. Kingswell gets the better run. They're going to be side by side. There's a GT3 in the way, and they're going to make contact. Bang! No, Kingswell is down and out almost. He's going to have to lower that one, get it stopped, keep going. You've got it. You never know. It could still be something to keep an eye on, as he's going to block a little bit of GT3 traffic, but not too badly. That's going to be something to keep an eye on for sure, because that's... Yep, that was the GT3, and he didn't want to be parked up behind the GT3. Verdonk cleverly was trying to use the GT3 as a pick, and unfortunately, that is not... I would say, personally, I don't think that's Verdonk's issue. If you're going to use the GT3 as a drafting buddy, you're going to have to be prepared that you might be picked like that. And unfortunately, Kingswell, that's exactly what's happened. And that's ruined not the race, as he's still going. He doesn't have too much damage. Hopefully he can keep going, and you never know. That strategy could still come back and could still play a massive role. You never really know. With these endurance races, there's still so much. And I believe going down pit road, taking a splash and dash, will still be more than about 15 seconds or so. So even though he's 11 seconds behind the car in front, he might still make a podium out of this, or maybe even higher, depending on the fuel situation. So who knows, as there's big battles going on in the GT3 grid. Nausbaum is not too far behind Rosquist for the first place position. as Nausbaum has turned up the heat, and he is really close actually now. Just under 3/10 behind Rosquist. Rosquist does not want to see this behind him. As the Mustangs really showing why they are the car of choice. Just like the Ferraris in the top of the GTP field. Alright, so we're gonna keep going with the action. 12 minutes left. Nausbaum is trying to find a way past Rosquist. Not quite able to do it. Lost a little bit of time in Le Mans chicane, but kept on going, and is going to get the draft down into Sunset Corner. Renault Florenz joining us in the chat. Go wildcard is what he is saying. I believe, Huckabee, I believe that graphic is completely correct. In case you were wondering, I believe Griffiths is definitely our leader. I think that is entirely accurate, and it is. So, just making sure that the graphic is correct, of course. As we'll go back to the GT3 battle, because that is probably the closest battle for an important position we have. And not to say every position is important, because they are, but this is a battle for the lead, so of course that is the one to watch. Nausbaum thinking about making a move. Ooh, looks to the inside. I think that's just a bit of mind games, or maybe not, as, ooh, there's a close. That's about as close to a contact as you can get without having it. And Griffiths have had an issue. What happened there? Griffiths is falling all the way down the order. Oh, there's a massive incident with an LMP2 machine. What has happened? I believe... Ooh. I believe that might have been... Hang on. So Kyle Griffiths, the 111... The 001. I keep saying 111 even though the 111's a different car. Ooh, too slow. Too slow for the P2. I've never seen a P2 catch a GTP there, but there you go. So that has happened out of the blue, and wow. I think that Kyle Griffiths was just a bit too slow there and got overrun by the LMP2, which, again, I'm flabbergasted that happened, because I've never seen that before. I don't think I've ever seen an LMP2 catch a GTP in a corner, but there you go. As Griffiths has the black flag for incident limit, so he's just hit the 15x at possibly the worst possible time, as we have less than 10 minutes to go. I don't know if anyone else saw that. A little bit of stutter on broadcast, but that's okay. We're still going. Maybe it was just my incident. Maybe it was something else. Never mind, don't worry about it. We're going to keep going until we can't no more. And we've only got 9 minutes left, so we don't have that long to go, as Nausbaum continues to put the pressure on Rosquist. Wilkinson is also putting the pressure on Price in the second place, but we're not too worried about that because this is the battle we're focusing on. Oh, the LMP2 leader! Hello, Baron says. Welcome. Wow, that got very, very close to the back of Nausbaum. And he's going to make a pass on Nausbaum, but that's going to open the gap a little bit to Rosquist. Nausbaum's not going to be too happy about it. Cook's also got a black flag. What's happened to Cook? Oh, a little bit loose. Keeps it together, sort of, not really trying his best. And nope, round she goes. Keeps hold of the brakes. Smartly done, very well done. Bit of an interesting rejoin, but that's okay because no one got involved. So I don't think that'll see too many issues from race control. Rosquist and Nausbaum still having this fight. Gap's opened up to half a second now, though. Rosquist is going to be very happy about that, as Nausbaum was within 0.3 of a second for a very long time. Also got a battle further down the order. Phillips and Connolly as well getting close together, as well as Coxino and Stofko. They're There's battles throughout the GT3 field quite a lot. Comparing to the other fields right now, we've only got 7 minutes to go. We're just about to hit that mark now. So here we go. And that's a bit of a mistake. It's all right. Get it back. As here we go. So Smith is in the 38th position. We're looking at him right now. He's catching up to Stupple. We haven't talked about Stupple at all this race. We have seen that car a couple of times, but we haven't talked about Stupple. Stupple's doing a pretty good job. Keeping that car underneath him. Kroczek not too far ahead of them either. So they're catching pretty good. Oh, Kroczek a little bit too close to Celentano. And that is very, very close indeed. But Kroczek able to keep it together. Didn't look like it was an incident between the two. So there we go. Lee's got a black flag as well. I'm not sure if we mentioned that or not, but Lee does have a black flag. I believe that's probably for incident points as well. Or is that a race control incident? Okay, we believe that one's race control as Kroczek makes the move on Celentano and gets it done without too many issues. There goes a GTP all the way through, no problem whatsoever. And Kroczek has made that spot. So Kroczek's up into the 35th overall position. And never mind, for Lee it is the incident point limit. Smith also has a black flag in the GT3s. I believe he only got that recently, because I think we were watching earlier and he didn't have one. So that might be incident point limit as well. As we are down to 5 minutes to go in this one. We are getting right down to the nitty gritty. About as close to the nitty gritty as you can get. Alrighty, we're going to go and have a look. Let's have a look at Price battling with Wilkinson. Or, yeah, let's have a look at that one. Or Rosquist, we can have a look at that one too. But for now, we're going to have a look at Price. And he's been caught up with some GT3 traffic, unfortunately, right as we were panning the camera over. So that's bad, unfortunate. Griffith serves his penalty. So that's unfortunate. Sharp pass Doppelsberger. So that's a good pass by Sharp as he tries to make his way back up through the field after reaching the incident himself. There's a few drivers reaching the incident limit at the moment. We'll go back to Rosquist for a little bit here as we've got like 4 minutes left to go. He has lost the position to Nausbaum. We actually missed that one on camera. Nausbaum actually has that spot now, but Rosquist right on the back bumper trying to get it back. Here come the GTPs. They're going to throw a wrench in the works, a spanner, whatever you want to call it. My grandma would say, throws a cat amongst the pigeons. Same meaning, different thing. As we get to see this battle continuing. Rosquist just losing out a little bit there to Nausbaum. Nausbaum's going to make this one stick out front. And he seems pretty content right now, but he's going to be feeling a whole lot of adrenaline. No ifs or buts about that one. As Rosquist is really trying to do anything he can to get that position back. I don't know, do we have a replay of that change of leadership just quickly? If we don't, that's okay. That's alright, we got it, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Nausbaum is still in the lead of this one, and he's not able to gain the gap that he wants over Rosquist. But we're down to less than 3 minutes to go. Here we go, so we can see the battle for the lead. Nausbaum on the entrance into Sunset. This is the corner where you'll typically make most of the passes, and wow, that was a dive! That was about as big a dive and as risky a dive as I would probably ever see. But he made that stick beautifully. Actually, might have caught the ball slightly there, but it doesn't seem to be affecting his pace at all. As we get down to less than 2 2 minutes to go, just about. So for the GTPs, that's going to be just over 1 lap of racing to go. So it's going to be Sunset Monster Send. Renault Florian, you are entirely right. That was the send of the race. That's probably going to be your pass of the race to be able to make that. If he's able to keep that first position, which it looks like he's actually ebbing out more and more of that lead. So Nausbaum with potentially the move of the race. I'd have to say it as Verdonk makes a move on Price. Speaking of moves, Price runs incredibly wide. I'm not sure what happened there, but Price unable to do it. And it looks like when we were wondering about Kingswell's strategy. Well, I don't think it's going to matter because it looks like these GTPs aren't racing in a way that is saving fuel or fuel conscious driving. So it looks like that stop earlier on is not going to have an impact at all, as the leaders are going to have 1 minute to go. Where is City, your overall leader, on track? There he is. So I'm not sure. It's going to be close, actually, whether he's going to make one more lap or not. I don't think so, but it's going to be very, very close indeed, as Aiden Wilkinson is in the second position. He's too far back to make any kind of move. 4 seconds, unless something really bad happens to Alessandro City. But for now, he has been the class of the field ever since the drop of the green flag the last time. And the checkered flag is waving already in preparation, because we've only got 10 seconds left and there's no way you can make it to sunset in that time. So this will be the final lap of the race. City's coming to the flag. He's celebrating already with the flick of the lights and a little bit of a left and right out here on the back straight. Got to make sure you go around sunset first, buddy, because sunset is the awful corner at this circuit. And City's going to make that one stick without a problem, though. And there is your race winner, Alessandro City. Take a bow. Wilkinson in second, and Verdonk holds on to the third spot in class. Your leader of LMP2. Oh, Price ran out of fuel. So Price was actually going slow a little bit there, probably running wide because he was trying to save fuel, and that is going to cost him absolutely heaps, as Barron has already come across for your LMP1 lead. Chisholm in second place, LMP for your LMP2, sorry. LMP2 second place. And LMP2 third will be Bardwell, as Nosebaum takes out your pole. Well, I was going to say pole position, but it's not pole position because it's the win of the race. We're not starting, we're finishing, as Nausbaum takes home the lead of the GT3 field. Rosquist in second, and Phillips takes home the third spot after a big fight with Connolly in the third and fourth position. What a fantastic race. That was absolutely amazing. Amazing racing. Alessandro City is going to be very, very happy with that. As we wait for the last few drivers to make their way through to the start finish straight, and it looks like they're probably all going to come through. I think they're all finished just about. And alrighty, so we are going to bring up your unofficial results, I'm sure, pretty soon. And that is crazy racing at the end there. So your race results, Alessandro City in first position. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that one either. Let's see if we can get the traditional one. It's not too bad, actually. It's just a little bit of tweaking. All right, so Tatum ResTech Endurance with the top spot. These are our teams at the moment. Mono Competition in second, with Vulcan Motorsports in the third position. MKX Nexus Motorsport in fourth, with Red Lap Competizione in the fifth position. Rounding out the rest of the field, Sorrento Motorsports is going to be in sixth place. Sorrento Motorsports Esports. BS Competition in the seventh position. DWR X Sim Coach Setups 80 is going to be in the eighth spot, with Simatox Sensations in ninth. Tatum ResTech 69 in the 10th position, with Tatum ResTech 699 in the 11th spot. In your first in LMP2 was going to be in 12th overall, and that's Altitude Free M Esports, or Freem Esports, with ANR Endurance Esport 58 in second, and Lag Worldwide Gold in the third position for LMP2. 34 Aether Trackworks in fourth, with JWR. Oh, that's just done to annoy me, isn't it? Flagberger as Kismith. There we go. I think I nailed it. All three drivers' last names put together. That's amazing. That is actually awesome. So, Flagberger as Kismith is in the 16th position overall, with Aerokinetics Red in 17th, and Lumen Motorsport is in the 18th position. A GTP who was unable to finish in front of the LMP2 grid as a whole. SRN Esports Gold finishes in 19th overall, with LaBroca with TRE Blue in the 20th position, with 21st being Fusion 19. The Wildcard D Racing Squad bringing it home in the top spot for GT3 in 22nd, with FZR SimSport doing a very respectable job, coming in second position overall in the GT3 and 23rd overall, with Aerokinetics Orange in the 24th spot overall, but third in class. Arc Motorsports in the fourth position, with Valhalla Motorsports in the fifth spot in GT3. Delta Racing in the sixth spots for GT3, with Tatum ResTech 696, another Tatum ResTech team there, in the seventh position. Ronin Pipped MEC in the 29th overall, eighth position in class, with GT Dynamics 04 in the ninth spot. Negative Delta by SimGear.gg is in the 31st place overall, with Lumen X Race Anywhere, Vulcan Motorsports, FZR SimSport 741, Aerokinetics, North Sim Racing Green, Majors Esport Blue, and DWRX Sim Coach Setups 81 in the 39th position. We scroll it on back a little bit more. There are a lot of cars in this one. SRP Racing by SDK in the 40th overall. And we've got the Fusion Silver Americas in 41st, still GT3s. We go to an LMP2 with the Vulcan Motorsports Orange in the 42nd spot, with 43rd going to Delta V Racing by Go Setups, who is going to be GT3 again. Sorrento Motorsports Esports also in a GT3, with Kronos GG in an LMP2 once again. And these drivers are the ones who didn't quite get to the amount of laps that they wanted to get to. 23 laps down. Impact Sim by Racers 161 after that, with Muramika Group M Esports behind them in the GTP. DWR Sim Coach Setups in GT3, with another two GTPs, that being Hyperion Racing Majors GTP and Focus Racing Black. North Sim Racing's GT3 will come after that, with Impact Ignite Sim Science 216, NL Racing Esports GT3, Old Dogs Racing LMP2 to round out the grid, with the two safety cars, of course, getting an honourable mention. Excuse me. As we wait to see what, if any, drivers come to the booth and want to get a bit of a driver interview after 6 hours of craziness, but crazy exciting more than anything else. All right, we have a few drivers starting to make their way into the broadcast waiting area. We have, how many have we got going on there? We've got 3 drivers waiting at the moment. We've got City, the leader. Let's bring in, who do you want to bring in, Mike? You make the call. All right, we'll bring in second place in the GTPs.
Hello.
Adrian Wilkinson, welcome to the booth. How are you feeling?
Pretty fantastic, bro. This is my first ever podium in a special event.
Well, I tell you what, a first ever podium, I mean, that's certainly something to celebrate. I mean, that was amazing to see. You did a great job keeping that thing relatively intact. Did you find that the BMW didn't quite have the legs on the Ferrari, or what were your thoughts on that battle? Because it seemed like everyone was driving a Ferrari out there.
Well, the BMW has a very quick tire warm up in my opinion, which gives it a big boost. But the Ferrari, I think, has just got an edge over overall pace. But the guys in that car were crazy, so.
Yeah, absolutely, they were fast as. But I tell you what, give us sort of a little bit of insight if you can, if you don't mind, as to the tires. How cold were they when they were under the car? Because we saw quite a few drivers when they changed tires, they would spin almost immediately. Really, it wouldn't take much. So
Yeah,
give
especially during the safety car periods, I had no idea what to expect. So in turn one, I was completely safe. You couldn't risk for 4 laps. And then after lap 8, you start getting the grip maybe, kind of, but it's still kind of hard to push down.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, I mean, you managed to push it pretty well though, and you've got yourself a P2, so definitely nothing to sneeze at. Would you like to give a shout out to anyone watching at home, maybe friends, family, sponsors? The floor's yours. Nice on the P2.
Yeah, I want to thank my dad and my whole family for watching, and my whole team for being real supportive.
All right, sounds good. Thank you. Thank you, Aiden Wilkinson. And we will see you up here in the booth probably next mech race if you do that
Hopefully.
well again, because it looks like you're on form.
Thank you, bro.
All right, that was Aiden Wilkinson. Bring it home in the second position for GTP. We have a couple more drivers that have just joined us in the booth. Mike, I'm not sure which order you want to do this in, so we'll just get them as we go. Should we get City last? Or should we get City now? Because we've just done the GTP. So. Okay. Amani, welcome to the booth. How are you feeling?
It's.
Hello.
I think we should let Alessandro speak because he's the hero of the race.
Alrighty, Alessandro City, welcome to the booth, as well as William Amani, both of you here. This is great teamwork that we're seeing. What are your thoughts on that race? That looked like a very dominant performance from this car.
Yeah, you could say that, but I was about to throw it because at the last safety car, I switched off the car by error, and I had to stop because the Ferrari cannot be started while moving. So I lost 6 places. I was about to cry. And then I switched on the focus and went full attack. And here we are. I don't know. Actually, I wasn't expecting to be on the podium after the safety car restart, but to be on the first place, it's absolutely unreal.
Yeah, I bet. But so tell us again, you turned the engine off. Was that to save fuel, or what was the
No.
idea behind that?
Uh, I have a bad layout for buttons, and when turning, I was about to flash the car in front, but I hit the wrong button, and you could imagine my face when I realized that.
Oh well, I tell you what. I mean, maybe a small mistake, but it didn't seem to impact your run at all. That car was really hooked up towards the end of the race, and a full 6 hours. Tell us a little bit from your perspective in the GTP, how much mental and physical work it takes to drive one of these things for 6 hours.
No, it was so hard, especially in the beginning, because the high temperature was critical on the tires, and we had to save how much possible to to uh, get to have some tires to the end of the stints. But when the night came, it was easier. But you have to drive like in the zone, because the track is fast, the car is on rails, but you cannot you can never uh, go over the limit, because there's no space for errors. So it was just a mental exercise in the end. But the car was
Yeah.
so good on the brakes. I done like 6 dive bombs to get to the first place. The car was amazing on brakes.
Oh, that's great to hear, and we want to wish you well. But before we let you go, because I'm sure we don't want to take up too much of your time, but who would you like to shout out? Friends, sponsors, the team. All floor's yours.
Yeah, of course, a big shout out to Holland, which is our third teammate. We isn't here, and of course, big thanks to all the team, all the engineers, all the staff, and to our sponsors like NordVPN, Monster, and Moza, and a big shout out to our team manager Amos. And
All right.
maybe William wants to add something more if I forgot something.
No, it's okay like this.
All right, great. Well, it's good to hear from you both, and I'm sure we'll see you around in hopefully more mech races in the future. We'll see
Yeah.
how well you do, but it's looking like it's pretty positive so far.
Yeah, for sure. After the P3 in Daytona race, we are gonna both skip the race in what is Long Beach, because we
Okay.
are attending the WEC race in Imola. But for sure, there is gonna be two better subs for us, and so two cars for sure for our team in the next race in Long Beach in hypercar.
Sounds good. We look forward to it. We'll catch you both later. Thank you very much for joining us up here in the booth.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Bye bye.
All right, that was Asandro City, as well as I've already forgot his name. That's really bad, isn't it? Um, that's all right. That was the team of Tatram Res Tech Endurance 96, and they brought it home with spectacular fashion. But we have a couple more interviews, and here we go. Elliot Barron,
Hello.
welcome to the booth. LMP2 top spot. It's got to feel good.
Yeah, it was a good race. It was fun.
So how are you feeling after that one? I mean, obviously you just said you had fun. It was a good race, but from your perspective, it seemed like a fairly dominant race, and then you had a really, really good race in probably about an hour and a half to go with Sharp that lasted probably a good 20 minutes or more. I mean,
Yeah,
that was spectacular racing.
yeah, I was quite surprised to be honest. With I think they're like 1.8, 1.9k. So the defending wasn't too bad, but I was just trying to fuel save. I was doing like 0.2, 0.3 liters a lap less than normal. Yeah, no, they're defending. Their pace was really good for their I rating.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tell us what it's like. Speaking of fuel saving, how do you fuel save in an LMP2 machine without trying to give too much away to your competition potentially?
Every corner. You're doing like about 100 meters. Well, 50. I don't know if that's the right measurement, but you're fuel saving a decent amount before pretty much every corner. You don't really lose that
Yeah.
much time with LMP2 fuel saving.
So that is interesting. And actually, just while you're here, because we've got you, there we did see an incident not too long ago, about the hour mark, where there was an LMP2 who actually caught up to a GTP on the entrance into turn one, was actually faster, and they had a bit of an incident between the two of them. Was the LMP2 actually that much faster than the GTP in turn one? And did that make navigating traffic more difficult?
Uh, I mean, the GTPs were definitely quite slow in those low speeds. Uh, it's just the LMP2, the downforce on the weight, it's just faster than the majority, well, than most GTPs until they get on that kind of straights and stuff like that. So like going into T1 and stuff like that, LMP2 is pretty on par until they can really get their foot down. Then they just disappear.
Interesting. So it's mainly just the power output that's the big difference. But
Yeah.
I'd I tell you what, Elliot, it's been fantastic having you up here in the booth. Would you like to give a shout out, friends, family, sponsors, teammates, anything else? The floor's yours. P1 and LMP2, great job.
Yeah, well, shout out to Altitude Esports and shout out to Zach, who was absolutely on fire today. Didn't make a single mistake.
All right, sounds good. We will catch you later. Good luck for the next upcoming races. Keep up the form.
Cheers, in a bit. Bye.
All right, that was Elliot Barron bringing it home in P1 for the LMP2s. And I do believe we have one more driver who's waiting for an interview. Second place in the GT3s. That's Tobias. Let's bring him in here. That's interesting. Not sure how that happened, but Tobias de Romp, how are you feeling?
Uh, Good. We somehow managed to get P2 in GT3 after quite shocking pace at the start, to be fair. We were like nowhere. But then at the end, when the temps dropped, and we got a bit lucky on the safety car restart because it was pretty chaotic, the final one in GT3. Managed to get into the lead, got a bit of a gap, but then sadly, very quick team came through. They got us in the end, but P2 for us is a really good result. I think we're also leading the championship now in GT3. So yeah, definitely happy with that.
Yeah, you've got to be happy with that. I mean, second place, definitely nothing to sneeze at. But also, I mean, you guys were, I mean, like you said, you were maybe not having the best of pace at the start, but all of a sudden, you just need a few safety cars, whatever else, and you were right there, and you had the pace at the end. I mean, you got past, but it wasn't exactly easy for them to pass you.
Yeah, that's true. My teammate did a really good effort. He went full send, tried his best. He had really good pace at the end. The temps were really shooting, but then small mistake and then a good send from them into sunset. Had us give it up, but still managing to secure P2 with some nice pace till the end. So very happy with what he managed to do as well.
Yeah, ever the sportsman, ever the team man. But Tobias, before we let you go, anyone you want to shout out, friends, family, sponsors, teammates, the floor's yours.
Yeah, of course. I mean, our manager Antonio for getting us in here. It's been quite the ride from Daytona to this one. So hopefully we can repeat the same result next time in Long Beach.
All right, sounds good. Thank you very much for joining us up here in the booth, Tobias. And I'm sure we'll talk to you at some point in the future. We look forward to more winning ways.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
All right, that was Tobias de Rompf. Now, on behalf of the SudSpeed Majors Endurance Championship, thank you very much for joining us in the spectator area. Thank you very much for the comments. It's been an amazing 6 hours that I could broadcast for you alongside Myself being Gareth McAllister, alongside Mike Taylor, doing a great job on production. Thank you so much for joining us. We look forward to the next mech race, which I believe is the Long Beach race that was mentioned, and I think that is, if I'm not mistaken, around about the 8th. Well, I've got the 18th of April, but I think it might be the 17th of April, depending on where you live. So, we look forward to seeing you then next time at the MEC. Take care. Have an awesome day. Good night.